Mine's still loading.
Yeah, it depending on how well your computer works, it just kind of, you know.
Uh-oh.
But we're gonna be using proximity chat for the most part.
Oh God.
Oh, okay,
That's
good to
another one.
know.
Yeah.
Hey, so I think I beat your record for breaking the tutorial.
Did you? What? How'd you break it?
I can't move.
Wait, no.
At all?
Nope.
Is it your computer?
No. But I'm
Good.
running at 90 FPS right now. I just can't move.
Atism.
Oh.
You know what the best thing that comes out of Nebraska is?
Wind.
I-80.
Yes.
Hi, Gerald.
Did I miss it?
No.
Nothing.
Yes.
No.
I just
Well,
went
Gerald's
live.
React works. Why does nobody else?
I've got all my reacts in here. I don't know what's wrong with yours, Christy.
Where my reacts are.
I do want to make it a little bit bigger though.
That's weird.
Help. Let me do the tutorial.
There's my react. Oh shit.
Maybe
I
I
have to find
fucked it up somehow.
Maybe
Let me
you
go to
just need to go back
Fujitech.
and reload it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Jeez,
mine
this
are
game
maybe
hasn't
just
been
on
updated in
different
a
place.
year.
Yeah, mine are just all on a
Yeah,
different place. I need to
because
find.
it's
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my birthday stream. I know last year and, you know, the year before that, and I think this is only the third year, but anyway, in previous years, I've tried to do basically a game relay and get as many people and as many games in as possible, and it never really worked out, and I like they flopped. So this year we're only doing one game, and it's a free game, and I'm trying to get as many people as possible in. We've had a few people cancel, had a couple of people say they're going to be late, so hopefully this will just get bigger as we go on. So thank you for everybody who stops by and everybody that plays. I really appreciate you guys showing up for me when, you know, not a lot of people have in the past. So, all right, I love you guys. Let's play.
Okay, now I can put it in here.
Now you can put what in what?
Your little guys. The reactives.
Oh, you got the reactives.
Yeah, I had to paste them into the right screen. Like they were in my intermission A, but I had no game up, so I had to put them in intermission B. I don't know why I have them named that way because I'm physical on here, so I don't know why they call intermission. Fine. I should probably also put them in the live scene. Is this one of the ones that where you have like the code at the bottom center? Should I like move my face over it?
I think. Hold on, let me see.
You want me to check where the thing is?
Maybe.
Just want classic mode.
What are you doing, Bandit?
Ooh, I get to select a map that we go to.
Oh my god, there's a sign-in? What is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
you have to make a whole
crap.
thing. I made a whole thing, but it
I
doesn't
don't know
like it.
how I'm going to be
stuck in
able to
the
play
loading
this game with you right here, buddy.
Oh, you'll
Lethal,
be
I sent you
fine.
a stream together.
You don't care though, do ya?
Oh, you did? Oh shit. Okay, let me.
Oh,
I'm
it
going,
didn't
I'm
like
going, I'm
that.
going.
It just didn't
Oh.
like what I did. I'm just gonna have to. Oh, it
Thank
finally
you
made
for
an
the
account.
follow,
Okay, good.
Oh man.
What is going
Mr.
on?
Tallman.
Wait,
I
Tall's
Hi,
here.
Paul.
Tall's
I
not.
just-
Salmon. Send me a drink.
So many people.
Make it a kid
Wait, oh, that's why it looks like
weird.
that.
No.
Okay, this is gonna be a private game.
Hey guys, new viewer here.
Private
I really like
mode.
the stream. I just have to ask one question though. When's the gay sex
How come
start?
It still says I'm offline on here. Uh-oh.
How in the world
You're live,
did
though,
I
right?
get my alerts, like my sound alert, after I got the email?
Oh my god, so many things are popping up.
I don't understand.
heck?
Okay, I am up. I don't know why it did that.
All right. Let's see. How many people do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
4, 6,
7.
7.
Okay, right now we've got 7.
No one say it.
And then we should have. Dragon said that he'll try to come. Ruby said she'll try to come, but they're going to be late.
Right.
Artemis is still coming. Spooky hasn't said
Stick.
anything. So let's see. That would be 5 more people. All right, I'll set us for 12.
Okay, let's see if I can get. Let's see if I can get all of my sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh look, okay, Discord's working. That works. Is there any game audio right now?
You
There
should be
can
hearing
be,
music.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, change that.
Music is blaringly
Why'd I move
loud
my
at
mic?
first.
Yeah, I turned that down.
I
Do
have.
you want to copy this as a link or just the code? Just
Come here,
you know
buddy.
what? Just give me the code.
But you can
Hey,
change the
XLR.
music. You have Godzilla, retro.
No, you can't get up in my lap. You're
Godzilla.
too big,
I
Lucifer.
thought the Godzilla one's iconic.
Jeez. You got one dog in your lap, and
I don't
suddenly
hear
all
any.
3 of them want to be there.
I don't hear any game audio.
Yeah, there
Not
should be
letting
some
me
pretty
your
loud
settings.
music
Account.
actually.
Is your
Oh,
master
now I
down?
hear it.
Okay, there you go.
I got it.
All
now.
right, I'm gonna put the code for the game
Did you click
in.
create account instead of
Yeah.
just trying to sign into an account, Gerald?
Yeah, I'm creating the account.
Hello,
right now.
Oh,
Blue.
it took
I
a
just-
solid like 5 to 6
passwords didn't
minutes.
I
of
recognize your
loading for me.
name.
Womp womp.
I actually went. Oh God, I went to go copy the link for my own stream so I could go put it in self promo. I completely
Oh,
forgot to
good.
do
They
it.
made a little. They made a little thing.
You know,
So they have like
I'd
you can
say-
show and hide the room code when you're typing it in, so people can't see it. That's really nice.
Whoa. Oh, should I do the tutorial?
No.
No, it'll take too long.
Figure it out.
Everybody
figure it
else
out,
did the
it'll be funny.
tutorial.
No,
I didn't do
No.
the tutorial.
Leaf will
I didn't do
will
it.
the tutorial.
Listen, if you do the
Everybody else did the
tutorial,
tutorial.
it's gonna break and it's not worth it. Not worth
We
it. Not
didn't-
worth it.
We didn't do the tutorial.
God.
We acknowledged the existence of it.
Is it like because of bad weather? Because
I did it
I
and the
switched to
AI was
5G,
Oh, it,
so
it
for my
wants
home,
me to
and
hit.
so it's
it
not
wants me to do
necessarily
it
going to
so I
be
can get
the
this
greatest
little
either. But I'm
exclamation
hoping I don't
point
get any
to go
disconnects.
away.
Oh.
You'll be fine.
What the fuck was that, dude?
What happened?
Discord is
Tism's
sold out.
audio. You heard that, right? Tism's
No, I
audio
didn't
was
hear it.
fucked.
What did
Didn't hear
Tism's audio
anything.
do?
I didn't hear any.
It like croaked real loud.
I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear anything.
Am I deaf?
None of you guys have joined my game yet.
I think I just-
Oh,
Wait,
did
where
you give
did
us?
you
Oh,
post
it's.
the
I
code?
see. I see. You did. I got it.
Oh,
Yeah, I put it.
oh.
I put it in chat for the
Happy-
VC
Sunday,
chat.
Monday.
Oh, we don't have names.
Oh, so we
We
should.
should.
The full screen mode.
Where are names not showing
Yes.
up?
Bird 10, bird 1, bird 31.
Hello.
Where do
Where?
I? Where do
did
I
that
put
not
in
work?
the
That's
game
dumb.
code?
That's
Oh, okay, I see.
Where do you put
I
in the
definitely
game
myself
code?
in fucking
So
Discord.
if you hit
Oh,
join
play.
game,
You know, I
Yeah.
should hit play. You know.
There we
Yeah.
go. Oh,
People-
just
group
a
of
capital
people
H
who
decided it
Oh
wasn't
my
gonna
gosh.
work.
It's me,
Uh,
my
have a
ladies.
hobby of playing video
Hold
games,
on,
man.
chat.
think
I don't
you're
know
up
if I
video
can
games.
get this to pace.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
most
can
of
I
us
make
are
one of those?
boners. We don't know technology.
Womp womp.
So, we're
Womp
going to
womp.
be using proximity chat. So we're going to need everybody to
Oh,
mute
oh
in
no, I-
Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Okay.
just soft deafen.
Yeah, or soft deafen.
There we go.
Hello.
Better on
Hello?
soft deafen.
Hello.
Okay, some of y'all are so quiet. Hang on.
In-game
Let me turn
voice
this
chat.
the volume up.
Womp womp.
It's
Oh, wait,
not like
player?
I asked everybody to be here 10 minutes early so we could do a game and mic check.
Oh, how do you move?
Hey, I was here early.
Oh,
No
there we
one
go.
else was here early.
That's not
I
true.
still feel
Tism
like y'all
was
are
there.
Louis,
so
you were
quiet.
here 15 minutes early,
I'm
and I
still
showed
hearing
up
a
at 10.
double.
I showed up exactly when I was told to.
Okay. Let me
Womp womp.
turn. All right.
And
Hang
why
on.
is there so much water noise?
Because we're on a boat.
And the SFX. I'm putting the SFX down and the music down, but the player's volume is up.
Okay.
Hello?
You can actually go
Hello?
into, like, if you press escape, you can, the fourth one down is players, and you can adjust every individual person.
So
Oh.
Hey, can we see? Is there a way to see other people's names instead of just their numbers?
I
No.
don't understand
I think it's
why.
a lobby setting.
No.
I
Hey,
don't
Leon, can you speak real
understand
quick?
Why?
Uh-oh. Leon's
I
gone.
wonder who already has
Death.
the game. Played it multiple times.
Yeah, how do you change the
There's a
Add
thing back
Christy as
here.
a friend? Yes. Would you like to add Lethal as a friend? Yes.
You gotta actually get the items though.
I
I'm
got
bird
shit.
5.
Louis.
Oh wow.
Oh, I can make it full screen.
I'm
Boo.
bird 26.
Boo.
I'm thinking
Okay, I have attempted to add
Leon
all of
Leon,
you as
I'm guessing
friends.
you're bird 1.
Yeah, I think I'm bird 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You're
Yeah.
just super
Everybody,
quiet for me.
sound off
Yeah, you're
one
quiet
at a
as-
time.
Why am I
Why?
quiet?
I don't
You're
know.
super
I'm
quiet.
soft
But
deafening
I no, I
right now
have
because the dual audio is gonna fuck me up.
well, most of us
Yeah.
Can you
have it.
actually
Oh,
hear
you know
my
what? Here, let
keyboard?
me turn the amplifier up. How's
I can
that?
hear-
How's
Oh,
I
that's
hear
so
you
much
way
better.
That's good.
Hi, Senia. Senia, I am shocked that you didn't sign up
Hi,
to play with us.
Cynthia.
This is basically Among Us just with geese.
How do
What do you mean
I
basically? It is.
customize my? Oh,
It's Goose
Oh,
Among Us.
you gotta find. Is it this thing over here? This thing over here, I think. Yeah.
Is this too
What
loud?
color is everyone?
then okay.
I can't.
Okay, I think that's fine.
I can't tell
Test,
which way the
test.
sensitivity is going.
I can hear you.
I
Oh,
don't understand
said
why
test.
the names are not showing. Is this something that I did wrong?
I don't
I
know.
don't think so. I don't know.
Where's the list
Wait.
of things that I've? Oh, okay, I found it.
No, because we need our names. We need our names.
I have 0 things.
All right,
Perfect.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna back out of this room and try again.
That's fine.
Crispy.
That's okay.
Did
Who's
you
bird
steal
number
green,
5?
Crispy? Are you 26?
No,
I'm bird number
I'm
5.
26.
Crispy, you are.
All right, we're gonna try this again. I'm gonna turn my volume back up over here. All right, play.
Well, I can be lime green. That's more on brand anyway.
Okay,
Purple.
post game.
All right.
Alright, Gerald, you
how
can
do I
have
now?
the
Oh, there it
Classic
is.
game.
No, lime
Okay.
green. Oh,
Okay, so
And now
take
I
2.
want
Lime green's fine.
Victorian. We're gonna assume 12. Okay, that just was
I'm
gonna come in.
waiting.
Oh, thank you, Lily Gilly. Now, wait a second. There are
Crispy's bird
there are no
20.
other options. The only thing I can do is how many people and public or private. Oh,
I
wait.
like how everyone.
Oh, I bet you it's privacy mode.
We all said we'd soft deafen, and then everyone hard deafened.
Well, I
soft
soft deafened, but then I also turned it
Yeah.
back up when I left the game.
Yeah, yeah.
People, some people just don't understand that soft deafening means that your Fugi still works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
I
not what I
don't know
wanted
what
to
that
do.
means.
For example.
Okay,
She heard me.
undeafened.
She
Hi.
heard me.
I didn't hear you.
Good,
I
good.
might have forgotten that how to soft deafen.
You right
Or
click
y'all
on the
like
headphones.
Yeah, right click on headphones and crank the slider down.
Ah,
All right, new
I'm a
game
little
code is
stupid.
in chat.
Okay.
Okay, can't do that now though, because we're not in it yet.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. How to show nickname in Goose?
Goose duck.
We
Goose
got it.
Duck.
It
Oh, you got it?
No.
Goose duck.
How
How
to show
Oh,
nicknames
names are
in
in
Change it.
Goose
Well,
Duck
Oh,
working
no, not
2025 ChatGPT.
See, what happens is
Hey.
I click privacy mode thinking that that was, like private game. But in fact, what it did was get rid of everybody's names.
Leon, you might want to lower your amplifier just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Now, are
Put
you
it-
being
put it
sarcastic
down.
with that just a little bit?
Just a little bit.
How about now?
How do you change the way you look?
That's fine.
You come up here.
Oh,
Everybody
Crispy.
come up here. You see this little box? This treasure box?
Oh.
You can change your color and your clothes and your pet.
How's
I
Louis
deserve
sound
to be
for
green.
Dragon!
I think there's
Dragon,
But I'll be
aren't you
pink.
supposed to
That's
be
fine.
in here, Dragon?
how's Louis
Crispy.
sound?
Wait,
for
how do you
volume?
change your color? What the hell?
Okay, so
You
there's
click the
so
unstruck.
when you go into the little
No,
box,
And purple.
okay, and then
Uh-huh.
there's a
Says,
rainbow
how
thing
loud
coming
is
out of the
Louis?
mouth.
Oh.
A paint
Oh, I
brush.
see. Okay.
Oh,
What was
Yes.
Loud, though.
oops. Where's
I
the
don't have anything to wear.
individual
I still didn't
volume?
hear
Is
you.
there not individual
There is.
volume?
No, there
sliders?
is.
Press escape.
There is.
Press
it's in
escape,
players.
and on the fourth one down is players.
Louis.
Oh. I see.
Okay, so like, turn you down a smidge.
Dang.
Lethal
'Cause you're
loud as
always
hell.
really
I know. I'm sorry.
Is loud.
Not surprised.
lethal.
Oh,
I'm
let me
turning
turn my
you down.
amplifier down too first. I turned it up in the last one because I wasn't sure. Let me. Is this
Lethal
better?
also is the one with the, yeah, hold on, say
Do
something
the
else.
water behind me? Do you hear
Check,
Bella's
check.
water bowl?
No.
No.
Chino, can
Okay.
you say something?
Huh? What?
Speak.
No, I don't want to be identifiable.
Get
Say
inside.
the little brown fox for me.
A
Little brown fox.
Crispy, say the little brown fox.
The little brown fox. I said.
Crispy gets turned up.
Crank crispy.
The little brown
Ism.
fox. Why do I have
Yeah,
an
what's
X
up?
next to
It's
my
your
name?
turn to say the little brown fox.
The little brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Come on, you guys are only saying half the saying.
I only need half the
Ah.
saying. Louis, speak.
The brown fox.
Okay. Gonna
Not
turn you
ready.
up a little
Fox.
bit.
Oh. Thank you, X.
Okay. So, all right.
The quick
wait.
brown fox jumps over the lazy yellow dog.
All right. Hold on.
What's this number mean?
Dragon did not answer why he is not in here. Oh, you guys can fart, by the way.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Ow.
there's somebody is doing it quite a bit, but yes, there is farting. I don't remember
Yeah.
what key fart is. Oh, there it is.
I think it's F.
I figured it out immediately.
F for
It's
fart.
like It's like Zort all over again.
That's so dumb. I love it.
So,
You can
is
also
everybody
turn
the
them off.
color that they want to be?
I mean,
Yeah.
this ain't dark enough, but it works. It's the only orange they have.
You'll eventually be able
Oh,
to
you can
buy
click
clothes
to
and stuff.
move to your mouse cursor. Fascinating.
I have
I
already
hate
done-
mouse cursor
Oh, you
movement.
can
Where do
just
we-
hold
Oh my
it
God.
Do I go down here?
The whirlpool
Run
of
it.
dust.
No, that's the change world.
Gerald, are you ready? Are you
That's
gonna hit
the
Oh, I
change
should
Sure.
ready up too.
Oh, right. Is there a
this?
beatdown button?
There's a murder button.
There you
And
go.
now,
Okay. Now you have all been told what it is, and you can hear in proximity. Hi, Lethal.
Hi.
Captain. Okay. Okay. What is... Oh, here we go. Somebody pulled the bell thinking that it was a task, didn't they?
I hope it wasn't me.
No.
I would like to mention the fact that Hoyt has joined the Discord chat.
Should we go ahead and throw some sauce out there? Crispy was
Hoyt!
eyeing me weird.
I didn't even know Hoyt was gonna come. No, yes I did.
Well,
yes I
wanted
did.
to say Leon is red, and it's his
Shin.
birthday,
I'd
so
like to
he's
say,
probably the imposter.
Lethal has no idea
Shin
what she's
was,
doing unless she did the tutorial.
in the
and
bank, and I
all
talked to
this
the bank, and they said they were just robbed.
Hey, you
What?
need
No,
to
I
do
didn't say
it.
I was
How do you
wrong.
skip? Oh, there's skip. I found it. Don't worry, guys. I did the tutorial.
Oh,
Fear not.
there is
Okay, I
imposter.
hope no one actually gets booted.
Crispy, I did not vote for you.
Gerald
I swear.
actually voted for me.
I
What the
swear it
fuck?
wasn't
Wait,
me.
no, I
I voted
didn't.
for no
No, I
one.
didn't.
No, that
I
was me.
skipped.
Wait, we'll pick you up on the next one. Wait, where was I going? Wait, where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay, I can go down here and to the right. Hello, ma'am. Oh, smack. No, smack. Smack. No, I missed! Smack. 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 Learn your lesson. Hi, Crispy.
Hi, Leon.
Hi. You might be a little too quiet. I might have to turn you up.
Oh, there's a
You
duck down
definitely
there.
did
Give
not
him
just
a
hear me
fortune?
abusing a mouse.
A what?
A mouse.
It said do tasks. What does that mean?
Okay, so hit tab,
There we go.
and you see all those
Uh-huh.
yellow dots?
Oh.
Those are tasks you have to do.
Oh. Okay. Now I know.
Dad, we only just got in here.
Thank you, Leon.
We only just got in here. We told everybody they didn't have to do the tutorial because it was just like Among Us, and yet nobody knows how to do anything. They can't even open their maps. Time to clean the boat. Time to clean the boat. Just what I wanted to do on my birthday. Spend all this time cleaning. Not even my mess. Do I? That is the wrong key. Do I have like one of those costume cubes going, and I just earned some points for it? Because that would be hilarious. Because I haven't played this game since the one time I played it and didn't realize I was even the killer and didn't kill anybody. Hi, Tism.
I'm whacking bugs.
Are you? I'm not
priest
even
got
sure
mad at me
where I am.
'cause I didn't
Oh,
give
we're in
enough
Ye Olde
money.
Tavern. I need to go next door to the mayor's office. Don't I? In the corner. Oh, I've got a fluff pillows. What am I? This guy's fucking maid? Jesus. I had to use my trigger finger for that.
Okay.
Hi.
Don't kill me.
Oh, well, now that you said that, I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I've got to do it.
Oh,
You told me not to,
Leon's
now I
gonna
gotta
kill
do
me.
it.
Hey, Shino, Leon's gonna kill me.
He can't hear you.
Leon's gonna kill me. Leon's gonna kill me. I don't know where the bell is. Leon's gonna kill me.
He asked for it, everybody.
Fuck.
He asked for it.
I said don't kill me.
Which is exactly why. Is exactly why you've got to die.
Oh,
You
Leon's
assumed.
gonna kill me.
You assumed because I'm
Hey,
red.
everybody, hey,
You assumed
everybody.
because I'm red that I would make you dead. So now I
No.
must. Actually, no.
Maybe run faster.
I've caught up to you
If you're-
several times.
Figured it out.
You went into a building.
Leon was chasing me and he was gonna kill me.
We have dead
I don't
Louis and
people.
Lethal are dead.
Louis, Lethal.
Alright,
Tism's laughing.
Leon didn't kill me, so.
I was with
Leon,
talking about.
well, he likes you better.
I was behind the both of you.
Tism, why are you so quiet?
Yeah, Tism.
No,
Tism.
My alibi, I was teaching about semi.
What is wrong with your
You're right. Oh,
microphone,
no.
Tism?
I don't know, it keeps breaking.
Shit, I didn't
Squeeze the
think about
connection.
Crispy
I think it was
about semi-automatic revolver.
All right, I'm gonna
Well, that's valid.
turn Tism off.
There's
I was
a Webley
just with
Fosbury in
Tism.
the warehouse at the bottom of the map.
Ooh, I want one of those.
Bye, Tism.
What the fuck?
I was just with Tism.
Oops. That wasn't him. It wasn't him. Oh, that is it.
You
Oh
were
my
the last one
god.
Played Among Us.
Hi, baby. Wait, which way is this water flowing? Okay, I want it to flow up.
Just do it.
There we go. Tell me, baby. Did you? You did. You did.
So, do you know who the killer is, Tism?
No, was
It's
genuinely
Shino.
warehouse. It is?
It's Shino.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
I
they
was
killed me and
genuinely-
Lethal
I
in the same place.
I genuinely was teaching Crispy about the Webley Fosbury.
What the hell? How do you do this task? Wait, can the ghosts talk to each other?
Yeah,
Yeah.
ghosts can talk to each other.
Yeah, Shino murdered me in cold blood.
Damn, it's
What?
Wait, how
What
do
am
you
I
do the
trying to
little
do?
person task?
You
Right?
can't do tasks as a ghost.
Yeah,
No,
Yes,
you can.
I can't.
I did two already,
I've been
bestie.
doing fine.
It does say fake, so I think it's just something to keep me active.
Fake. Oh,
No,
it does
I'm
say
actually completing-
fake.
I need to like
I-
learn how to do them though. You
Well,
know,
yeah.
because
I
I'm
remember
god
I
awful.
remember which ones I had, so I'm actually doing.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are like doing
Okay.
puzzles.
Leon?
What?
Shino killed you in the same spot. He killed me
Yeah.
and Lethal.
Wait, you were killed in the same place
Yeah,
I was
if you
killed?
go to the.
Yes.
Did I
Shino
win?
won.
Wait, I'm screaming.
Shino
Shino,
killed
incredible
all of us in
job.
the same
Shino.
spot.
Congratulations.
Wait, how did I
Shino.
not see your body?
I was a little
Hoyt,
further down.
the game code is in chat, VC chat.
Good. I hope I never get that role ever again.
I have anxiety.
So here's the thing,
I'm
guys.
serious. I genuinely was teaching Crispy about a gun.
About
No, I cleaned a gun too.
so when it comes
It was
to
crazy.
when it comes to killers, there's just the classic one of us is a killer kind of thing, right? But then there's also like
Other roles.
100 different types of killers.
So I got
What do you
a
mean you're
mission
skipping this
to
one?
open crates with a crowbar, and it wasn't working for me.
Okay, classic.
How do you do
One
that?
down.
You just
Who's
open
fun?
it.
That's what I was trying to
Dine and
figure out.
dash.
with the magic.
Trick or treat. Pass
Also-
grade.
Click on it.
Tastes
Also,
like
all
chicken?
of my like
Tastes like
sliders,
chicken.
All right, we're gonna
like
try.
any sliders, I can't just slide. It just jumps to where my mouse is. So I think something's fucked up.
Okay,
Oh.
no problem, Hoyt.
No, sometimes sliders are just.
We're gonna try draft mode. Now, draft mode is a little different. It's going to assign you a random number, and when your turn comes up, you're going to be given 3 choices. 2 of them will be roles that you can take, and there will be a short description of what the role is. And the third one is random. Okay?
That's too many words. I didn't get a chance.
Third one is
We
I
what?
didn't either.
Something.
You're going to choose your role. You yourself are going
I
to
do
choose
pick.
your role. Lethal,
Maybe I'll
Tism,
pick
ready up.
Liz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I like your little guy behind you, Leon. I think
Hey,
that's very
I'm
fun.
gonna leave.
Oh,
Huh?
Oh,
He said
Oh.
leave.
Yeah.
Gerald's
Didn't
leaving and
come back.
rejoining.
I'm
should we
assuming
unready?
he's coming
Are we
back.
waiting?
No, let's ready.
Yeah, he's resetting his thing. Because
I
apparently
capped.
his sliders don't work, even though the sliders are just kind of click to place sliders.
Oh,
wait,
no.
His sliders are just.
I've never seen games have so many problems. So
So
you like
Excuse me.
my little pet, but have you noticed my outfit is like a witch hunter, and I've got like raven skulls on my shoulders?
Is Leon's mic cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That's a great way to use the.
All right, if I bring it closer, does it work?
Yes.
Yeah.
You could also just turn up.
Blaringly loud now.
What do you mean?
You're like peeking a
ears are-
little bit.
It's impossible
Okay.
for me to. Well, I guess
Jesus
in OBS.
Christ!
Oh!
Oh my God, Tism!
That was the loudest thing I've ever heard. Hold on.
Thank you, Hoyt.
And people say my microphone is
Yeah,
shit.
you heard
My
it that
ears.
time.
My widow ears.
I turned
Yeah.
up my sensitivity for the microphone, and it also jumped the amp up to 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Luxurious.
All right, Gerald, did you hear we're doing draft this time?
I'll figure it out live. It's
Okay.
not a big deal.
We'll do it live.
What are we? What are we? Don't be one. Fuck!
Do not tell people what your number is. Do not tell people what your number is.
I'm so dead.
I-
The classic crispy move.
My number is 6.
I was number 1 actually, so that's
I'm
ironic.
34.
No, quit lying. I was number 1.
No, 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 no. I'm
Oh,
Dirty
you
Dan.
could hear me.
I am Forticus. Eat the sports candy.
Ooh.
No, I'm Dirty
Is Hoyt
Dan. No,
not?
I'm Dirty
Yeah.
Dan.
And
No,
also
he's
Why
dead?
does it matter if you knew what number I am?
Who's mayonnaise? Pretty dang.
No, I didn't click in time. It gave me a random.
Wow, on your birthday?
I know.
Canadian.
That's hurtful.
Some of these perks are weird.
Canadian.
The Canadian.
Canadian.
The Canadian automatically announces their own death.
Okay, okay. I'm ready to do my tasks.
Hello.
Hello? Okay, I'm going this way.
Why are you running away from me, Lethal? Why are you running away?
What do you mean?
Why are you
I
running
don't
away
know.
from me,
Why?
Lethal?
Are you gonna do something?
Are
Are you gonna do something to me?
are you
Are you gonna do
profiling me for
something to
being red?
Are you
Are
gonna
you
do
also
something to
profiling me for being
What
red?
do you mean? No,
Are
you're
you?
just saying that
Are
because I'm
you?
gray.
Are you?
Are
At
you?
two.
Are you? Are you?
I don't even know about the pigeon. And I sneezed on them. Wait, is it in here? Is this? Oh, a gavel? What a weird attack. Oh, hi, Louis. Okay, we gotta go into the barber
Still
shop.
burgly.
Oh, okay. This goes here. And this goes here. And this goes here. And this goes here. This goes here. And this goes here. Yay! Speak to the priest? The f would I do that? Do I have a task in here? I don't. Oh, wait. Got something down here. What's this? Tentacles. Hi, Louie.
Oh.
I am cleaning my gun. I think. Oh, I don't think
Gonna
that.
kill you, Leon.
Yeah, like you did
Gonna kill
last
you.
time. Like you did last time.
Gonna kill you.
Like you did last time.
Womp womp.
Traitor. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. Smack. No! Smack. 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 Oxford drinks Nelson and C. Murdoch's miracles. Alright, where are we going? I gotta go down here to the police station. Hitchism. Crispy! No! Shino! No!
I tried to click on the box puzzle. I didn't even see a body.
Last
you
I left
find?
Shino, they were with Leon.
I don't know.
Last
apparently
I
found a
left
body in the
Shino,
warehouse.
he was with Louie.
I haven't seen Shino this whole round.
Well, it was me and Shino yelling at each other about he was gonna kill me, and I was like, yeah, like last time, you're sleeping on the couch. And Louie was there the whole time.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No.
I don't know. Leon was accusing me pretty hard at the beginning of this game, and it was a little scary. I was nervous. I was a little nervous about it.
Yeah, I was chasing you
No,
around because you ran away.
No, I was up
And I
for
was just
drink.
saying, if are you judging me on my
See that
color?
Crispy is also dead?
No,
Alright.
I was taught to shoot first, ask questions later.
Uh-huh.
That's valid.
What the hell?
I didn't even know I found the body until I found the body.
Guys, these maps are so big.
Maybe we want to try like the classic
Okay,
map.
I'm going this way.
Lethal.
No, I'm not. I'm going this.
All right, what's in here? Oh, I got a pour. That magic pitcher didn't go down at all. Did tasks reset or something? Oh, okay. Do that. Do that. Do that. Play ball and the rest of it. I gotta go down. And in the bank. What do I gotta do? Yay! Thank you for the money, sir. Oh, now I've got to use that to bribe a cop? Cool. Hey, Captain. No! Not you! Where did he come from? I bet there's a body. Oh, I gotta do that. There we go. Hey, Gerald. I saw...
So annoying.
Oh my
These maps are
god.
Sorry, Leon. Happy birthday, Leon!
I
Happy
was
birthday!
sure it was Louis!
Shot me with a
Gerald,
pepper box.
I was
How good
so close to killing you. I was trying to back out of the menu because I was the sheriff.
So close.
Yeah, damn it. I thought it was
Close
Leon
yet
though.
so
I was gonna.
far.
I said out loud, if I see Leon, it's on site.
It wasn't me. I was the
It wasn't. I would
coroner.
have died.
Hoyt's
too.
here. Hi, Hoyt.
Hi, Hoyt.
Hi, Hoyt.
Hi, Hoyt.
Hoyt
you
obviously
gotta
knows how
say
to
the
change
brown
his character
fox.
settings.
Hoity, hoity, hoity. Fix your damn microphone,
No,
Hoyt.
it's children.
Oh, here. I'm gonna grab some water.
I wish
Fix your damn microphone, children.
How do you get
Is
stuff?
Hoyt children?
No.
Apparently.
Now, where's the caveman? What kind of caveman? Caveman. Who shop?
I
Wait.
still
Ooh.
don't
Hoyt,
fucking
are they
work.
accurate at least?
Oh, that's real money.
So something's
Louis has
something's
to go feed
definitely
his
fucked
dogs.
with
He
my
will be
game.
right back.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot that your
Hoyt, are
pets
your kids
actually
at least
have
accurate?
uses.
Oh, your little guy has a use.
Yeah.
Your little
There's a
side
lot of-
boy.
Pay to win.
You can be a
Running
shark
up a
or a
candy.
unicorn.
I can be purple.
Oh
wait,
my
I have
God.
enough
See the
money to
shark.
gamble.
I don't know if y'all heard that.
It's in the
went up to
goose
get water.
shop. Did you drop
went up to get
water?
water. No, I went up to get water only to realize that the door to my apartment has just been open. And I was like, Bella went out. I know. And I was like, Bella went out there. And so I ran into the hallway and I was like saying her name. She's nowhere. I come back inside. She's just laying on the bed. What a bitch. But yeah, no, the door was just open. I guess it didn't close all the way because I had to bring a package inside earlier. But what the fuck,
Oh
dude?
my
Just asking
god.
to be murdered in our
I am.
I don't understand why there's no clothes showing up.
That is available to you. I got a currency you can't even use.
I don't see any clothes.
I don't
But I
either. I
also-
think maybe it's broken.
Yeah, I got a currency that all the stuff you can buy with it aren't even in the game yet.
Oh.
Well, usually as soon as you go
I-
into
I
customize,
gambled
there's
for
like
it, and it just
pages and
doesn't come-
pages of shit that you can buy for the silver coins.
Oh, look at this.
Well-
He played the tutorial.
Ooh.
Yeah,
don't know what
Lethal and
that
I did too.
Wait, that's a
Lethal
story.
and-
What did I
Lethal and
get?
Oh, you got to
also
turn
played
censoring
the-
off yourself.
I did. I got a little fedora actually. Hold on, do y'all want to see it,
Oh,
miladies?
yeah. How did you get a
Hold
photo?
on.
I didn't
Neko!
get
Because I played the
No.
tutorial.
like,
Oh wait, where'd it go? Where'd
If,
it go?
if
Oh,
you
oh, there.
hurry, you can get in on this
Milady?
game.
Milady, milady.
Well, you're supposed to turn off the censoring yourself in your own
Follower is censored.
gameplay. Yeah, gameplay. Very top thing under miscellaneous settings.
Oh, how do you even...
Censor chat. In fact, I think it. No, I probably turned mine off. Probably not on.
Let's see. What do you say? Yeah, tell me why my model's broken and it won't laugh or do it. I don't know why it's like this today.
Oh, whose typewriter is that? Oh my god.
Yeah, we're set in
now I feel
olden
like
times,
making a
so
typewriter
we're
out
playing
of
on typewriters instead
Oh,
of
speaking
keyboards.
of, did you guys want to try a different map?
It doesn't show me that I can go to.
Don't
any-
matter to me.
No, I have to move
So you're the
us.
birthday boy.
I
You're
see.
the freaking
Yeah,
birthday boy.
we can do
Well, I
whatever
heard
we
somebody
want.
say that the maps are too big for the number of people we have. So.
Oh. I don't know if they're too big for. Well, maybe they are because I've never seen a. They're pretty big.
You know what? Why don't we go?
Or is there a.
Why don't we go to the original map? Everybody follow me. It'll ask you if you want to follow me, and you say yes.
Okay.
Oh, what do you mean?
Hello.
Ah. Oh.
You found us.
Oh, this is a new room. I see. I did. Okay. Who's dad? Hello.
Artemis! Hello.
Oh.
Hi there.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
And it's not too loud. Okay, hang on. I have to go grab my meds because my timer went off. I'll be right back.
Oh god, what time is it? Oh no, I still got an hour and a half. I'm good. I'm so glad you could make it.
That is a good question. What time is it? Oh, damn.
Where
it's been
did
2
everybody
hours
else
since I ate
go?
pizza.
Drink water.
Uh-oh.
Become
It's been 2 hours since
Yes,
I ate
sir.
pizza.
How did only 3 people make it to the ship? I told them to click follow.
Louis is stuck in loading hell.
Oh. Crispy was stuck in loading hell before, so maybe that's where she is. But where's
I'm surprised I
everybody?
got in here like immediately.
So, have you ever played before, Artemis?
It's just Duck Among Us
Honk,
with
honk.
extra steps. Look,
Everyone else
trying to.
forewent the tutorial except for Hoyt.
I'm trying and failing to.
Wait, where did everyone go? Did people
That's
not
what
follow
I've
us
been
here?
saying. How come only 3 people made it in
Oh,
here?
Louis says they're stuck in loading hell, so maybe others are too.
Yeah, I saw that,
Oh my gosh, when I
Please.
fart, there's a little Christmas box. Wait, I love it.
I have an angel when I fart.
Oh, the changing room. Yeah, Crispy's stuck too, yeah. They're all just stuck in loading.
Shino, there wasn't a code. You were just supposed to follow me.
the unbeat farting.
The audio beatbox farting.
So I posted a new code in the VC chat. Apparently, when I changed rooms, the code did change.
Oh.
Oh, look at Fancy Pants here with the red shirt.
I know.
Oh no, not a red shirt.
You're like Leon's inverse right now.
Oh god.
Game's so busted.
They don't have
Like
cat
my
ears.
pussy.
This
At least I don't
game
have
is
cat
so
ears.
fun.
I'm in.
Okay,
Oh,
let's see.
Hoy!
We got
Hackers.
Tism.
Hacker
Tism,
voice.
why are you
I'm
white?
in.
You can't just ask someone why they're white.
Somebody
Oh my god. Where's Crispy? God damn it,
I
Crispy.
cannot handle all 3 of you up here.
How come I've got access to all of the like? Oh,
You
I'm
guys
just
need
viewing.
to
I'm
frick
not
Yeah,
off.
you can
modifying.
view, but you can't move us.
No!
You can look
No!
at it.
Leon, that was a
Yo.
great quote.
Y'all get out of here.
No, 'cause I'm from Iowa.
Hi, Molly Sue.
Okay, Shino.
Let's see.
Where's Crispy?
I don't know.
My
Crispy,
dogs
where's
are
the
all-
hell?
all
Crispy!
Oops.
Crispy.
Artemis, most of these people do not know you. Did you want to introduce yourself?
That's a good point. No one knows me here either. Hi, I'm Shino.
Who the fuck doesn't know Shino when I talk about her constantly?
Oh, did you? Exactly. You see it? My point.
I know you enough, and I've only interacted with you 2 times.
They
I
can't
think
get
I've
him to
met
come
most
to
of y'all.
anything. Crispy!
But I'm Ethan.
Yay!
Oh, did Christy get in?
Oh yeah.
Yay!
I was
Woo!
just getting
Everybody loves
that
me.
administrated.
Leon,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
All right, everybody, click ready up.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
I'm ready.
What is this?
I'm
What is
ready.
this number?
This one I have the same
What
brain
numbers,
cell.
Mason?
And
What do
I
they mean?
number. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Suka bleh.
I'm number 420.
Hey.
Hey, 69.
Hey.
I'm gonna be a Canadian this time.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
And I'm not even gonna say sorry.
Was the Canadian the last one killed last game?
Shoot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh.
I
It's 'cause
was
they're
I
nice
was
to
left
everyone.
alive,
Favoritism.
I should have
and I was a
killed.
politician.
I should have chosen.
Bandit, stop it!
Louis being mauled by a puppy.
I should have chosen what was in front of me.
Bird
Jesus
watcher.
Christ!
You a stalker?
Bird watcher. Dun 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 dun. I think it reset all my volumes.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. No, it didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a mimic.
Shut up.
Well, what's the mimic do?
What do you think the mimic does?
I feel like that one's pretty damn self-explanatory.
Hello. La la la. La la. Ooh, is that like a giant fucking battery? How small are we? Alright. See, we gotta go down and to the right. Down and to the right. Neko, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Hey, Tism. Oops. Oh. Oh, am I supposed to be shooting something? Bam! Bam! Oh wow, I failed. Yay! I am a sharpshooter. Why is this thing pointing me in this direction? What's going on?
How come?
Body!
No, you know what? That's sick. I was Fate's bodyguard, and who killed them? Was it? Oh shit, who killed them? Who did I miss? Oh no, I was so busy.
Well, I'm
Was it
voting
Tism?
lethal.
I think it was Tism. No, it was not me. I was supposed to be protecting Hoyt, and I fucked up. But my body was in between his. No, I think it was Tism. This is crazy. This is terrible
It's
too.
not
I was
hard.
trying.
What color did you see?
Who was over there?
I don't
Yeah,
remember. It had to have been Tism though. I'm like
I'm voting.
90% sure it was Tism.
You don't forget. I'm voting Leaf. This is a self-report.
No,
She's way
okay,
too
no, this
smart.
is so bad. I tried to report the body by hitting E, but it's not E, it's
No, it's R.
Yeah, I messed that up.
Oh, okay.
Fuck! And Hoyt trusted me with his life.
Hold on. With that
No.
said, how do rolls work? Because I choose something and I didn't even get what I chose.
No.
Well,
this
you
is
gotta
pain.
read the description.
I don't know. I don't know how to choose it either.
This is hard.
Am I crazy?
It's okay.
No,
I
didn't
deserve
get
to
what I
die.
thought I wanted either.
Is there a...
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh,
Wow. That's pain.
I
That's
kind
pain,
of
and
don't
y'all-
think it was actually a self-report.
Well, she might have been a killer. Who knows? We might have more than one. Yay! I dumped the garbage. All right, now how do I? I'm over here. How do I get over there? Can I go this way? No, I cannot go this way. Can I go this way? I can go this way. Oh. Fire X. X gear. Fire and that. Fire and that. And there and there. Okay. Yay! Avian carcass found. Right, Shino. Who was it?
I don't. What was it? Is it the room right outside of where you fluff the eggs? I think it's like up top.
Where you
I could check
fluff
that.
the egg.
Crew quarters.
Crew
Specifically,
quarters.
right to the left side of the medical.
Oh, all the way
I
at the
was
top?
in the bridge.
So it's at the left top corner of medical.
Left top corner of medical.
I did not see anybody else. I had no clue.
I think it's Tism.
Tism? What'd you say? You think it's who?
I think it's Tism. Lethal
Okay,
was so
that
sure
works
it
for
was
me.
Tism.
That works for me. It's Leon. I got a feeling. I don't know who it is.
It's clearly me.
Oh. Well, it wasn't Tism. But you know what? He also didn't speak up for himself. Or maybe he did and his mic wasn't working again. This other room. Be some more wandering around. Find some people or some bodies. What is this? Oh, that's weird. I don't have a whole lot of people left. I haven't seen anybody in forever. Where are they? Hello? Oh, hi, Gerald. That was the most lackluster I've ever heard. I'm just looking for
You're gonna
bodies.
kill me, aren't ya?
I'm not here to kill you. I'm looking for bodies.
Yeah, that's what someone who was gonna kill me would say. You're looking for bodies. Why are you chasing me?
Where'd you go? Where is everybody and who is still left alive? I don't even remember. We killed Tism. And we killed Lethal. No!
Wow. Wow. Goose victory.
Oh.
Lethal.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Was that us?
Wait,
Did
how
we
did
win?
that happen?
Wait,
Yes,
who
the
won?
good guys
How
won.
did that actually happen?
Oh, okay.
The sheriff killed Leon.
Oh,
nice.
Sarah.
The
Tism,
second I
you
didn't
are
see,
super quiet.
Hold on, Tism. I couldn't hear you.
Didn't see Gerald
Lethal.
Leon
You
anymore.
were
Yeah.
between
Oh no, he
me and
died.
Hoyt.
Okay.
Tism,
Wait.
you are super quiet.
You walked through me.
I walked through you to
I
kill
was
him
gonna
because
say,
it said
I was
got
like, that
bonus
doesn't make-
points if I did.
I literally
And
saw
then
you
I
walking at
accidentally-
him
Yeah.
threateningly, and I was like, let me get behind me, Hoyt. And you just
Tism,
passed
turn
by
your
me.
damn mic
Get
up.
I
that-
accidentally killed Crispy, but apparently there's friendly fire.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes, there's 100%
Tism
friendly
murdered
fire.
me.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
I was a mimic, and I
didn't
thought
see
the
who it was. I just saw movement, and I hit space, and then I saw it was Crispy, and I was just like, fuck.
That's so
Get
funny.
down,
Could
Mr.
have won,
President.
Chisholm. We
middle.
could have
I thought
won
that's
together.
what killed me.
But yeah,
I
no,
was
I
the
saw a thing
first
that
to
said I got bonus
die.
points if I killed Hoyt, so I immediately started searching for Hoyt.
God damn it.
I was just like, I want those points.
I want them points.
I don't blame you.
I
Oh,
only
how do
got
you
20+5.
choose? Okay, when it has you pick a thing,
You gotta
I don't
remember to,
you gotta what?
you gotta hit confirm.
Oh, I haven't seen that pop up. Okay.
Yeah, it's the yellow button at the bottom middle of the screen whenever you pick
Oh,
one.
so you pick it and then hit confirm.
Yeah, you
Got
gotta
it.
confirm.
Oh, wait. You know what,
Ism,
guys? Hold
you
on.
are
I might
pretty
be able to fix
quiet.
my problem.
Yeah, I turned the tism up on my players.
Turn the
list.
tism up.
Wisdom with
Turn
the
the
tism.
tism up.
Turn
My
the
tism's at
up.
9,000!
I firmly believe everybody has a little bit of tism, and some people need more tism.
Real.
The government
Wisdom-
requires more autists to bring back the train system.
Who clicked
Wisdom with the
themselves
tism.
off? Gerald, where'd you go?
Gerald went to fix something. Hopefully.
Children to fix what?
Gerald said, I think I know what my
It's
problem is.
Hey, 69.
Hey,
My audio keeps cutting off after a certain.
that's the sex number.
People, I
Hey.
hope you know there was nothing you could have done to stop me from
No,
going
there really wasn't, and you know what? That's
There-
valid. I was
yeah.
just hoping to be in the way.
I was on a mission, and when you told me I could get extra gambling points, I was gonna.
I shouldn't have said shit. I didn't realize it would give you extra points either.
Yeah.
Alright, I
And
gotta,
you
I
know what's
gotta disconnect,
hilarious?
reconnect one last time, but this should be
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Hoyt and I were chatting
It's
after the
alright,
fact.
stream
You get-
model.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, I didn't-
Yeah, Hoyt and I
I
were
didn't realize
chatting
the
after the
full
fact,
Still here, chat.
and he was like, "Well, at least Lethal saw who killed me." It's like,
But
oh,
yeah, so if you pick Hitman, it tells you at the beginning of the round a person, and it says kill them for
My
bonus
computer
points.
hates this fucking game.
And it told me Hoyt, and I
Oh.
was just like,
They were
wait,
both-
that's so
That
funny.
means I could have killed people.
Damn, you were like a
That's so
missile
funny.
coming
yeah,
straight
Leon,
at
you
me,
had the
dude.
ability to kill people after I accidentally killed Crispy.
I didn't even realize because my taskbar won't go away, so I can't see the bottom of my.
You have fake taskbar.
What?
Tag bar.
Yeah,
You had a
Raven,
fake
your
task.
stuff is fake.
No, my Windows taskbar, darling.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Louis is stupid.
Louis
We're
is
all
not
ready.
stupid.
To do later
Are we just waiting for Gerald?
We're waiting for Gerald to come
I
back.
think so.
Yep. Waiting on Gerald. I'm actually restarting my stream mod. Mouth won't move. Who knows if this will be any better?
Wonder if I have enough points to gamble. Nope.
Gamble!
Wait, I think you can
Do you have a
gamble.
mouse tool?
Number of duck. Oh.
Can you
Hang on.
Because there's different levels of gambling that you can do, right?
I'm back.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's mini, medium,
There are
big,
different levels
mega,
of gambling.
prominent.
Wow.
And mini and small, you use the unlockable currency. Anything past that, you gotta use the paid currency.
Oh, I see.
Got
Oh,
it.
if you go to the
Oh, no,
duck,
I did
the
want to have
dust shop, I can buy a little
You know
crown.
what? Give everybody a
So
little
my
bit
My
more
dust
time.
shop, my
Doesn't
dust
let it
shop
up.
still says coming
That's
soon.
fine. Okay.
Oh,
Pass this time.
Really?
I don't get the dust.
look, I am queen. I own you.
I do,
Yep.
however.
I didn't
get-
get
Bow
anything.
before me.
Maybe it's because I've died too many times. Why
Can
do
I give
have
you my
silver
fedora?
Coins? Can I redeem them? No.
Yes, you can. I think if you go to
Oh, do you have to
You
do
have to-
this crane game?
yes, you
Yeah.
have to do the crane game.
Oh.
That's how I got
You can
this
do
sick
gambling,
Like,
or
I
you
don't have
can
enough
Looted
currency.
choose what you want.
Okay.
So the gray currency, the way it works is you can either gamble, or you can save up a bunch.
You
like a
guys
few
fuck with
thousand.
9/11?
Huh?
Oh, I'm starting the game.
He's dying.
Is Dragon still here?
Was
In
Dragon
the-
here?
in the
Dragon
chat?
Dragon
wasn't
D's
here?
nuts.
I didn't think Dragon. I thought Dragon was
that
in
Dragon.
chat.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
I
I'm
thought
player
Dragon
number
was
10.
coming, but I guess maybe I mixed him
Remember
up with
to
Hoyt.
hit confirm. Remember to actually pick your things and hit
I
confirm.
forgot to hit confirm.
God
Well, we know Crispy's either player 1 or 2.
Well, if she forgot to press confirm, then she
matter?
cannot be the professional.
I don't know.
I'm the
Uh-oh,
professional.
What just
Oh,
happened?
that's so real, bestie. I'm Dirty Dan.
We have a dodo
Oh, I'm
bird.
Dirty Dan.
God, it's like a Call of Duty.
Dodo birds
Okay,
are
another random?
trying to get
It's
themselves
a
killed.
Sleeper agent thing. Wait,
Why?
the goal is to die as the dodo?
Yes, the dodo bird wants you to throw them out. And that's
Uh-oh,
how they
player-
win.
Player,
Why? Why would you
player 5 is
Interesting.
Why the fuck would you want that? Oh, player 5 was Louis.
How do you
Hello?
know?
Because
Louis
he
back?
got disconnected.
Oh no! Alexa, play Despacito.
Crispy, I feel like you'd find the video funny. Have you heard
What do you
of
mean,
Rip
soldier?
Grandma?
Have I heard of what?
Rip Grandma.
Rip Grandma? No,
There
I
was
have not heard
this
of Rip
there was
Grandma.
this streamer who their boyfriend's grandma died, so she did the Fortnite default dance while going, Rip Grandma!
Oh my god.
I'll see if I can
No, I've
find it
not
on
seen
my
that
phone and
video.
Send it in Discord.
Nice. I get a task right away. Close the door. Or open the door. Close the door. Oh, close the door to begin. Don't mind me, Chad. Open the door.
Oh.
Oh, it was an egg. I thought it was a potato. I wondered why I was putting a potato in a incubator. Could have been a little piece of bread. I don't know. Already? 2?
Guys, Lethal was really close to this body. I think it might be her.
So, by the way, we have 2 killers this
Down
time.
with Leon, and I just got to my task.
Yeah.
And so Hoyt saw the
you
whole
just
thing.
You just got to your task on Lethal.
No, Hoyt, don't do this to me. Hey, Leon, vouch for me. I just went up to do a task. You heard me.
You walked past me, that's all I know.
Yeah. But
And-
okay,
So-
Hoyt. Okay, this is bad. You
So
guys.
here-
Oh no, Louis
here's-
disconnected.
Oh no.
Crispy, it's
Last
Hoyt. I
I
need you to
saw
trust
of
me.
Chino-
I think it's Hoyt.
The last I
It's
saw
not.
of
Yes.
Chino was they walked
You
down
think it's a
past
self-report?
me.
Lethal got me killed last
Yes,
time.
I think it's a self-report. So this has nothing to do with that. You were following me suspiciously. You clocked where I went, and then you kept going. This has Hoyt written all over it.
Not a self-report.
Smells like Hoyt.
Hoyt.
No, it doesn't.
The real
Doesn't
Dodo
smell like
activities
me.
here.
It reeks.
Goodbye, Hoyt.
It reeks of Hoyt.
Hoyt is going to the farm. Dodo bird victory.
Get played.
Oh,
Get
no!
played, you suckers.
Hoyt. What do you mean by
That's so
that?
funny.
That's the funniest shit right
It
there.
was literally the perfect storm.
Crispy killed me, guys.
Also,
Crispy, and I turned to her first. Crispy, I trusted
really
you.
funny.
So, Artemis,
I killed him with my
I haven't heard you
modifiers.
talk in a really long time, so I don't know if your microphone is off or what. And Tism,
Hold on,
I
I'm gonna have
don't
to
know
turn your
how
mic
every
up.
time I turn you up, you get quieter.
Yeah, so
Wait.
Shino walked up to me when I was doing the TV and was like, "Ooh, Tism, I'm gonna kill you." So I shot them in the head.
Oh my god.
Correct
Like, as
response.
they said, "I'm gonna kill you."
I
Wait, that
think
wasn't the perfect person to
maybe,
sus though, because I was so hurt by
maybe 2
you.
killers is too many for you.
I'm sorry.
Boy, I clocked that you were the dodo the second you were.
And no one said
Like,
anything?
I did.
Oh.
No,
He's just too
Louis.
quiet to hear.
Louis,
You gotta speak
no.
louder, Tism.
You're like quarter.
No. Louis,
Why
you
am I
need
so
better
quiet?
internet.
I don't
You
know.
can't keep
Is it-
getting
I don't
kicked
know.
out
How
of
about
games
now?
like this.
Check your mic.
Wait, you're also very quiet. You need to move.
I have
How am I
Tism,
now?
Hoyt, and I have Tism, Hoyt, and
Better,
Crispy up to
maybe?
100.
I'm up.
Am
to
I good
this.
now?
This
How
is
is my
better.
volume?
Yeah, that
Oh,
sounds
much
good.
better.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm eating
Hoyt.
the microphone right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
eat
pretty
it.
good.
Yeah,
That's
you
pretty
are.
good.
Eat it,
Yeah,
eat
yeah.
it sensually.
Damn.
Lethal, are you gonna ready up?
Mouth noises.
Everybody is ready.
Get a little
though.
spit on
Lethal.
that thing.
Oh, wait.
Welcome to my ASMR.
Lethal, you gotta ready
Lethal.
up.
Lethal.
Oh shit, oh my god, guys, I'm embarrassed. I'm so
Again.
embarrassed. I'm really good at this
Oh,
game,
cool,
if any
number
of you can tell.
25. Remember to hit confirm.
Oh, fuck. Was Louis coming back in? Is Louis coming back in? It should be the same code, Louis. I'm sorry.
He'll get to spectate.
Well, when Louis said that that his internet was fucked, I thought he wasn't coming back. I'm sorry, Louis.
That's okay. We'll probably die pretty quick.
Well, I
Yeah.
changed this
Yeah,
back
this
down
will
to
go
only
fast.
one duck because that went way too fast. Well, that was
The
also
craziest
us.
part is it wasn't even the multiple killers that made it go fast.
No, it was just the
Hoyt
fact
being
that
really
it was the
flying.
perfect storm. The dodo died first, and so they win.
That
I
wasn't
gotta
good.
rewatch. I was too busy like screaming and being horrified when Crispy killed me, but
It was
the,
still funny.
like killing
how
animations
Shino
are
walked
just
up and
so
just went, "I'm
weird.
gonna kill you."
Ooh.
Hi, Artemis.
Hello.
Leon, what's up?
Hello. Well, I suppose the question is, Louis, who are you spying on? Who are you spying for? What am I supposed to do for that? Damn. That soda machine really didn't want to give me the soda. Or I'll plug it in. Yay! I'm so small. No. Reset. Wow, a giant reset button like that would be horrible on a real computer. What is this, 1992? Hurry up. Yes, yes. Alright, yay. Now, how do I get to the others? No, not here. What? What? Why am I locked? Why am I locked? I've been sabotaged. No. Let me out. Open the door. Open the door. Oh no. hello. I found lethal in the hatchery, just inside the hatchery at the very bottom left. I did not
This isn't
see.
too bad for me. We were in the bottom.
We were stuck in
Yeah.
the cargo bay for like half.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was stuck in the reactor. No, security. I was stuck in security, and I was going down through the cafeteria and found her in
where
hatchery.
you like open the doors and shit?
No. Well,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if you can open the doors in security. All I know is I was banging my beak against the door, yelling, "Open the door!"
Well, someone's fucking around with the doors, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all got stuck. I was in the
All right.
reactor.
I did not know
kinda
how to
thought
solve
that
that
was a
problem,
thing.
so I'm glad someone did.
Are we skipping?
I'm skipping.
I skipped.
I guess. All right.
Unless you know something we don't.
I don't know shit.
didn't. I was locked away.
Gerald and I spent the whole time locked in a closet together.
Exactly.
Damn.
Hey.
Hi again.
Hello. I'm going this way. No, this way? This way? Hi, Tism.
Hi, Leon.
Is this where I'm going? I think it is. Okay, here it is. Oh, no.
I'm trying to figure out if my task is...
Okay, wait. This?
Oh, it's in security. Damn it.
Oh, so I'm not clicking on this? Green. No. Okay. Okay, wait. Do I have to completely fuck up? Is that Crispy? Nope, it's Gerald.
Alright. Who killed Gerald?
You're
I
the
didn't
one who
see
found the
nobody
body.
run away from it. I know Leon was in reactors, so it could have been Leon. I walked up from hatchery into cafeteria. It was right by the top door of cafeteria. And I did see Hoyt in that general area when I left.
Oh no.
However,
So
are
you're
we
saying it's
gonna
Hoyt
We all
and
saw each
Leon?
other at the beginning.
Well, I saw you near the top of medical. However,
Now,
that's a decent distance that I covered in between.
I think Gerald and Artemis and I all started in security. And I went down.
and
I went down through
and I went
cafeteria and hatchery up into reactor, and Artemis went
I'm
up.
pretty
I
sure.
passed Artemis.
I'm pretty sure.
yeah, I went
so
up and
the
I'm pretty sure I
VIP thing,
passed
I'm pretty sure I
Crispy
found
on the
Gerald's
way to the
body
pond.
right after him.
Where was the body?
The body was at the top of cafeteria by the door.
I'm really far.
Yeah, I don't know. Because Hoyt, I did see you in that area, but it was like 45 seconds beforehand, so you'd have to just sit there for a while to do that. And it wasn't Leon, because Leon was in reactor.
Now, I was in the middle of a task. Where the fuck am I? This? Okay. Now, wait. Oh my god.
Okay, Crispy. Nice to see you right next to the carcass.
No.
Liar. You liar.
I passed you and then saw a carcass on the ground. What are you
No,
talking
I
about,
passed
liar,
you. No, I passed
No.
you. Yes. I passed
No.
you.
Are you
Hoyt.
serious right
We're
now?
in for it.
Hoyt, you were
Artemis.
with the other body
actually
and,
Hoyt this
and
time?
now. Wait, why are we playing this game? Why are you lying? Why are you trying to
Why
throw
did
me
you
under the
pass
bus?
a body? Why did you pass a body?
No, I was
dude?
running through the hallway.
You were
and I
running through
saw
the
you, and I went,
blood
"Oh my
of
god!"
a dead body on the
Ruby.
ground.
And you self-reported.
Self-report again.
Just
How are you
like
doing,
last
Ruby?
time.
Were you
That's
still gonna
not-
come in and play with
The
us?
last time I was a
We've lost
dodo and
different
trying to
people.
get caught.
No, this is the last
We're
time
gonna
you
have
reported
Louie's
the
gonna
body.
come back in, but Shino had to go, and I don't know where Kimmy is.
I think Kimmy is still moving.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, their moving date got changed last minute, so that she is packing boxes and carrying them back and forth.
Who killed?
Crispy, we were
Wait.
on the same team.
I'm
Wait, we
sorry,
have
Tism.
beef.
I thought you weren't.
No, I was asking you because I had an assault rifle.
Wait,
I was asking
I had a
if I was gonna
teammate.
go shoot him.
Yeah, it was me,
Yeah,
Hoyt.
these-
You killed me out the gate.
I'm sorry. I did commit murder, Hoyt. I'm sorry.
All I wanted to do
I'm
was
just-
eat corpses.
Crispy.
Okay,
If I had a nickel for every
no
time we
problem.
fired each other, I'd have
But
Yeah.
if
This
you
is
want to
absolute
join
chaos.
us,
I didn't know I had
the
a
code
teammate.
is in
I'm
like
sitting in the
if you come
corner
into
thinking about
DC,
what the fuck? This pain.
The roles are crazy because I have no idea what any of them do.
a while
Okay, so-
longer, I
Yeah.
think.
I don't even know if I'm a goose or a duck half the time.
I don't think
Louis,
anybody
you're
has said
echoing.
that they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Shino's the only one who left. Louis should be coming in soon.
He
I'm
forgot
hearing
to turn on
everyone.
echo cancellation.
Who?
Oh, I didn't
Louis,
turn on either. I'll do that.
Echo.
Hello.
The code is in our DC chat.
Hate it.
It's the one that starts with 92G.
I also, I didn't mean
Quack, quack, quack. Quack.
the ESP thing works really weird.
Yeah,
It
it
is
does.
really weird, but it's a fun thing.
The Raven thing was really fucked up too. For some reason, I never got enough time to actually go and kill somebody. The only time I got to kill somebody was lethal, and she was voted out.
This is the first round I've gotten to do any tasks.
I was.
All right, who
I was so
who has
happy that I
their
got the shit.
who forgot to mute in Discord because we've got a strong echo.
Oh no, Louis just echoes like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Louis has speakers. Speaker
Louis.
gaming.
I'm coming for your holy line, Louis. Jesus Christ.
What's the
I
fart
can
button
find
on
your
the controller?
pick a
What's what? I don't know.
The fart button on controller.
dust.
Oh, I think I
don't want
found it.
dust.
No.
Yeah, you can
Gerald,
get
you
it
just
for
gotta
free
learn
on
how to make
Steam.
fart noises.
Oh,
It shouldn't take too long to download. It's
I
not
think I
huge.
found it. I think I found it.
Guys, Chris.
No, I didn't.
What did you say, Lethal?
Guys, crispy fart. I saw it.
How do you even do that? I don't even know how to fart.
It's
It's
F.
the F button.
F for fart.
It's crazy that you've gotten this far in life without knowing.
Wow.
Well, you gotta remember, Crispy's a pretty girl. Pretty girls don't fart.
Yeah, pretty girls don't fart.
Now I'm ugly.
No, sorry.
Can confirm after a certain amount of time on hormones, your butthole just disappears.
Yeah.
I gotta be trans. Holy shit.
It's,
If I'd have been
like being
trans
a-
earlier in
All the
life,
reasons, that is possibly the funniest.
if I'd have been trans earlier in life, I wouldn't have fucking gone bald.
No, that's not true. I went bald immediately.
Oh.
I think my favorite video on the internet is someone like calling a bitch out for putting like mustard gas in their home. And I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
I made that viral video.
Alright, duetting. It's duetting. So he destroys her lunch by accident.
Is it?
Gas. Comes back 2
No,
years
it's Louis.
later.
Is it Louis?
Stop that.
Yeah, that's Louis.
Louis, are you eating your microphone?
Stop that.
He's twerking on the mic.
But yeah, I know the video you're talking about the whole. It's been 2 years. I'm trans now, and you're still doing this.
I think I missed a chat. Nope, I didn't. Oh, I'm alone. No, I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. Take the pen. Take the pen. Okay, click, 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 click. Sign. Good. Hi, Artemis. Please don't kill me.
Hey there.
I
I love that greeting.
I need to be near
That's
somebody.
an appropriate greeting.
I need to be near somebody. Please don't leave me.
That's not suspicious at all.
Here we go. Hello, Gerald.
No, come on.
Safety and
Come on,
numbers.
what? I'm going wherever you're going.
Yep, heading this way. I'm just following the little task arrow.
I am just trying to find a task. Hello, Tism. Hello, Louie. Oh. My childhood. Perfect. Press in case of emergency. Oh, that's the emergency button. Okay. Artemis, I lost you. Where'd you go? I thought you were following. What? Crispy?
Hel'leon.
You just popped up out of
I'm not gonna
fucking
do anything.
nowhere. You just popped up
What
out
do
of
you
fucking
mean?
nowhere. Louie?
Hello?
Why are you
Louie?
guys just standing here?
Crispy
Don't you have
Crispy
stuff to
popped
do?
up out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure she vented.
No, I definitely didn't vent.
Can
I don't
I
even know how
actually
to
be
do
heard?
that. I didn't even know there was in this game.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, is this any better?
A little bit.
You can't hear anything? What?
Well, this fucking sucks.
Louie? Can you hear us, Louie? No! You son of a bitch. Eat me. Eat me, Crispy. Oh, you're the pelican, not the vulture. Why are you not? Oh, because you're a fucking killer.
I found a body. And it was right, oh, it was Leon, wasn't it? Leon was with Louis. Right in front of me.
Where were you? I was at nuclear. No, I was engines.
The room that has the cooking pot.
You can open the.
But in the hallway. Oh, the
cafeteria?
map?
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Past in the hallway above the cafeteria.
Right.
Leon said Crispy vented, and I went to go do tasks.
I think it's Artemis.
I don't even know how to vent.
I don't
Because I've been so quiet this whole time.
That's part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm vote. How do I vote? Oh, we're in discussion. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm going with Artemis. Yeah.
Oh, bullshit.
Because I know it's not me, and I don't think Crispy's self-reporting.
Oh, great. 4 votes in 4 different
Oh.
places.
Oh no.
Oh, they got thrown in jail.
What is this?
They're in jail.
Hey, Leon.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Louis thought it was you and shot.
Louis says in chat that he forgot what his role was and that he could kill.
Yeah. So Crispy bored 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Pelican is amazing, isn't it?
The beginning of the round, I look at Crispy. We spawn in the same room, and I just go, Crispy, are you gonna kill me this time? Crispy goes, no. I'm like, all right, cool. We have an agreement. I don't have the ability to kill you. You won't kill me. 5 minutes later, I get eaten. And also, Hoyt is the one who is actually supposed to be killing people, and it's really funny. 'cause
Yeah,
he didn't
I was
kill
just
anyone.
about to kill Crispy. I was 2 seconds away from killing Crispy, and she ate me. And I'm like, what the heck is going on?
When we were in Crispy's stomach, we were being like, eat Louis. Leon will not notice. It will be funny.
Oh no, I was Avenger, so if I had witnessed it, I would have been able to kill for like 10 seconds.
Oh my god, is Louis gonna throw the entire game by doing a task right in front of Crispy? Yes, the answer is yes. Crispy threw.
Well,
or
here's
Louis
the
threw
thing.
the
He's the
entire
soldier.
game.
He can only kill after doing a certain number of tasks.
Oh no.
Wait, so
So-
he can't kill right now, even though the task
No,
is
you
kill
gotta
the
do.
Pelican.
You could kill every 3 tasks, I believe.
Yeah,
It
so
was
he
3
has
for
to
me.
do 3 tasks to be able to kill her.
To go shoot Crispy, he has to do his job.
Wow.
I did
How
what?
dare you, Crispy?
Crispy
I am
committed
so
4.
sorry, Leon.
I hate everyone.
Crispy, could you hear us when? after you
Yes.
Yeah,
I can hear you while you were in my stomach.
So, fun fact about the Pelican. Fun fact about the Pelican. If the Pelican is killed before a meeting is called, then the Pelican dies and everyone in the stomach is freed.
Damn, Louis, you could have freed us.
Oh,
You could have freed us,
Accidentally
including Hoyt,
killed
the
Leon.
actual killer.
But that means that everybody sees the killer kill, so like the Pelican is double good.
I'm glad I chose that one. That was fun.
There's no
the
downside.
Yeah, the
Gerald,
Pelican,
I
the
hate
Pigeon,
Artemis in
the
front of you, and
Vulture,
you
they're all
had
quite
no
fun.
reaction.
I didn't.
Because right
Lethal,
as
you
the
were
doors
Vulture, right? You were just
opened,
going
I
around
ate
eating bodies.
Artemis.
Did Artemis just disappear? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Disappeared into her
What
stomach.
the heck happened to
yeah, you were
everyone
the
except
Avenger.
me and Chris?
Ruby, are you
Crispy,
still
what
here?
happened
Are
to
you
our
ready to
deal?
come in yet?
I couldn't kill you, you wouldn't kill me.
I didn't kill you. You were alive.
You
You were
ate
just
me.
in my tummy.
It's just crazy that like by the time the meeting was called, right, 4 were dead, and I was the only duck, and I didn't kill a single one of them.
That's
Like
'cause
half
I
the
ate them
lobby's
all.
dead.
I just walked
Half the
around and kept
lobby's
eating
dead,
people.
and I didn't do anything.
Crispy, did you say you ate me or you hate me? Because I heard
I
I
ate
hate
you.
you.
I
Oh,
ate
okay.
you.
That's
Yeah,
I
no.
ate you.
That's an important
Crispy
distinction.
ate 3 people.
I straight up ate
Honestly,
you.
I hope I get
Quiet.
Pelican just so I can have in-game schizophrenia.
Oh, no.
It was it was hard to concentrate on anything else when everyone was talking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the idea. I was telling you to eat Louis the whole time. It was gonna be funny. You should have done it.
I
On a funny moment.
I was waiting for my cooldown to disappear.
heck. I killed the wrong person. As a
Canadian. Yeah, if you had killed Crispy,
Yeah,
the game would have been
Canadian.
over.
Once again, I am so sorry, Leon.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, I
Well, it
didn't
would be great
realize
if
that
during this phase you could see what these.
If Louis had,
Yeah, I
if
didn't
Louis
know
had
that
killed
either. I didn't
Crispy-
realize that either.
If Louis had killed Crispy, it would have released Hoyt, which was the actual killer.
I'm sorry, did you guys say that until now you didn't realize that you could see the rolls?
Yeah, I just didn't understand
Well,
why.
we don't know what they
This
do.
is like our
Crazier, you
7th
can check what
round.
different roles do in game. You can
I
check
just
what
haven't
all the
been paying
rules do.
attention to any of
You
that.
can check what all the
What
rules
do in game?
as well.
Yeah,
The
in
engineers
the top left,
engineer.
next to what you are, there's an eye. And if you click on that, you can see yourself, and I'm pretty sure you can check what all the other roles
You
mean.
can see what all the different
Oh,
roles
we've
are.
got a
Yeah.
demolitionist. Oh, God. We've got a demolitionist. We're going to have fun with bombs, because we don't have a whole lot of people, so unless we group up, they give us a bomb, we're out. Looking for corpses. Looking for corpses. Looking for corpses. Looking for corpses. Achoo.
Yeah, how did I do it?
Achoo.
Thought I'd be better at this after growing up with.
I know. I wasn't very good at it either.
That one is a hard one.
It's
And I also
nostalgic.
grew up with the rabbit ears.
Yeah, we had rabbit ears in my house. Did you have rabbit ears that had tinfoil wrapped around the end too?
Of course.
I didn't,
No, you had a good TV then.
but also don't kill me.
I'm just running around looking for corpses.
Are we doing the buddy system again?
Well, I don't know. The buddy system didn't work out very well last time because you disappeared.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Did you get eaten or
all
did you
of a
just
sudden you were
turn
gone.
around? Huh?
I was.
Somebody blew up here.
It was Tism. Hoy.
Okay,
why does
Gerald
it say
put a bomb
Tism's
on me, everybody.
disconnected?
He was like, "What's up, Hoyt?" And then I saw a thing that said, "There's a bomb on you," and then I ran to everybody.
Tism disconnected.
Tism disconnected.
No. Oh, are you sure? I thought Tism blew up.
Well, okay,
that's
so
what
I
the
think
plug
Tism
means.
probably
I think he
passed
did both.
Hoyt a bomb, and then Hoyt passed it back. He blew up, and then disconnected.
No, Hoyt's saying
Well, no.
Gerald gave him
Yeah,
a bomb.
Gerald passed me
Tism's
in the
was
hall,
standing
put a bomb
still
on
for a
me, and
minute.
then I ran to find
Gerald!
you guys.
Hoy.
Did I?
I didn't.
What's the
I didn't know
bombs?
that I could pass the
This is the
bomb
first
on
time.
Yeah, you
afterward.
passed the bomb
Yeah,
to me,
it's like
and
hot
then I think I
potato.
accidentally passed it to Tism.
Okay, so where did I get a bomb then?
If you're the
Oh,
demolitionist,
where did you get a bomb
start
from
with
your
bombs.
inventory?
What do you?
It's
This is the
Yeah,
first
he's
time
very
hearing of the bomb
confused.
mechanic.
You know, Gerald is a bomb
Joey
person.
confused.
He is. I think the second he saw a bomb,
This
he went
is,
for
I
He
it.
said a
swear,
bomb,
this is a
he chose
self-report,
it.
guys. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it.
It's
Bye,
his
Gerald.
elemental affinity.
It
'Cause
is.
I would've been such a good duck.
Affinity. His bomb.
I didn't
No
even
longer
get to
want
eat anybody.
Yay!
Because they fucking blew up.
What the hell even is a vulture?
Wait, Leon blew up? You blew
No,
up
no,
too?
no.
Tism, did I accidentally kill you?
Tism's disconnected.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I saw
suffered
that I had a
skits
bomb
and
on me, I started
got
just
bombed.
running around screaming, "Gerald killed me! Gerald put a bomb on me! Gerald killed me!"
Well, how does the bomb work if
You're
gave
supposed to
me
do it in
10
a group
seconds,
so that
dude.
nobody sees you do
that
it.
is an eternity?
Yeah.
Come on. That's
Yeah, it was
bullshit.
really long. I was definitely able to
Demolitionist
find a
fucking
group
How
of
about-
peace.
We've been on this one for a while. How about we switch to a new
Well, I gotta call it here. If you guys are still doing this, about an hour, I'll be back. But
Okay.
otherwise,
That's
I'm out for the night. Happy birthday, Leon! It was
Thank you.
Bye.
Where's
I don't know who
There
that
it is
is.
later.
Bye,
Bye.
Bye, we.
Hoy.
All right, everybody, when you see follow, press yes. Yay! Yay!
Oh,
Yay!
I actually made it this time.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I like this design.
Oh,
We
yeah,
are
wait, this is
in
cool.
the basement.
Whoa.
Where the fuck
I
are the
love
boys? Yay!
Ism!
First boy to make it.
Silent.
So, last round, I don't know what happened. My computer or something happened, and what happened? I know I've said happened a lot, right? What happened was everything started lagging. Everyone started teleporting, and then my game disconnected.
Oh no!
Oh.
All right, I put a new code in the VC chat for those of you in Loading How.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put my game on push to mute instead of voice activity.
Push to mute or push to talk?
Push to mute.
Well, you got loud.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that was vicious.
Why does Dust Shop say coming soon? Why can't I use my dust?
Yeah, it did that to me too.
Sounds like drugs.
Los drogas.
Do I have enough to
Drugs.
get?
Los
I'm
drogas.
25
Oh.
short. Can y'all
There's
spot
definitely some drugs, yeah.
25
Wait.
silver coins? So
Ooh,
Sorry,
silver
man.
coin. You can.
My
Okay.
mom said no.
Okay.
You found
Wait.
some?
Small claw, medium claw, big claw, mega claw. Holiday cheer.
Boom, boom.
Now this looks like a
Uh-huh.
job.
25 silver
Okay,
coins.
action
short.
could not be
Just
completed.
follow me.
What do you mean I don't have? Oh, that's 100 gold.
Gold is different.
Gold.
Gold be different.
I like gold. I don't have enough for that either. Fine.
Birds.
What did I get? 5 dust.
Crazy style.
Bones. Yeah, I got dust too. I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with dust?
Oh, I'm too short of getting another one. But I've got 37 dust.
I've got 60 something dust.
Nice bracelet, Gerald.
Cecil, why do your
Is
farts
this what
have
I'm
pictures?
collecting?
Because I bought them in the dust. That's
You
what
bought
it's in the dust.
picture
Oh,
farts?
Yeah,
okay.
I bought
So I guess
farts in the dust.
I guess I haven't even
From the
reached
Dust
that.
Bowl?
Much less
Yeah.
Louis, ready up.
any of these.
Yeah, when the dust shop's open, you can start buying shit with your farts.
With your farts.
Or with your
With your
little
farts
dust.
or for your farts?
Lethal farts.
Okay, is everybody in here?
It's for the farts, not with
I
the
know
farts.
that we got one more person who wants to join,
It's
but they're
for
not
the
quite
farts,
ready.
not from the farts.
Okay. Maybe we have time for a quick one.
Oh, it was Hoyt that left. I was wondering who left. Just noticed that.
Hoyt
I was trying to
announced it.
figure it
Yeah,
out because I
Hoyt
saw it out.
said that he needed to go.
Yeah, you see, I didn't hear any of that.
Again, Tizzo was being schizo.
Yeah.
What does an Undertaker do?
Steals bodies, I guess.
Possibly.
Here we go. Undertaker, you can
Doesn't
drag
he-
bodies
what's-
at a reduced speed. Your tasks are fate. They can move bodies.
What's his move? It's like the graveyard slam or something. I don't.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
It
wrestling.
was a graveyard bash.
Yeah,
just
the
give me something
graveyard
random.
bash.
They did the
Okay, so with an
monster
Undertaker, a
mash.
vulture, and a coroner, it's gonna be a really weird game for the dead body.
Here we go. I would like to win a game.
So, Leah, I have a very fun perk,
Kind of weird math.
You have a perk?
which basically it's a coin flip. I have
Oh, hey.
sheriff. It's a coin flip. If I kill somebody, I either kill the duck or I die if it's a goose.
Right, I know. Be careful with who you shoot. Oh, this is a cool room. Look at this. Awesome. Harris. That's the bell that calls everybody. Okay, where's this one? Gotta go this way. Oh shit! I hit. There we go. I found a body. And I know the only person I know didn't do it was Artemis. They came in right behind me.
With Gerald over by the
Yeah, we both
Curiosities
aggroed on that body.
area.
Yeah, where was body?
Where was body? Body was in the study.
Sacrificial altar.
No,
In the
no,
study?
we were in the study.
Oh,
We were
I
in
don't know what
Curiosities.
Me and Artemis were in the sacrificial altar. And then I went down through the antechamber before they were done with their task. Went up to the right, went into the study, and there was a body.
Yeah, for some reason I was having to
Logically-
season a human heart.
To season it, like to eat?
Well, I mean, it is a sacrificial altar.
Oh, I
Okay,
guess
but
so.
I don't know why it required salt and pepper.
I mean,
That
they could have used
seems
something so much better.
I'm voting lethal because
I'm voting anyone else.
Or we could just skip.
We could just skip.
yeah.
Gerald is the only one who didn't get a vote, and that's because I skipped. Jesus Christ.
Everyone is.
Alright, where's this pay respect? Why is it telling me to go in here if I can't go in here? Oh. Oh.
Lethal, come on, man. You can't just kill Gerald like that right in front of me.
Are you
Why
sure
can't I
you
hear
thought you
anyone?
saw Lethal? Louis.
Yes, and I saw you.
Yeah, I came around the corner and you were dead.
Lethal
Or
went
there was a
down
dead body
and around
and you were
behind me.
directly on top of it, Louis.
I am Grady.
No, you saw me getting close. Self-reported. This is absolutely balls.
If you vote me, you're gonna be sorry. It is lethal.
Okay, well, I'm voting Louis.
Son of a fuck. Y'all are gonna fucking lose.
We all know what we have to do here.
Goodbye, Louis.
Fuck you.
He sleeps with the fishes.
Wait, that's so sad.
He's going to the farm at the bottom of the ocean. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Shit.
That was pretty crazy, huh?
Shit. Get away from me,
What?
woman.
No, we're besties.
Get away from me, woman.
Don't do it. Come on, come back.
Listen, all I need is a body to eat. Just...
That's
You
payback.
bitch.
I tried to tell
Guys,
ya.
lethal.
Look,
I was
you
a
know
bad
it
guy. I was on your side.
I'm sorry. I just killed you.
Gerald, Soldier isn't a bad
Also,
guy.
Leon, you
Is
were
it?
acting like you didn't know who
No.
killed Crispy, as if I didn't
It's
tell
not the
you
sheriff.
I'm off to go shoot Crispy.
Am I crazy? Maybe some-
I'll be honest, I did not...
literally
Rolls,
told
man.
you
I'm
I'm
never gonna
gonna
get
go
these
shoot
rolls.
Crispy.
I did not hear you say you were gonna go shoot Crispy.
Yeah, no. Did you not notice the fact that the dead bodies were on top of each other?
Yes, I thought it... I was like, oh shit, it's a double kill or something, and I could only eat one of you.
No,
If I had been able to eat both of you, I would have won.
It's the way that like Leon was so sure it was Louis, and I did a terrible defense.
Seriously, that was awful.
It was so
Ruby,
funny.
are you here yet?
I was
That's
like,
very
oh no,
funny.
it wasn't me, ooh woo.
I was like, that's
As I
Lethal's
was
lying
trying to
voice.
defend myself,
It really
a
was.
I don't know
realization
Lethal's
dawned on
lying
me.
voice. I've never had Lethal lie to me.
Well, you have now, so keep it in mind.
Yeah, now you know.
I mean, Louis said he literally watched it happen.
That
But
was an
pointing
awful-
fingers, doing the Spider-Man point fingers at each other is like bread and butter for this game.
It is.
That's very true.
I have gotten out of death many times with that.
Not to
I will say,
mention,
Louis
I
did
was
kind
with
of sound
Gerald
a
the
hair
entire first round, and Gerald stayed alive.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Come on, give me a good number.
I said it like 6 times during the first trial.
Just because you
I will
said
say-
it.
I didn't kill anyone in round 1. That was all other bitches.
Yeah, fucking Tism.
What's an identity thief? I don't think I've seen this one.
In
Well,
my
what's the
defense,
difference?
it was pretty damn funny to kill Crispy.
It was well deserved.
Oh.
I killed Tism a lot.
So
Yeah.
a mimic can shapeshift into anybody on whenever they want, but an identity thief shapeshifts into your most recent victim until the meeting is called. Oh, what's the Falcon?
That's a
when
very
is the
suspicious
last
truck.
survivor? It's horrendous. I'm just a goose. Oh. Hello, Artemis.
Hi.
Are you having fun?
Oh yeah.
I know you don't know many of these people, but I mean, at least like Gerald and Crispy, you should know from coming into Burr's streams.
Yeah, and I've seen Tism around enough times.
Yeah. He shows up everywhere. I was actually heading for something over here. Oh my god, what's with all the cleaning? Ooh, sparkly. Don't have anything down here, and it kind of makes me a little sick to my stomach.
Yay!
Crispy? Oh god. Ooh, do I get to season a heart? Yeah. If anybody wants to see me actually season a heart, you can go into my
I found a body.
art channel on my Discord.
It wasn't Artemis.
And there's
she was
a
with
maid.
me.
Maid outfit of me with
Yeah, we were sticking together.
with
We're in
a heart
the potions
is what
room.
I'm cooking.
Is that where we are?
Have you opened the map? I think it'll
So-
show you where.
Oh, the laboratory. That's what it's called. That's where the body was.
So I walked into the study and I heard Crispy go like make a noise of joy.
Oh yeah, because I saw Artemis
was
and
going
I
down to
haven't
the
seen
Yeah,
them
we
in
were
a
both
while,
so
so I
happy to
went
see
with
each
them.
other.
I don't know. This could be a Chris Louie double.
What?
Wait, where was the body?
Louis, where were you?
Only because I saw
was
Louie over on that side of the map with Gerald.
down
before
by
I
the
went-
foggy cave.
Oh, then I think it was Louis.
I think it
I was
might have
down
been.
by the foggy cave.
Oh, well,
Where
Gerald's
was the
dead.
body?
Wait.
Oh, no.
In the laboratory.
But that's the last place I saw Gerald, so Louie was the last person I saw in that area. So it's stashed in the dark.
I don't know.
Oh no. Okay. Oh. I don't know.
Do you regret it, Lethal?
No, not Louis again. Oh my god.
Yay.
I killed the identity
That's right. Hi,
thief.
Dino. Welcome in. Welcome back.
Louis, you bastard.
I said
The one time I'm actually supposed to be killing people, and I get punched in the teeth immediately.
You were the first person I saw.
Lovers with
The
Artemis,
one
apparently.
time I'm actually supposed
Oh,
to be
is that
killing, and I
why?
get my teeth knocked out.
So
Yeah,
then,
I was
if
like, oh, I'm
either
gonna
of you
stick
had
with you.
died, the other one would have instantly died as well.
Yeah.
How do you like figure out what the roles are?
There's a
Like,
little
for other
eye
people in
info
game.
button.
Like when we're
Oh,
in.
you don't.
It's not
You only
here
get to see
now,
them after
but
you're
when we're
dead, or
like
you
in
gotta trust what they
draft
tell
or in
you.
the game, you can. There's
In
the
the
little
game.
I, and I mean the letter I.
Yeah, okay, I saw it.
Let's
I saw
go.
it.
Give me a good number.
Full information icon.
Kitty, kitty. Cabela, come over here. Oh, miserable.
Put the cat on the mic.
She wants me to go back to
never
that.
get good?
Put Bella on the mic.
Put the ball on the mic.
Here's the thing, I just never want her to come over.
Let her meow. Let her meow into the mic.
I'm trying.
Oh yeah, what's when is the last survivor? Geese only win by path, and ducks only win by sabotage while you're alive. Oh, and
do it
always skips voting.
Oh my god.
The fuck was that? Oh my god, did somebody die into their microphone?
Just awkward on screen choking to death.
Damn it, I didn't pick in time. Again.
Same.
Well, now we know that Crispy's player 6.
Not that that will help us. I'm alone. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Oh, hello. Is this where I pay my respects? Oh, I guess just coming here pays my respects. Okay. Hello, Artemis. Okay, so... Okay, so let's say that I'm up here. Ooh. That doesn't help. I can't see through the fog.
You know what's going on? What the hell was that?
We gotta find the bell. Oh, somebody
No,
found
where
it.
is it? Oh, someone got it. Okay.
Ooh, foggy. A dead duck. I think that's a piece of a dead duck. Louie.
Hi, Leon.
Louie, Louie. Ooh. I deserved it. He spit on me. Oh, this sucks. Now I got nothing to do. Wait, what's R? Oh, I can follow.
How do I give you my bomb?
Wait, he's a falcon? I didn't think falcons
This is
could
bad.
kill.
How do I do it?
Only win by task and ducks only win by sabotage while you're alive. Always skip
Hello?
voting. I
Hi.
didn't know they
Sorry,
could
what the
kill.
fuck happened? Louis, you get to speak in that first gap if you're the one who reported.
Oh. Okay, so there
Now
was
I
a
understand.
bomb. I was given the bomb. I didn't see who killed Lethal. I was trying to find someone else to give the bomb.
Well, I'm Crispy, that's me. Tism and Gerald and I are all together.
Yeah,
She's a mimic, she's a mimic.
Gerald and Crispy. Me, Gerald, and Crispy, we were
Has
together.
anyone seen Artemis this round?
I'm
Nope.
voting Artemis.
I've been running
since
all over the place.
I'm convinced enough.
I also don't
Unless-
trust
Definitely
that
wasn't us three.
that Literally said he.
How much time? How much time did you have left on the counter?
On the
Louis?
bomb.
5 seconds.
Yeah, how'd you not explode?
Yeah, I believe.
Oh no.
You don't know?
I
Does the
don't
bomb
trust.
stop?
I don't trust Artemis or Louis.
Well, if it's not Neko, then it's Louis for sure.
I don't know
Artemis,
why people don't
I don't trust you
me.
because I ain't seen you, and I don't trust Louis because he ran away from you, saying he'd stick by me.
Hey, I said I also didn't have any of the same tasks.
Oh, they're going to jail.
Oh.
Well.
Chuck both of them in.
Well. Yeah. That would...
They go into jail? They did not go into jail. I didn't know that a falcon could kill. It doesn't say anything about falcons killing. Ethel?
Hello.
Hi. You're the...
Hi.
He gave you the bomb, you exploded, and then he didn't know he was the one who called the meeting because you're the Canadian, you
I know
report.
because I was Canadian. He was so lost at what to do there. What does his role do?
What is what?
What does his role do?
The falcon? See, I'm confused
Yeah.
because he killed me by beating me to death.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wait, no, wait. I understand now. Louis didn't kill me. Someone dressed as Louis killed me.
Oh, because there was a mimic.
Yeah, okay, so a falcon... Shoot.
Alright, so we're gonna figure this out. Because Gerald, you sound panicked as fuck.
Huh? Gerald was with me and
Gerald
Artemis.
sounds panicked.
Yeah, we were together.
I saw Nico once.
Wait,
or
where?
Artemis once.
Okay, down here.
You can call me either, but yes, you saw me once. I saw you once.
Tism, I don't think this helped.
I've seen. Yeah, I don't think this helped necessarily, but like.
We were
I'm
all
thinking.
together.
Here we go, Mortician.
Alright, Neko can potentially be acting. Louis can also potentially be
Brady
acting.
doesn't do anything.
Come on, dude. You know how I act.
I mean, we voted
Celebrity
Louis
doesn't
out
do
like
anything.
15 times. Maybe
was
we should
let's
dressed?
vote. No, let's vote out Neko.
Who was dressed as Louis? Because I wondered why it looked like
Louis,
he was
click the damn button.
stitched up.
Crispy could also be acting, but
Wasting the
so
damn time.
weird.
Wasting our damn time.
Oh, sure.
Alright, where's the bell? I think
It's
I'm
in
gonna
the
have
big
to
old
ring it
cult
this
room in
time.
the middle.
No idea.
Oh, okay, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
I think that's it. Oh, it's not it. It's not it. Lethal, can you hear me? Lethal, you fucking walked away, didn't you? You walked away. You left me here, didn't you?
Louis was rushing me. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I saw some orange rushing me as I was ringing the bell.
Crispy
Well-
and I were at the
So-
top of the map. It's Louis.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I mean, we
Perfect.
weren't.
Easy.
Well, no one died, but I mean, yeah.
How can
It's
you
fucking-
say it's me? Why
I
are
don't
y'all
know.
accusing me? You've always accused me. I have done nothing.
That's
I-
true. We
there's no
always
one-
accuse Louis.
Because
If it's not okay, if it's not
because us
Louis,
three have all had good opportunities to kill each
this is
other.
gonna be
at
the
multiple points.
the dumbest shit if we find out. Yeah.
If
Come
it's not
on,
Louis,
I don't
then
get any of the
then
cool
it's
rolls. I
Tism.
haven't. And why would I get the same roll twice in a row, huh?
The same role
Maybe
of
you
being
like
the
it.
killer?
Maybe you like
I don't
it.
know. Maybe
Now
the
I'm
game
starting to
lets
wonder if
you.
it is
that good
Crispy
RNG.
actually, because Crispy.
Crispy would have
Alright,
killed
I'm
me.
voting.
Yeah, I would have killed Tism.
I don't know.
Crispy's a
Oh my
cold-blooded
God.
murderer.
Crispy would have killed me.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Fuck,
Okay, I think no. I'm content. Yeah, that's Louis' "I'm dying and I deserve to die" voice.
Did you get it?
Louis, did you
Yay.
actually kill me?
Yes.
Because I am so
I
confused
have
because
enough money to gamble.
your role doesn't specify that you are actually a killer, and it looked like you.
No, it doesn't.
It looked like you were
That's funny.
stitched
Killer,
into
he
your
knocked
own
my feet down
skin.
last
So I thought it was like
really,
somebody mimicking you.
I
We
can
really
gamble.
Three Musketeers that one.
Yeah.
Y'all, all three of y'all were too close for me to
Ruby,
try
are
and
you
kill
here
one.
yet?
I had
No,
the
it's
exact same
just
problem.
the simple logic of
Yeah,
I was
safety
supposed
in
to
numbers.
crispy over half of that time.
The Louis really got by the fact I
Safety
was
in
an
numbers,
idiot.
safety in numbers, safety
I
in numbers.
Crispy, I trusted you the second you had more than 5 seconds alone with me, and I lived.
Yeah, I know.
There is like a 5-second timer from when you entered the screen to when I die.
I haven't actually gotten to kill anybody yet.
Every time I'm
I
a
got to kill
killer,
everybody.
I've
This will be your
died
chance,
as somebody
Leon.
else.
Yeah.
The closest I've been is the vulture, and I only got to eat one body.
One in total when you're the vulture?
Well, you eat 2 to win, and I only got to eat 1 because there was a cooldown.
Like being the one that eats people is pretty great.
Well, that's the pelican.
The pelican.
That's the
Yeah.
pelican.
Yes, my favorite role.
Crispy gets to live out her vor fantasies. I get to live out my vor fantasies. Everyone wins.
Alright. If I get a roll that's killing someone, Gerald is dead.
Gerald's first on the list.
What's a survivalist? If the
survive.
pelican or falcon are dead, a countdown begins. If you are in the final 3 players, these win at the end of the countdown.
Oh no, someone's invisible.
It's basically just attrition.
Yeah, but what?
Hel'leon.
Hey. You bitch! I finally had a good roll, and I was so proud.
Leon's body was in the boiler room. I found them as
I
being
was
chased
so
by,
proud. I got to see the
Artemis.
pigeon.
I'm just west of Laboratory, and I
No.
saw Tism over here, so I'm
No, I'm
leaning
just
away
dead.
from Tism being the problem.
I am in laboratory,
No
so
respect
I'm not
for the
far
birthday
from y'all,
boy.
but I'm doing like the little wavelength.
Where were you, Crispy?
I'm in the library study.
Who was in
Which,
the laboratory?
okay.
Lethal. Me.
I was next to the laboratory
Detective do?
with Tism.
I was outside of it.
And
yeah.
where's Leon?
I've never seen this one before.
Leon was in the boiler room right inside the door.
Here we go.
Oh.
So
You can
nobody in the
investigate
laboratory
players
is
to
safe.
see if they
Crispy
killed
So
them.
Lethal or Gerald?
Lethal, Gerald, or
Yeah,
Tism?
that's my logic. I saw everyone else around that time.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess skip.
Yeah.
I'm trying to skip.
No.
I'm fucking controller. Alright. There it is.
Why are you using a controller?
Yeah, what the
Because
hell?
mouse didn't work. Mouse was fucked.
There are some tasks I've been.
Oh, bye.
No, there was also a switch.
Whatever.
People
no.
skipped. You
No,
didn't
'cause
die.
Oh, okay.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. What do I have to do? Light the candle? Well, that was easy. Lethal. Lethal.
Y'all stay together.
I saw. I believe it was.
I need to complete a lot of tasks
So what?
so I can murk someone. I am going to go sweep glass. My task is right here.
Don't leave me.
Okay. Good, good. Yeah, that works.
I need
Why
one
does
more
Joe
task
have a
before I kill
bracelet?
someone. Where are you going, Gerald?
I'm going to Curiosity, straight up here.
Oh, do I go like left or right?
So much
or...
easier when it fucking
Why is it
works.
going to Louis and
Hi,
only
Lethal.
to Louis?
Hey guys. Oh, I
You
realized
thwarting my plans?
Oh, I can't tell what
Oh,
button
do you
this
have
is.
plans?
Takes me to the next
I don't like it.
person.
Plans to not die, ideally.
Oh, this bitch is invisible. The moment I get to kill you.
Okay.
Oh, well, Lethal's still alive. Crispy's still alive.
Controller.
I am going to go.
Holy
up
shit,
the
this is
laboratory
impossible
real
with
quick.
controller. Okay.
Louis. Neko, hi.
Hey there.
Why was Louis running?
Oh,
I don't know. He just took off.
I came from right here.
Louis already told you guys he's the soldier.
Okay.
We're all gonna be together, right?
Yep.
Right?
Our chances.
You. You took advantage of the fact that I wanted to cough on you.
You were going this way though before you left.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Tism.
Hi.
Thought maybe he was gonna go pay his respect. But then no. You're gonna do a fake task? How dare you? Pretending to be a goose when you're a duck. He just locked himself in that room. He locked himself alone in a tiny room. That's awesome. Hey, Louis.
Hi, Louis.
You're about to die, Louis. Louis. Oh, great. And then he ran past Lethal. Is Lethal gonna find the body?
The docks. Oh my god.
Nope, Lethal's just lost.
Okay.
Go to the left. No, Lethal, no.
Up in laboratory.
How do you know this?
And I got an error. He's coming our way.
Oh, okay.
Fast. What the fuck? Did you see that? There was a creature up here.
No, I didn't see a creature.
I
There
saw
it
a
is.
creature earlier. There was like a snake.
I gotta go
Hello.
do stuff in the auditorium. Where did you come from, Tism? Is that Tism?
You should go
he's been
check
running
where he
around. I've
came
seen him,
from.
like,
There's a body.
3 times.
Go, Crispy,
How
go.
do I get-
Find it.
Oh, I found a body.
Yay, somebody finally found Louis.
I found a body. It was Louis. In the, fuck, where are we? The storage room!
Oh.
It wasn't Neko. Neko was behind me.
Yeah,
I
I was behind you. We did see
It was
Tism coming from that general area.
Did we? I don't know. He was Tism. Tism, you've been
Tism?
whipping around this place.
Yeah, he's been
Yeah.
kind of all over. I've passed him like 3
I've
times.
I've been wandering trying to get a feel for the map because it's confusing as hell.
But I saw
That's
Artemis
true.
and Chrissy like close that round, and briefly Gerald.
Yeah.
I think we know
I
what we have
was-
to do.
I was tracking Chisholm down at.
I'm assuming it's you, Lethal. Lethal, I asked
Peaches
you
and
what task you
Stalker?
were at, and the task you told me was wrong.
Because Crispy, I had already told you what I was doing. I think we had
You said you were putting the painting together, but that's not the one we were at. We were at the dusting painting.
No, my dusting painting was lower. Crispy, they're not
What
the
the
same.
fuck, guys? I better not be the
There is
tiebreaker
two
right
different
now.
dusts.
Yeah, but aren't they always the same?
No.
Are you sure?
Come on. Oh, yes! Yes, yes, yes. Good job. Good job.
I'm
Good job.
believing that Lethal is the bad one now.
Poor Tism.
What do you mean, poor Tism?
Tism is
That
diving
bastard
for
killed me
pearls.
within the first 5
No,
seconds of the
it's Tism.
game.
So hard to kill people when you're all in groups.
All I needed was to cough on you bastards. I got to cough on Lethal right before he stabbed me in the throat.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
I
Damn,
I
that's
was
crazy.
I found the freaking area where the doors were
It's
closed.
impossible to kill when everybody is just in one group. I had the ability to go invisible and still
True.
do shit.
Yeah,
So you're telling me it's a good strategy?
Yeah, Crispy was
It's
like,
too
"Follow
good
me,"
of a
and I was
strategy.
like,
It makes it unplayable.
Yeah, it's kind of
I got a
unfair when
drumstick
nobody
fart.
breaks off.
That's why I was sipping around. I was searching for somebody who got lost.
Ruby, are you here yet?
To the peck and claw.
No.
Drumstick fart.
And I'm one away from the small
Okay.
claw.
Let me start some tea for myself.
Some
You
drama?
guys, all right, guys, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
I could stand to go pee.
Yeah, maybe.
Go pee, get some drinks,
well.
get a snack.
Hey,
Right.
we've also been doing this one game mode. There's more game modes. Do we want to try other game modes?
Oh, that's true. There are other game modes. Oh, no, that is up to Leon.
Yeah, I'll leave that
he's
up
the
to you.
birthday boy. Ugh. All right, chat. I'm gonna put you on the please wait.
One killer
Be right
is
back.
on
Don't
the
go
loose
nowhere.
to try to kill everyone before the time runs out. Dynadash, the red team of morphing duck, is trying to kill the blue team before the timer runs out. Villagers complete task to call
You know
meetings.
what I don't have?
Vote
A
out the
be right
monster
back
to
screen.
win. The monster wins
You
when
don't?
everybody's been converted to a thrall. Thralls
I
are
never
powered up
take
by
a
the
break.
monster's abilities and win with the monster.
The grind never stops.
Task race,
The
complete as
grind
many
never
tasks as possible within
stops.
the time limit. Social deduction battle royale.
Bella,
Protect your
come
team's
here.
chicken and kill everyone else.
Yay.
Oh lord.
Hoot and seat. The owl must blend
No,
in with the
I never set it
NPCs
up.
to
Interesting.
complete tasks to win the game. Spotters and snipers work together to identify and kill the owl to win.
Sorry, I'm making some tea and then I'll ready up.
I think the only other one I know a lot of people like to do, you know, like hide and seek, which is basically goose hunt. I think the only other one that
Is that the
I'm
one where we
interested
go
in
super
is trick or
fast and
treat.
try to kill each other?
You want to be able to convert people to being your thralls.
I do. I like vampires and I like biting.
I mean, I definitely like both of those things too. I'm with you on that. Okay, but the
I
fact that
also
it's called
haven't gotten to kill
Turducken's
anybody.
monster.
Haven't gotten to kill anybody.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you whore. How
Listen, you were the
dare
only
you.
person alone. You were literally the only. You were the only kill I could get.
Can't believe I stopped to say hello instead of just sneezing on you and running.
It's like Crispy was so sure I was doing a fake task. Okay, BRB.
Hey, Leon.
What?
Leon, how are you moving without moving your feet?
I am moving my feet.
You weren't on my screen. You were just sliding. Leon, did I ever tell you what my connection to my housemate is?
What your connection to what?
The housemate.
Tism, either you're
My
not
housemate.
answering questions or I just can't
I'm
hear
not
you.
hearing questions.
What was it? You said
I'm
your
not hearing
connection.
questions.
Your connection to what?
My housemate.
Maybe.
Did I ever tell you?
I don't remember though.
My housemate's my brother.
Oh. I thought your brother lived down on the farm.
No, that's cousin.
Oh, your cousin lives on the farm. Is there a reason you're telling me he's your brother right now?
No, I just forgot to tell you. I was gonna tell you like a few months ago, and then just forgot, and I got busy, and then forgot again, and then got a concussion, and then forgot again.
Speaking of, how is your new wound?
Oh yeah, shin.
Yeah, whatever you scraped on the metal.
Fucking hurts.
No kidding. Are you keeping it clean? Did you put some like alcohol
yeah,
on it and some antibiotic or antiseptic cream on it?
Oh no, the metal was clean.
Yeah, but you don't know. No, it was
stainless steel.
okay.
That's not
First
how
of all,
that
it was
works.
outside, and there was ice. There could have
Yeah.
been anything trapped in the
Yeah.
ice. There could have been anything, any germs on the metal.
Yeah, I dumped like half a cup of isopropyl on it.
Okay.
She heard it.
I mean, that's a good start. Just keep an eye on it.
Leon, you underestimate the power of my.
Listen, I don't underestimate the power of your autism to forget.
No, not autism. Immune system.
No, I don't underestimate your autism to forget to keep it clean.
Your audio keeps cutting, and I'm not hearing the
God
rest of the
damn it.
sentence. Last word I heard was autism.
Yeah, to forget to keep it clean.
Oh no, I'm really good with wounds. I have never gotten an infection.
You better not.
How the heck have you never gotten an infection?
That's pretty impressive, to be honest.
Especially Artemis,
I mean,
his
an
last
infection from an
wound,
open wound or an
person, and
infection
I've
in
gotten
general?
so many.
his most like before this, he drilled
Most
into
recent
his
major
own
wound was
palm.
drilled it into my hand.
That's right.
Well, no, it wasn't into my palm. It was into the webbing between my pointer and my thumb, and it left the head of the screw
Ah!
and I cut
Autism!
Not only that, there was metal shrapnel in there from a previous wound. He literally could stick a magnet to his hand and it would stay.
No, Leon, that wasn't from previous
People
things.
watching
Metal
this
in
clip,
my
we're
hand.
not pitching up Crispy. She's just doing that.
Leon, the drill bit is what put the metal into my hand. I currently have it sitting on a shelf next to my desk, and I can take a picture of it. It's all
I
clean
thought
and
you
sitting
said
in a
that
bag.
the second surgery you had was to remove shrapnel, and I thought you said that was from something else that wasn't a problem until it was a problem.
Louis never had an infection, and the last most was him cutting himself with a
Here, hold on. Let me grab.
I've got an infection right now. It's kind of awesome.
You are an infection.
You know, I've
radioactive.
never had an awesome infection.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've never had an infection. I've never had any of that stuff. I've had a lot of wounds, but all of those wounds have magically stayed perfectly.
Oh, sure.
It's calm. He cleans it at night.
Bella. Oh my
I've had plenty of concussions. I've been sick plenty of times. I had COVID twice and had symptoms for either.
Is everybody back?
I've had COVID 3 times.
Yeah.
I actually might have had
God,
COVID 4 times.
I had felt I was gonna fucking die.
It's awful.
Here, hold on. I gotta find an item.
I've
scale.
You gotta ready up
very
is what you
sick,
gotta
but
do.
That's on the top 5
Yeah,
list.
I do.
Gerald?
Figures. Are you a villager?
Oh, that is not a lot. Yeah, that's not a lot.
What's not a Oh!
Whoa, Lord.
No, 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 no. I want to make the thralls, not be the thrall.
I seasoned a heart.
No, run this way, this way.
Why?
No! How the fuck did he get up there? Wait, do I revive as a thrall? Oh, great. Crispy.
Oh my god, Leon's gonna.
Oh my god.
I don't get it.
What happened?
You guys should have fucking. Man, I walked into a game mode, didn't I? Okay, now I'm a zombie.
Oh, here we go.
weren't told about this? We were.
LOL, what the hell was that?
Did I win?
What the hell was that?
What was any of it?
Yeah.
So, you guys told me you wanted to try another game mode.
No, yes.
And
no,
I
that
was
was
reading
fun.
them all
It's
off to
just-
you, and I said I want to try trick or treat mode, and I read off what it
mean, I'm
is.
not
Try it
mad,
again.
but
Oh.
damn.
We can try it again, but
Okay,
what do you
listen.
do if you find the monster?
Everybody listen.
Run the fuck
Trick
away.
or treat mode.
Oh.
Villagers complete tasks to call meetings. Vote out the monster to win. The monster wins when
Oh.
everybody's been converted to a thrall.
Oh.
Thralls are powered
wonder
up by
who
the
the
monster's
monster
ability
was.
and win with the monster.
Okay,
Gotcha.
as the monster, the control is so confusing.
So the best. Okay, so the strategy might be to just like defect.
Mm.
You can't only defect.
I guess I'm ready.
So if you're
ready.
That might be the
ready.
safest
I'm
strategy.
ready.
I'm not
I'm
saying
ready.
that's what I'm gonna do, but that might be the safest strategy.
All right, I sent the picture of the medal with a monster tab for scale.
They're powered by monsters.
Oh yeah. Hello?
No. It's
What?
Leon, it's Leon.
Why can't I? Hey, Lethal.
God. Hey, I'm afraid.
You
I
should
have to go
be.
this way. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get away from me. Get away from me. What happened to you? I don't recognize you anymore. No. No.
What happened? What happened? What the fuck?
Fuck. Fuck.
No!
Oh my god.
Yowzers.
That was
What
so
the
close. Okay, who's the
Uh,
monster? It's not Gerald.
I don't know.
It's not me.
Are you
It's not me either. I was busy playing whack-a-mole.
a likely story?
I am convinced that it's probably Leon.
I don't know.
Who do you not know between?
We will never know.
I don't know.
Oh,
Why do I have a
maybe? I don't know.
pitchfork?
Oh, come on.
Appropriately disappointed.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, my
Wait,
God.
why did I have a pitchfork symbol?
Because
You're a villager.
you stabbed the thralls to save yourself.
I did?
That's what you do with the pitchfork. You stab the thralls to save yourself.
Oh, I didn't know I
Gerald,
had
that
that
is very
ability.
loud.
Oh,
It's
that
my
is
not that
very,
loud.
that is
cinnamon
very
ice cream ball.
misophonia-y.
Cinnamon ice cream?
Yeah, cinnamon ice cream.
Sounds pretty
Cinnamon
good.
ice cream.
That sounds great. I'd love
It
some of
is
that.
pretty
Do,
good.
do you guys want to try a different mode?
Sure,
Yeah.
what?
Just get like a vanilla Amogus. Just to
Is that
like,
what we were doing at the first?
Well, before the draft,
Yeah.
Regular Among Us? Oh,
Yeah.
that's
where
right.
it just
Oh, we
where
went
somebody
Yeah, a little-
is
a little
there's
palate
one
cleanse.
killer, and then everybody
Yeah, yeah,
else is just
yeah.
running around.
That's right, I forgot about that.
We're waiting on Gerald. Wait,
I'm fine with you there.
I will
I'm
wait
still
for
having
Louis.
fun running away
we're
from
waiting on
monsters.
Louis.
Yes, sorry, I had to leave and rejoin my.
I didn't know you could spawn in here. Oh, there's a task up here? Did I just get a picture of myself? It's not creepy at all.
You hit the button before.
Gerald's fucking dead.
Yeah, what
Tism
did
was
you
right
do,
here with
Tism?
me, but
So
I
Crispy
was
was
with-
polishing the
But-
armor.
Like, I saw
Yeah, I
Tism
was
just
cleaning
before
armor.
that.
Hold on, let me. So, Crispy was polishing the armor, but Crispy was more surprised to see the dead body than me. So I don't think it was Crispy. I saw Nico on their way up from that area. However, they're like way down.
So then who
Like-
else?
Chasing me
So,
down.
Lethal
I
and
don't know
Louie were
why.
down at the bottom with me,
Huh?
so it's either
Because
Leon.
there's safety in numbers.
I was in the
Louis,
fog
you
room the
freaked
whole
me
time.
out.
It was
Leo,
fishy.
So
are
then
you
it's
trying to
probably
throw
Nico.
shade on me?
What?
What the fuck?
What did you
At this
say?
point, voting Louis
No,
is
Louis
just
been
traditional.
chasing me through the hall.
Oh, Louis, I thought you
Yeah,
said
voting
me.
Louis.
Hey, Tism.
Hi, Leon.
God, that is so loud. Hi, Lethal. Suppose polishing the brass is better than polishing. Oh, hi. Really?
Yes. What? Really what?
I got murdered.
Oh.
She was just standing next to me, and then, like, 2 seconds later, like, as
was?
soon as I came out of cleaning, she stabbed me.
Nico
Lethal?
was?
Lethal? Are you just
Lethal?
gonna stare at my body and run away? Lethal!
Wow.
I can't believe this! The betrayal!
So it's fucking Nico.
Oh.
Tism found
I am
another
a
one?
firm believer that it is Nico.
Damn.
Because I saw you walking away from the last dead body. And Lethal Crispy, what are your guys' alibis?
I just saw Louis outside of the like curiosity, the dungeon, like behind the laboratory hallway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Above the
Yeah.
dungeon and the curiosities.
Oh shit.
Where were all of you? Tism, where were you? Where'd you find him?
I was all the way down in storage by the chandelier. Found Leon's
I
body
was
down.
over by the foggy cave.
Nico?
Sorry, I was answering a text, to be honest.
Oh.
I cannot believe that Neko made it out of that alive. And that 2 people voted for Tism.
Get their ass.
I can't believe 2 people voted for Tism.
I can. People
Yeah, it is.
people got no damn clue.
Oh, all I had to do was open that? Okay. Okay. The tasks in here, I think, are a lot more, interesting.
Good night. I don't know if
Oh, hey, Louie.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh,
Oops.
no, get away from her, girls. Get away from her. She'll kill you. Stay together, girls.
Alright, maxed out. I got 100% on my tasks.
Ooh, nice. Even though they're all fake.
What do you mean?
Well, you're dead, so they don't do anything. They are all fake.
What? No,
Look, it says fake.
they
Dust
still-
portrait.
What?
Wow.
So if you die, then you're what? That ain't how it works.
I mean, it says fake.
Didn't say fake for me.
It has said fake for me every time I have died.
Oh.
I just salt and peppered a heart. Whack-a-mole. Wow, that mouse has a long beard.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey.
Ah, fucking called it. Told you. Called that shit. I clocked it.
I cannot
You were gonna try to
believe
stab me, weren't you?
that you just stood next to me while I did my task, and the second I came out of my task, you stabbed me in the throat.
I honestly, I was trying to stab you the whole time, and it wouldn't let me do it until it finished your task.
Nico,
You can't
Nico,
kill
I
people
clocked
when they're
it,
doing
I clocked
tasks?
it,
Because I thought all you needed to do
Or
was
I can't. I don't know.
Also, can we acknowledge the fact that like half the tasks in this game are lol rub thing with rag?
Yeah.
I've done so much cleaning. Like, my house hasn't seen this much
Yeah.
cleaning.
The dusty
So
house.
It's either rub
Dusty,
thing with
crusty house.
rag, button mash, or swipe thing. Also, Gerald, I
I
figured
don't know.
out
I've
the
had to
box.
reassemble the planetarium multiple
clock?
times now.
The boxes that you gotta open
The
with
boxes?
crowbar.
Oh. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
you
that.
just
It works.
aggressively, you just aggressively slam the crowbar into it.
Yeah, it works. It works when I have a controller, but if I have a mouse, it doesn't.
Strange.
Yeah.
Are you
You
shopping?
know why?
I
You know, I
was.
bet if you were using Windows, you
Louis,
would be
why are
having
you
that
so
issue.
far away?
Yeah, if I was using Windows, I could have all the
Because
Windows
I'm
problems.
using a Bluetooth speaker as a microphone to fix the echo issue.
Oh.
Wait, that is weird.
I'm having no Windows problems.
Yeah, well.
Damn it. my duties are to pay my respect, so I mean, how do I pay my respects? Is it not in here this time? Oh, I gotta pay my respects
Hi,
to
sorry
this
for
guy.
murdering you before.
What?
Sorry for murdering you last time.
You do what you gotta do.
I don't know why I don't know why my one was just pointing at you. All right.
Oh. I wish glass just disappeared like that at home. Louis is dead.
Well, now we can't. Louis, for the
Louis's
love of
corpse.
Oh,
Well,
there goes
the
my
only one I
crime
saw
corpse.
around
north of
Louis was
dungeon.
Gerald, and so I feel like Gerald is self-reporting.
No.
The only one I saw around Louis was you, so I feel like you were self-reporting.
She didn't
Yeah, but I
report.
saw Louis multiple times.
I was up in the laboratory.
That was the first time I saw
Autism
Louis
was in
was
the
his
lab?
corpse.
I wasn't. I haven't even seen the dungeon yet. I went from storage all the way around to study, then up.
Where
and
was he,
around 'cause I
Gerald?
had paintings and dust.
He was just north of dungeon, next to the laboratory. But I want to point out that Crispy is like
Oh,
really
you didn't have time. Wait, hold
intently-
on. You didn't. No, neither of us had time to go
Kinda
up to
always
the
argues for
laboratory.
self-report.
He was alive right before I came in that room.
Huh.
Into the dungeon. So I think it's Tism.
I haven't even been in that section of the map yet.
You
I'll
said
be
you were in the
100% honest with you.
laboratory.
Listen, if I were to kill somebody, I would have already killed Gerald, but it's not
You
me.
said you
and
were in the
Gerald's still alive.
laboratory. Guys.
I looped
Goodbye,
around.
Crispy.
I didn't
I
do
looped all the way
it.
around. I took the long way.
Hi, Lethal.
Oh, Leah, hi, Leon.
I got worried there for a second that I was about to get stabbed. Wow, this one's really fucking dirty. Yay! What's this one? Oh. Oh, I let pigeons out. They're gonna give us bird flu. Oh, there's one in here. What'd you do? Smack the paper. I don't see any corpses in here. Wait, do I still have the fish?
Hi, Leon.
Hi.
Oh, the fog. I've already.
Oh, I fished up a gear. I don't see any bodies. Oh God. Okay. Okay, that way. That way. Wait, okay, we wanted to go to that. So... There we go. Okay. Nope, right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Are you following me?
I swear not. I swear I'm not.
Seems like it. Every time I come off a task, you're there, and it scares me because I'm afraid I'm gonna get stabbed in the throat again.
It's your PTSD.
It is. It
from
is.
a previous step.
Lethal!
Rag.
Damn, lethal.
She did it right in front
Hey,
of
you
me.
could you could say she was a lethal stingray.
What can I say? I was so nervous, guys. My anxiety's really through the roof right now.
We were literally talking about PTSD, about coming off a task and being murdered, and then I watched Lethal walk up and take Neko Artemis's head off.
I had to do that too.
Well,
because I had
now
read
you could
so
have
many-
PTSD from that too.
Y'all had
And yet, if I had killed a single person,
Experienced one
y'all
murder,
would have been
witnessed
like,
one murder.
"Oh, it's Louis."
Yeah, Crispy really threw herself under the bus for me.
I really did what, Lethal?
You like threw yourself under the bus there.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, Crispy kind of threw herself under the bus. It's kind of fucked up.
It's fine.
That's pretty
Fart
funny.
out a chicken nugget.
Okay, the heart rate's going back down, guys. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
How do you fart?
Let's do a bonus.
F.
Oh,
Oh,
just taking the pet in
Crispy the
does
chicken
it.
wing.
Okay.
Yeah, the chicken leg fart.
Wait, so I don't have...
How much
Louis
coin do I have?
will
I
be
don't have
back in
enough
a bit.
Where's
Do
Pet
not
stuff?
bother waiting for Louis.
Left
Why
stick
did you
press.
carry a roll of toilet paper?
Because
How come it doesn't make a cloud for me?
Because you have to get, you have to like buy that. You have to
Yeah.
get it
Why
in one of the
not?
little
You gotta go damn.
frames.
One of the ducks.
It has to get you.
I don't know.
You
Hey,
gotta let's go
Gamba.
damn.
Claw.
I don't want a Gamba.
I love gambling.
Can you gamble?
Ism.
Can you gamble for more?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Wee.
Why am I always alone? Wait, what am I? Oh, I'm a dude. Of course I'm a dude.
It's too early, guys,
Too early for what?
for dying.
Too bad.
No, it is too early, isn't it? There's a timer.
No, you go somewhere else, guys. Oh no, the door's locked.
Leon's gonna kill us.
Listen, my Grim Reaper needs a soap. He hasn't had breakfast
Keep
today,
cutting out.
and his little tummy wummy
Grim
is
Reaper.
grumbling.
Tumby grumble.
You gonna open the door or
It's not
what?
opening. I'm going the other way.
Hey, Louie. I would have taken that as a pigeon, but there are no pigeons this game. There is only a murderer. Wait, how do I get into that room? Oh, do I have to fish again? Nothing! I gotta do it again. Is it because the bobbin's not going all the way down? Okay, now I should get something. God damn it!
Found Crispy's corpse all the way at the north end of the map. Just north of the laboratory.
I'm
In like the middle
currently
of the big
with.
long hallway.
I like past Tism, so I don't think Tism would have had the time to go all that.
And Louis, last I saw Louis, since he's also dead, I saw Louis down, I think, in tunnels.
I
saw-
I passed Louis going into storage towards the tunnel entrance when you and I were coming out. And
There's
I think I
either
passed
Gerald
Tism by the study. And I am in the foggy cave.
Weird. That's two in a pretty short amount of time, and Lethal's pretty quick at kill. Oh, really? Okay.
I think
I'm
it might
leaning
be
towards
Leon,
Lethal.
only because Tism and I
Yeah.
pretty much, I think. Like, and if it's not Leon, Gerald self-reporting, which could be Big Brain. Gerald was up there. Oh no, did I mess this up?
And
Whoa.
Nida.
Y'all.
Bye, Lethal. Well, that's not good.
Oh, good.
Well, we clearly made a mistake. So, the Tism is a Gerald.
Well, it's
What
it's
do you
not
have to say for
me.
yourself, Tism?
If you're accusing
I've
Tism,
seen. Well, here's my defense. When you saw me walking down,
Uh-huh.
it was near what? That was where Crispy's body was, right?
I don't know.
Crispy was still alive when I walked past. Because they said they found Crispy above boiler. I walked down past my study. Crispy was still alive when I went past. Gerald, what's
to
your
be honest,
defense
this
on
is
I've
you.
made my choice.
If this is you, this is real big brain. Aw.
Goodbye, Gerald.
Bye, Gerald.
We're gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, don't
Fuck you, Tism.
you, little stinker.
He's a little liar. That's
You
what
know,
he is.
you know what is real funny? I did the same thing to both of you. I
Tism, those were some
Yeah.
choice last words you said to me.
I mean, that is a good way to like lull people into
Listen.
false confidence, I guess.
Well, no, I
If
just
I
like
be-
a,
if
I,
I
just, I
get
don't want to be mean
ducked,
before I
then
kill
Tism's gonna
somebody.
be
I
my
just wanna be
first
nice.
Oh, no, no, I
victim.
don't want to be mean. I just want to murder them.
I don't want to
keep
be
that in
mean.
mind.
I'm being very respectful with shoving a knife into their head.
I want to steal.
But
Are-
also,
I
I could just be
steal.
saying that.
Are we
I could
happy
be
with
saying
this
that,
mode,
and
or
then
do
I
we
do
want to go
some
back to
kill
the
someone
draft?
else.
Are there any
Well,
other
that's kinda
modes you want to
fun.
try?
You're the birthday boy.
Draft gets kind of hectic because everybody just kills everybody else.
Yeah, draft is fun,
It turns into
but chaotic.
Well, I guess we could do Goose Hunt.
What is Goose Hunt?
Goose Hunt. One killer duck is on the loose, trying to kill everybody else before the time runs out. It's like hide and
Oh.
seek in
Okay,
Among
so
Us.
it's just hide and seek.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Shino, you cannot have a monster. It is way too fucking late, and
Have a monster.
okay,
Wait,
you
so
don't
how-
have work
so
tomorrow,
how
As
does
a
but
tree.
How do the geese win?
Have a monster.
But-
It's fine for
These
you.
have to
You'll
do
have
this.
some
Have one in
amazing
my
trees,
honor. I
and
haven't
you'll
been able to have
some
one in a
trees to
week.
help you out.
I'm dying for
it
caffeine.
is
Wait, wait.
11:40 where Shino is. She does not
Yeah,
need
Shino,
a
have
fucking
a monster. You'll
monster.
have some whack ass dreams. It'll be fun.
I am
Trust me.
honor bound to
As a
be a bad
professional
influence when it
caffeine
comes to
addict.
caffeine. Drink the
Shino,
wake up juice.
As
Right there,
as a professional caffeine addict, drink half the can.
right there.
Save
You
the other half
typed
for the
in
morning.
it's only 11 a.m. You can't even tell morning from night. You may not have a monster.
Have a monster. You'll be able to tell time.
Leon's
You'll
the
enter the
birthday
25th
boy.
hour of the
What
day.
he says goes.
Have three
That's
monsters.
what's
You'll
missing
be
from
able
your
to
brain. It's
meet
the vitamin.
God.
PM and AM are not the same thing, and I don't want you to meet God unless it's me.
Unless.
If you're tired enough to take a monster, you need to just go to sleep. Okay, I think this is just survive until the end. Are you telling me that you would... Are you telling me that you would fuck God for being a hot lesbian? Right in front of my face? Is that what you're telling me? Shino. No. Open. Open. Please don't get away. Lethal, no!
Reduce the counter.
Hi.
I was busy telling Shino that she may not have a monster. And she countered with, "What if God is a hot lesbian?"
That's a very compelling argument, really.
I know.
What's the freaking task?
Good night,
Are you
Shino.
clogging up the task?
Mwah.
Okay.
Sweet dreams, baby girl.
Oh no. We went up to poop. That way.
What about poop?
There's, I'm sending the poop to its correct location. Wait, what?
Who is left alive? Ah.
One person.
Well, not anymore.
There's one person left.
The fuck was that? They teleported.
Crispy!
They teleported on.
She left Crispy. She left Crispy for
All you had
last.
to do was follow the damn train, Crispy.
They teleported to me.
I did. I should have just run. I should have run.
Oh, hey,
just
Hoyt's playing Goose Duck again.
She did. She just appeared. Was that?
Fuck.
Is she
I
able
was in
to
a good
teleport?
spot, too. I
No,
was out
okay,
of
I think
all
what I
sight
know-
lines, and then you two appear.
I think what happened.
Nah, they were next to you for a minute, Tism.
Not on my screen, they what?
Oh, my face.
I think what might have happened.
Yo,
I did like
Tism,
Ow,
your
your
internet's
face.
so bad your
Did
computer's
you see
got
what you did to my
schizophrenia.
face?
I had a
Says
glitch
you,
on my
Louis.
network connection, so it could have been
You
that
disappear
too.
every 20 minutes because your Wi-Fi shits itself.
So, yeah, I couldn't kill Tism.
I was
Your
trying to
internet
joke.
pulls an Elvis every 20 minutes. You don't get to comment.
Hoyt, are you
I
back?
was trying to joke.
I'm back.
Oh,
Hoyt!
that brutal.
Wait.
Hoyt.
Wow.
Hoity, hoity,
Shino,
hoity,
you should
hoity.
you should drink that monster.
Expensive.
No, Shino's going to bed.
Drink the
I
monster.
know.
Have fun dreams. Caffeine dreams are great. They're better than fever dreams.
It's Leon's birthday. You have to follow him.
Yeah.
Not if
Yeah.
they wait long enough in their time zone.
Hoyt, we are
They can
playing
just outwait it.
Goose Hunt.
Uh-huh.
It's hide and seek.
One person is the duck, and they have, I think,
Hug.
3 minutes
Hug,
to
hug.
murder
Hug
everyone
for
else.
Louis.
But I think
Oh my
tasks
gosh.
reduce the amount of time that they have. I'm still a goose. I don't understand how these guys are buying things. Do you guys actually see stuff in the shop? Oh god, I thought that happened like right there. No.
It's Hoyt.
No, he got me. God damn it. At least I got a couple of tasks done.
Lethal. It's up to
Yeah,
you.
blah, blah, blah.
No.
No. No. Who's left? Shino?
Shino's not here. It must be Tism.
Oh. Sheena had to leave? Did I miss that?
Shino's been gone for like
Did
2
all my free
hours.
tests.
in chat.
God, my brain is. I'm sure I said bye too.
Louis and
Tism-
Tism both.
Whoa, what's down here?
Pretty well every
Been in this
time.
good hiding spot.
I do think
I
that
want to
might be
zoom
the good
out.
way to do it.
I haven't been in this area before.
Oh no, that's a
Never
dead
been
lethal that I'm
here.
killing.
How do you get in here?
Dead bodies on the
Wow, Tism and Louis are just hiding in the corner on top of each other.
The hell is that?
That's your warning that there's only 60 seconds left.
Oh, it's because the last minute.
What I just said. "30 seconds left. Can they make it?" If he finds them, he'll kill one of them and the other one will have to just run. They can make it. They can make it. No, he found them! He found them! Run,
No,
Tism,
no,
run!
no, no,
Run, Tism,
no.
run! No!
Oh,
Man, that was close.
Tism, what happened to running?
Tism did not run right away.
No. The plan
I
was
did.
we were hiding inside of each other.
Right?
That's almost worse.
Die. Yes, yes.
That's funny.
Oh,
If
that's
one
my
of us
favorite
died,
hiding
the
place.
other would run.
That's exactly what I thought your plan was going to be, but Tism did not start running right away.
I did!
Yay!
Yeah.
I started running
Welcome
the
back.
second I saw
So
Louis become
close.
a
I'm pretty sure I've been duck like 5 out of 6 times playing this game.
Seems that way.
So much stuff.
Wait,
I'm a killer and the
I
game
just-
knows it.
I just noticed in the chat.
damn it! Lethal. Really? Really? I actually don't like this whole salt and pepper a heart. It's weird.
It is the weirdest fucking game and kind of hard.
No, I mean just like the needing to the way you have to shake the shaker.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Like it took me a while to get the hang of it, and even then, I'm not sure I could do it. I'm not sure I could do it again.
I've had to do it like 3 times now.
Man, I never
wait,
get to
I gotta
kill
poke
people,
a
and then whenever I
body?
do, somebody else kills me.
Poke a body and throw coal in the.
Man, I never get to kill people, and then whenever I do get the chance, I get killed.
Same. I really wanted to be a
It's
pigeon.
I want to murder people.
What about being a pigeon?
I really wanted to be a pigeon, but the one time I got the chance, Tism killed me in the
Gerald's
first
got a
5
really
seconds
good
of the
spot.
game.
Oh no.
Gerald's got a really good spot.
Watching Louis run through the fog. I don't know. Gerald doesn't seem to have a spot. Oh, is Louis the killer? Oh, I know Louis the killer. I'm stupid.
Where is the last person?
You can do it, Lethal. You can do it. He's on the other side of the map. Just stay where you are. Stay where you are, Lethal. You can do it. He won't find you there. Why do you keep trying to go through the wall? It's a fucking wall. Just hang in, Lethal. He has no idea where you are. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was so close. You were just on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. Where the hell was the last person?
Right
Louis,
where
she was
you
right
were,
across
like on the other
wall.
side of the wall in the fog.
You were so close there.
Hell yeah,
We're
lethal
so
carry.
close. I saw you come in. Wow.
Louis, I
Manage
can't
with the,
believe you
like, dark
betray me
coloring
like
too.
that. Anyways,
Oh
hold
my
on.
gosh.
I'm gonna change my
Hey,
duck
you
color.
Alright,
weren't
this might
the
be my
first
last
person I killed.
Okay.
Well, why not? Maybe you should have been.
Because he wasn't the first person I saw.
So, are you guys happy with doing more of these on this map, or would you like to change map?
Don't matter.
So let's swap it up.
Yeah,
We're gonna do
Be a
another
I'm
great
easy.
luck.
Your birthday.
Find you. I
Gosh.
didn't.
You should get to
Where's-
subject us to our.
there it is.
Suggest us to your wins.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
this place sounds nice. Let's go here.
Crispy, I see.
And I'm probably gonna have to do another
Da-da-da-da-da.
code.
Wow, this is
Whoa.
sabotage.
Heck is this place?
This place is called Bloodhaven. If anyone
I
gets
like the
stuck
name.
in loading hell, I did put a new code in VC chat.
These are a bunch of sabotages in this one.
The basic demon.
Oh, I finally
Oh. Chases and freezes a player.
a gift wrap
All
card.
players will change form into a randomized demon.
It's
Oh.
a doubled.
Sabotage
I
will
knew
be.
there was something else I had to do.
It's in the VC chat, Louis.
Okay, so this is a different game mode.
No, we're in a new place. We're not in a new game
Oh,
mode.
these are just different sabotages. Okay. Got it. Ah, I see.
So do you guys still want to play hide and seek?
Yeah, I'm down.
Happy with
down
whatever.
for anything.
I mean, I'm bad at it, but sure.
This is my last.
I don't
I'm
think
having a good
anybody's
time being
good
bad
at
at
it.
I don't know.
I don't
was pretty
know.
good at
Louis
it.
and I,
I don't know,
Louis
Louis
and I
was in.
figured out
Pretty
the
good at it.
meta. Sit in a
I
corner.
went
Oh
twice
no,
on
I
that
think
game mode.
I think the chaos mode is kind of fun too.
What's chaos mode?
I forgot what it's called.
That
The
that
one where
monster
it gives
one?
us the different. No, the one where it gives us the
Oh,
All
draft.
the power-ups.
yeah, draft.
I do
Either
like
way.
draft.
Happy with whatever.
Can do
There
draft.
is 8 of us. I think it's better with more people.
Yeah. Ruby was
draft?
supposed to be head again, but I haven't seen her in a while. I thought she was downloading the game, but I don't know if she fell asleep or what. Ism. Where did Lethal even come from? Why am I the first one always
Oh, no.
dead? Why me?
Happy birthday.
Bullshit. Oh, leave it for last. Yes, sure.
I guess one should assume that the people running around.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I didn't even see Lethal. I said hi to Tism.
Lethal's last
Took 2
one.
steps and I was dead.
Run,
He was
Gerald,
standing
run.
right there.
Yeah,
Gerald.
Lethal was saying, I'll leave you for last to get me to stop, and then I got stuck on a door. Not even a door, I got stuck on a damn
Just
well!
chasing Gerald.
Gerald. Were you
This map
AFK?
is bright, there's no hiding spots, you just gotta
I was
run.
doing tasks.
That's true. There's
You were-
no hiding
what?
spots in this
God
one.
damn, Lethal.
Us
Louis,
really
Damn,
quick,
Jesus.
Lethal.
Sorry guys, I'm
Aptly
really good
named.
at this mode of the game, I think. Unfortunately.
So aptly
You just
named.
gotta run.
Any of you have to-
He's really good at seeking and murder.
Gerald should have ran.
I was doing tasks. I don't know.
Yeah, so the last thing I heard was, I'll leave you for last.
I chased
Oh, God.
the map.
And then I
Two
died,
kills.
not
Two
last.
kills before I killed him.
Alright, how about we do
No,
one
yeah, I
more of
could've
these and then we do another draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll stay for one draft game, okay? So yeah,
Okay.
that one was fast.
Y'all got it
Look,
ready.
up.
Yep, ready up, ready up.
Yeah, give me a second, give me a second.
Ready up.
Yep, ready. Yep, ready.
Oh my god.
No, no.
Oh god, they're right there. They're right there. Wait, was right behind us. No. No. Shit! I see you,
Hi,
Tism.
Leon.
I see you. Let me sweep my goddamn stairs.
Bye, Leon.
What the heck?
Like inexplicable.
Welcome to Death Chat.
Yeah.
Tism didn't want to play silly buggers.
What's silly buggers?
What's the strat
Going
going
around in
on
circles.
here, guys? The lethal crispy.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It's Jover. Oh, Joe.
It's Jover.
Tism is surprisingly effective.
Who knew that
Oh, no,
when
no,
I am
that's
actually
not
allowed to
surprising.
kill things when I'm the killer, I get
You
good at
agree.
killing.
That was so fun.
Lucifer.
It's been
Lucifer.
so long since I was killer that the last time I was, Louis punched me in the teeth. It has been
deserved
that
it.
long. Louis, it was the beginning of the round. You did it just for the love of the game.
Alright,
Why were
everybody
you
everybody
killing
who wants to
people?
play draft, ready up.
Okay. I'm staying for one draft game. I can do it. Woo.
I feel like you said that
Draft,
2
draft,
rounds
draft.
ago.
No,
I wasn't
I-
expecting to be. I wasn't expecting to be the killer, so I still.
This is the
might
first
bring it.
draft round.
I was trying to joke.
Ooh, a cannibal.
Gee, I wonder what that does.
beer?
You eat corpse.
Once per game, you can eat a corpse.
Wow.
Just we can have one
Damn
corpse as a
it!
treat.
I wanted the pigeon.
Or it is you and you're faking.
No, Leon would just be like, yes, I get to sneeze on motherfuckers.
I wouldn't tell anybody if I were the pigeon.
I mean, or it could be a
The
double
fuck
triple
is a
threat.
scientist?
What does scientists do? Scan for dead
You can
bodies.
scan for dead bodies. Jenks.
We have an Avenger and a Vigilante. We're screwed. People are going to be murdering geese left and right. Oh, I forgot. We have a new map.
Hel'leon.
Oh, okay. Hammer them.
I didn't know him. Are you a killer?
No, I'm not killer. Wait, do I have a task
Can you
here?
hear me?
What?
Hoyt asked me if I was gonna kill him.
Gerald just asked me if
Oh,
I was
were
going
you?
to kill him.
Oh.
Oh, here it is.
No.
Good.
No. Oh, did he say good?
What the hell? How do you do this one?
Is it, what is it, tomatoes?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm like defending myself. I think I just have to keep this.
Is there like an infection thing going on?
Yes,
I'm sure
actually,
there's
we
something
should
Pigeon victory?
ring the bell every now and again, because if they sneeze on everybody in a round, we lose. This is a pigeon check.
I was just really worried. Nothing was happening.
Pigeon
I guess we
check.
can skip, but
Nobody's dead
Really?
yet. I agree.
This
What
was
the
good
fuck?
because we have a pigeon.
we have a
It's
pigeon, and I was
suspicious that
scared.
nobody's dead yet.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
can vote the pigeon out. Who the fuck is the pigeon now? What?
Well,
There's no
we also need to
evidence.
make sure that, because the pigeon wins if they sneeze on everybody in a round.
Oh, I'm
Does
sure.
it
So
tell
if we
you if
just
you've been
vote out
sneezed on?
anybody,
It does not.
Oh.
Okay.
Who did everyone
Oh.
see?
I saw
Just
about
Crispy
everybody.
and Lethal.
There's a big
Yeah,
group.
and
I
then
saw
everybody was
Hoyt
in a
and
big
Leon.
line
I
at
have
the end.
only seen
and
Louis,
Leon.
Nico,
Yeah,
and
I
Leon.
guess we probably shouldn't group up, huh?
I was doing one.
True, yeah,
task,
though
everyone
that's
just
really
happened to
bad
gather
infection-wise.
God, it's just fucking COVID again.
It is.
around.
God,
Where'd everyone mask
social
up?
distancing the game.
That's just called single player.
All right, who voted me?
You voted yourself
Damn it,
just to make us
Crispy.
look bad.
I didn't do it.
Good, it put me next to... oh, here it is. Okay, now apparently I'm a fucking nurse. Louis, hi. Where am I? I need to go through the chapel up to the plaza. Hello, Neko. Damn. What the fuck is in this one? No! Oh. I gotta do it all over again. Stupid
That's
bucket.
right.
All over again.
Better not get stuck. Damn bucket.
Ooh, bones.
Oh, okay.
finish this fucking thing.
Oh, the door. Okay. What's that?
I think we're infected.
Or it's just something that happens at night.
Light. We might have to. Light lamp.
Is this just a map effect?
I think so. Where's the bell though? Oh, it's in the chapel. Where am I?
Oh fudgy. Oh fudgy doodle.
I'm gonna go ring the bell.
Died.
Past victory?
Boo!
Oh my god.
Yeah, we've finished all
God, I couldn't find Louis. I sneezed on everyone but Louis. And then the first time I sneezed on every single person but Artemis.
Haha.
When did you sneeze on me?
I sneezed on all of you.
She
Maybe I
didn't.
didn't sneeze on you, Louis, the first time. Maybe that's what I was missing. I
You
sneezed
don't
on
get an
everyone.
animation when you're snub.
I'm a liar. I'll do one more.
What time is it?
Yes.
11:06. I got time.
It's 10:06.
It's 12:06 a.m.
It's 11:06 actually. Actually.
9:06. We got a bingo.
It's 11:06 Leon time. Leon time is the only
Yeah.
time that matters for the
That's
next
true.
54 minutes.
Ooh.
54 minutes and 26 seconds.
Weirdo Central Coast.
What's the microphone on this thing?
I see the bit
West
of
Coast
Louis
or
figuring
East
out
Coast
how to through a
Coast?
speaker is returning.
West Coast, Worst Coast, East Coast, East Coast.
Wyoming
Central
has
Coast,
best
West
number?
Coast.
Upst coast.
Wyoming is best state.
Ew.
I
Yeah,
will take no
I'm not gonna.
arguments.
I don't buy that one for a second.
I have an argument. Nobody knows about anything from Wyoming.
Y'all know
I
about
mean,
me.
I'm from the fourth,
you
like
can't
the
even
fifth
make
largest
fun of
economy in the world. So I vote
No,
California. best state.
Wyoming is known for the entire state smelling like cat pee.
Ew.
Wyoming has nothing to do. That's all.
I believe that.
I mean, at least Iowa's known for like Slipknot.
Really?
Yeah, Slipknot's
I've
from Des Moines.
never heard anybody say, "Oh, you're from Iowa? That's where Slipknot's from."
Yeah, they're from Des Moines.
Claim to fame.
Womp
Yeah.
womp.
You also have the ice cream capital of the world, world's largest truck stop, the American Gothic House.
World's largest truck.
No, like it's an actual thing. It's like a small
I know it's a
town-sized truck
thing,
stop.
but
It's
like
great.
that's like
What's a
the claim
lobbyist?
to fame of a
Dude,
place
it's
where
Hillbilly Disneyland.
Yeah, I was thinking the same question.
I
You can kill when you collect enough votes? How do you get votes? Oh. I Hey, Crispy. What? Pick up the bell. What bell? What bell? What bell?
Oh, what bell?
where's the bell?
Somebody must have found it. I need to go left? How do I get vote? Oh, do they mean vote?
Cool.
Oh. Hi, Gerald.
What?
You.
What?
You bitch! Oh my god. And he's self-reporting? Oh no, that's
And I was
Crispy.
gonna say I just saw Leon went this way, and it's Leon's body. So I don't know who. I didn't see.
Super.
They're in
helpful.
league.
Where?
They're in league.
Likely
In
story.
the hospital.
I'm at
Oh.
Plaza,
Well,
and I
good place
think
to
I
get hurt.
just saw Lethal show up.
Yes.
Pism was
So-
near me.
I've seen
but
so
Tism
many of
moved
you.
in
The
the
only people I
opposite
haven't
direction.
seen are like Crispy and
Yeah,
So
Sage.
Tism's
Chapel.
safe.
I could believe it.
I-
It was Hoyt.
No,
I'm in the
Gemini,
cemetery.
Thanks for
I am
the
very
Feeling
far
it's for
away.
being white.
Oh.
What?
Oh yeah, the cemetery.
I just
right
haven't
off
seen
the
him
side of the
at
map.
all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had the
How was
sensor
your
thing,
stream,
and
though?
nobody was
Well,
even near me.
Nico was in chapel with me.
One of these days, he's gonna
Yeah, I
understand that
had,
it's
like,
an echo.
Two or three tasks in a row in the chapel.
I don't know.
What are we doing?
So
I'm skipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got no.
Crispy.
I picked
Why
Gerald.
We're gonna
me?
throw Gerald in a
Victimized.
lake for fun.
You should have. You should have. Why didn't you? Thrown Gerald in there. He would have. It would have been worth it. He's the killer. Wait, where's my task? Did this? More fucking cleaning. I never got this bed done, I guess. Do I fluff the pillow? What am I doing? Okay. Down below the chapel. Do my tasks count? I don't know. Oh, what's this guy? There you go, buddy. Oh, we're gonna do a rubbing. Oh, I need this. I did a rubbing once. A long time ago, though. Okay, so... I hate my mouse right now. Okay, we're gonna take this. We're gonna... Oh, I see. Okay, and then this one is just red. And this one is red, purple, blue. I thought I had to pour. Oh, it's telling me which door to knock on. What? Oh, is this like a rhythm game and I gotta wait for it to be inside the... Wow, okay. Unexpected, but kind of cool. Did we get a task victory? Again?
Man, you also
Damn, Gerald.
Shoot.
I knew it was Gerald.
Man, I was hungry. No snacks. Not a single munchie.
I did
Come
know.
on, man.
I did know Tism.
Womp womp.
Not even a
Just safe.
not even a morsel
Okay.
of cadaver to munch on.
So
played
now,
it too
now do
safe
you
and I had too
understand
much
why
fun
I
on the
always
mini
wanted to play this
games.
game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
no,
think
I'm
we
having a
might
great
be
time.
having to add this into a normal rotation of games.
Yes, this is very fun. I
Yeah.
love this. Bye bye, Lethal.
Good night, Lethal.
Thank you for
Good night,
coming.
Lethal.
Bye, Lethal.
Yay!
It was really funny.
Good
Lethal
question.
was just like, "Are you gonna kill me?" And I was like, "No, but I'll eat your body if you die."
Oh man, that's a
Gerald, you
conversation I
gotta
have with my
kill
cat.
more people, man. Stop,
I do.
Stop goofing off with the mini game.
Does this mic sound
He's
better
over
or
here
my
taking
normal
off,
mic?
actually doing the job.
You sound the same.
Actually doing his job by not doing his job.
Yeah.
Lucy, go back.
Doing your damn
His,
job for you. Maybe you guys should do tasks faster so I don't have to.
His
Anyways, I think it's about time
Oh, okay.
for me to black out.
Tism's gonna die.
Okay. Bye, Tism.
Bye,
Bye,
Tism.
Tism.
Thanks for coming.
Actually, what time is it?
11:15.
I got one more.
Well, ready up then. Good boy.
Dang button. Oh, my face.
Give me a cool number.
Why do I never get the good number?
I got a cool number.
What's a good number?
I got a cool number too.
I've got a cool number.
5.
We all know what the
Five's a nice number. I like 5.
I mean, I can very easily rank numbers by coolness, but that's because of OCD.
I actually don't like
Oh,
5
man.
because it's uneven. What does a
Five's
clown do?
okay.
5 is the
It's
most
okay
even of
as
the
a
odds.
prime goes. but
Oh.
numbers divisible by 5
Oh.
are good.
We need to worry
5
about
is
this
the most
clown.
even
So
of
it's
the
like a
odds, and
good
3 is the
prime
most odd of the
factor.
evens. Or wait, no.
Like
What's the
the
clown
single
do?
digit primes are the
Oh.
best primes. Any
Five
primes above
5 is
single
the
digit
most
primes are
even of
bad
odds.
numbers.
Oh, lordy.
The clown makes people sound funny in meetings, but repeated uses on the same player will kill them. I wanted duck. Hey, Burr. Thank you so much. Did you already do your traveling? Did it go well?
Oh.
Hello. There it is. Wait. No! I investigated you to see if you killed anybody, and it said you hadn't, and you fucking ate me.
Man, I don't trust Crispy at all.
Yeah, I was the clown.
You
I was so
bitch.
excited to hit somebody with the.
Yeah, I know, right?
Fuck you, Hel'leon voice. Death by
What kind of
voice.
corpse is it?
Somebody fucking
No, I
kill
would
him.
not kill you guys.
Somebody kill
Nobody
him.
can. I'm the guy who kills.
Is there no one who can kill?
I'm pretty sure not.
No, we've got. Don't we have an Avenger and a Vigilante, or was that last game?
That was last game.
We have nobody who can kill.
I was a vigilante. I pressed space right as
Oh,
Louis.
God
Louis, you
damn
could have
it.
saved us.
I pressed space right as Hoyt.
Kill Gerald. He's clearly following you, so he can eat you.
Oh, I'm throwing the tomatoes.
You know what my favorite thing
Run,
is?
Artemis,
The fact that he can hear us
run!
right now. The fact that he can hear us.
I know.
Wait,
Hoyt, target
Hoyt
Gerald,
can?
target Gerald. I want to
Eat
talk to Gerald.
Gerald.
Get him in
Leave
here.
Artemis
Get him in here.
alone. Yes. Hi, Gerald.
Hi, Gerald. Welcome in. We definitely didn't tell him to eat you. Do it, Hoyt.
Artemis,
I'm
run!
Getting scared.
What are you doing,
Do it.
Artemis? Run!
Do it to him.
Run,
Do it,
Artemis!
Hoyt.
survival instincts of a duck.
I haven't seen a single
You
body.
mean the
do.
survival instincts of a goose?
Do it. Do it, Hoyt. Do it.
Just gotta stick together. Where are you going?
Do it. You
Hoyt,
want, you know
do
you
it.
We
want
going to
Eat
the
'em. Eat 'em.
thingy?
Come on, do it.
Oh, you just
Do it.
Eat him.
Leave
Tell me the
Artemis
voices in your
alone.
head are telling
She
you-
you don't
hasn't
have
done
any
anything
tasks
to you.
do?
Hoyt, eat her.
Herbs.
God
Yeah.
damn it!
Like,
I told you to leave her alone.
Be
Run,
honest,
Crispy,
Artemis.
Crispy,
run!
I
Do
do
it,
not
do it,
trust
you
you.
want
Get
it. Do
away
it,
from
do
me,
it.
Crispy.
Eat him. Eat him.
Do it.
You know
Wait,
you want
do
it.
it.
Crispy, I
Do
don't
it.
trust
Do it.
you at
Do it.
all.
Do it. Do it.
Do it, Hoyt.
Do it, Hoyt. Come on.
He ate everybody.
So, Hoyt, I pressed
Belly
space
full of
on you
burb.
as soon as you ate me.
Yummy, yummy in my tummy.
Putting hits out on people.
This isn't
You
the
just-
Thor that
you,
I
like, stopped me
wanted.
monologuing, and it got my like defenses down.
It was so funny. We were just like, do it, Hoyt, do it.
Come on, do it. Do it.
And I was being mean to Crispy the
Valheim?
entire time.
Okay.
Every time I ran across Crispy, my timer wasn't ready yet. Like my cooldown wasn't ready. I'm like, oh no, I
Crispy,
don't trust
you should have
Crispy, and I
known
ran
something was
away.
wrong when he was saying, "Get away from me! I don't trust you."
I
But
don't
he
trust
wouldn't
you,
leave you.
But staying right next to you, yeah.
I didn't know how was I supposed to kill the pelican?
I think you just called
He
me,
Said
only
right?
if
kill
you
the
have like
pelican
a.
or do all of your tasks.
It's
No,
only if
he
you
ate all
have
the
like a
people that
kill
could.
roll like
He ate-
vigilante
Yeah,
or
I
something.
was
which
the
I did
clown.
not.
He ate Louis. Louis was vigilante.
Or you could just call the
Tism, are you
meeting.
still
I
playing, or are
was
you
just the
leaving?
astral.
I think I'll just spectate. I'll exist.
Oh, thank you for the check-in.
Ooh.
I'm sorry
a
you had to
terrible
see your
number.
mod get eaten.
Oh yeah, by the way, Nun, what should I call you? Nun, demon, or AI?
Well,
Or just Nun, Demoni, or what?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ruby. Well,
sorry.
everybody in the group said that we want to make this part of our regular rotation of games, so you'll be able to come back and play another time. Maybe on stream, maybe off stream.
If you pick random, will it pick only one of
It'll
the three
give
you
you-
have, or just completely
No,
random?
it gives you something.
One of the three you have, for sure.
Pick the name
No,
from
it
the
gives
Japanese word
complete random.
random. Oh.
Random
I
does
might,
complete random.
I might call you. No.
What's happening? Did we lose somebody? It's okay. Don't worry about it. You weren't the only person who
As you
couldn't
can
make
tell.
it. There are like
Ferguson and
3 other people who couldn't make it, so it's fine.
Leon is the killer. I can tell.
You want me to kill you?
I can tell.
You want me to kill you?
No, I can tell.
You want me to kill you? I did it anyway. Chat. Chat, I used my only... Oh, this guy's dead. I used my only kill to kill Gerald. Hey guys, what are you doing? Oh, are you giving a coin to the old guy?
Yeah, I had the
His
coin
his
toss.
beard is weird. It goes over his bill.
It's a
Like,
fake beard. That's got to be it.
Gerald's
crispy.
dead. I don't know who did it. Oh, I didn't see anyone up here.
I thought Tism was joining us. Where
He's
Tism is
spectating.
spectating.
oh, he's spectating.
Any of y'all come near me, you getting shot.
Are you the sheriff?
Well, that's kind of a weird thing to say
Yes.
with the one death and
I
all
am
of
the
us were
sheriff.
hanging together the entire time.
That's true.
Louis?
I don't think I
I
was
am
hanging
here
with you
except
guys,
that
but
he's
I
gonna
did
get
pass a lot of you.
voted out.
I was with Artemis the whole time.
I think it's
I don't think I saw Crispy at all.
I saw Crispy.
I saw
Yeah, I was
Crispy a
with
bunch.
them.
Crispy was with
and
me.
then I
it was-
almost saw you, Leon. I ran away.
It was
from
Crispy or Louis that
Hey, I am the sheriff.
Okay. Wow. Crispy! Crispy,
Oh,
no!
man.
Am I gonna die?
Yeah, Crispy, no!
Oh,
It's a
come
miscarriage of
on.
justice.
Crispy was not the killer. This a mighty fine looking duck. Or goose, whatever. Wait, Artemis.
Well,
Are you giving me the
I trust
silent
both
treatment?
you, honestly, at this point.
Huh?
I trust both of you at this point because you were both around.
Wait, I cannot believe you did that.
Leon killed right in front of me.
Oh. All right, here we go.
Leon killed right in front of me.
So we were standing in a room with the big statue, right? And it was me, Hoyt, and Artemis. And Artemis said, at this point, I trust both of you guys because you've been around. And then Hoyt cut her head off.
No, you cut her head off. I was hanging out with Artemis the entire time last round, and I didn't kill her.
Yeah, you were
and I had
marinating
so
Artemis.
many chances.
You were marinating Artemis in order
Why
to
would I
make her
marinate
your
Artemis
alibi.
and then kill her? That
It's
makes
called
no
marinating.
sense.
You used her as an alibi, and now you killed her.
Yeah. Into the pit you go, Lee.
Wow. I suppose this is revenge, Louis. Congratulations, Louis. You voted
If
incorrectly.
you hadn't just killed me for sport, then we wouldn't have lost, probably.
How did so many people die? I only ever killed one.
Not on the jury.
Listen, I was a vigilante, and I used my one kill to take out Gerald. Just because.
I should have killed you.
My feelings.
Happy
my
birthday,
feelings.
Leon. I'm sorry I had to pull that bullshit right in front of your face.
It's not the first time, won't be the last time.
Yes, it was somewhat payback.
Leon, why do you like playing friendship destroying games on your birthday?
I again get one of my least favorite numbers.
I have half of my favorite number.
I mean, I guess technically this number was a factor in my favorite number, but only in like the most technical sense.
I just hope y'all know that next time I come across a dead body, I'm not reporting. Because I've been killed every single time I've reported a dead body, and it's never.
I feel like you've learned the wrong lesson from.
So, you know what? That's it.
I don't think there was a lesson to learn.
Snitches get stitches.
Leon.
Yeah.
Sage says you and Hoyt bicker like divorced parents.
I don't know what that means. Does that mean somebody's dead? I think that means somebody's already dead. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. What a weird noise. What is this ball made of? Wait, I think somebody's already dead.
You want to hit the button then?
I was looking for the button.
He's gonna come back.
Wait, where am I? Okay, if I go down and to the left. Okay, I apparently don't know how to use Scientist because I used it and it gave me a red
Don't know how to use what?
Scientist. It lets you know, like you can check and see
Yeah,
if
your
there
mic
are any dead bodies.
said scientist first time.
Mm-hmm.
So it
there
gave
are
me a
none.
red target. So I thought that meant somebody was dead.
Oh.
I guess
Oh, it doesn't look like
Oh,
anyone's
maybe
dead.
that means they're
Yeah,
the
no, I
murderer?
think we're all here.
Maybe
Maybe
there's a number
someone-
on it when somebody's actually dead. I don't know.
Well, we can just skip then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, no, that makes sense. But no reason not to.
Or we could just, vote Crispy again.
How's the weather where you guys are?
Decent.
No, if
Famine.
we're going on them rules, we gotta kill Leon because he's the one who reported.
Who voted Louis?
I don't know.
No.
Probably the bad guy.
Why would I?
Was that a self-report? Why was there just a duck behind me and then it was gone? How weird. Oh, great. Flip, 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 flip. Yay.
Tism has a question for me, Leon.
What?
Tism had a question for me, and I don't trust him.
Tism has a question for you?
He had a question for me, and I...
He's dead.
Who would kill Tism?
So, Gerald, that looks
He
really
was over in
suspicious.
chapel. I came over and I saw him just decapitated.
Gerald, that looks really fucking suspicious.
Tism...
Yeah, honestly.
Louis, did you see anyone?
Cool. I'm being fucking framed.
I did not.
Yeah, Tism was like chasing me briefly, and he was like,
Tism
Gerald,
was
I
a
got a question.
vigilante.
And
then he slipped on a banana peel, and that's why he's dead, Gerald.
And then
apparently,
he died.
I don't know, man.
Gerald
guess I'll
came
just
to me
fucking
and said,
die.
Tism has a question for me when I see him or something, and he just kept saying, I don't know, he's got a question for me, but I'm afraid of him. I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to.
never heard the question because I guess he died before he could ask me the question.
Yeah, because you killed him.
Bye, whatever. Just because I'm an apocalyptic badass, everyone always thinks I'm the guy killing people.
I mean, usually it's Crispy,
Yeah,
but we're going for
bye.
the other green duck this
skip.
time.
Bye.
Who voted Hoyt?
Who voted Louis?
Who voted Louis?
Why
What?
Who the
What
fuck
the fuck's
voted
going
Louis?
on?
Whoever did it saved Gerald's life. I hope he kills you next. Wow. Wait, who did you vote for?
I voted for Louis because I thought it was assault.
You guys, I don't know. Whatever.
You know, maybe I should make an appointment with the doctor sooner rather than later.
Doing here, Gerald? What are you doing with
It's
that
the
task?
wagon wheel.
Yeah, you spinning them, huh?
Slow as...
That is actually the task, spinning the wheels. Where do I go? Well, it looks like all of them are in the hospital. Man, I don't get to find any bodies. I don't get to kill anybody. I didn't get to sneeze on people. I didn't get to eat anybody. Spot the differences? Well, obviously that's different. And that's different. And that's different. And that's different. What else am I looking at? Oh, his little thing down here counts as something separate. Okay. Now I gotta make the bed.
Hey, Leon.
Hello. Please don't kill me.
Kill you.
All I heard was kill you.
No, I said I'm not going to kill you. Who do you think it is?
Gerald.
Harold, let's go find him.
I did see him over by,
Oh, wait, I got a task right here.
oh, I got a task right here.
Oh, I don't know how to do it. Where did Leon go?
I'm right
Oh, there you
here.
are. Sorry, you just like blended into the wall ceiling.
Yeah, I saw him around this place, but that was a long time ago.
Around where?
This building. It's a big central building, so I got a task in here.
Oh.
What the fuck? Where's the water pump? Where's the water pump? Guys, where's the water pump? Did somebody clean it?
The water pump's right here, yeah.
Gerald?
Oh,
Turned into
okay.
a monster. Where's Gerald?
I'm telling you it's Gerald.
I don't see him anywhere.
Fail.
Yay!
Oh, we did it. Told you.
It wasn't
Told you, by
Gerald.
the way. Told you, by the way.
I was
Again,
right.
Crispy.
I killed Tism.
I
I
can't
was
kill
right.
anyone.
Soon 7 a.m. Haven't slept. Okay, no problem. See you around.
Fair, I was
noon.
completely honest. You were
Crispy.
completely safe from the cannibal if you're alive.
And there's your hydrant.
I didn't
So
think
no
that.
one could kill anyone except me and a meaty.
Right? And you only get that voting
Again.
amount of time to go
sorry, I
over,
couldn't
find somebody to
help it.
I
kill
was
them,
asking
and then come
if
back.
you had any suspicions, so
Yeah,
I
and
could
you
go
have to find
punch
the
somebody.
specific-
I couldn't
vigilant
help
person.
myself.
And you shoot me in the face.
I was sheriff, and I just really wanted to kill one of you
Got the
guys,
fucking
but
face
I
for my
restrained
effort.
myself.
You should have killed
It would have been so
Tism,
funny.
you'll
Raven,
know
you
if I'm
could've
the
killed
killer.
me.
Always.
It would have been a murder-suicide if you had.
I know,
Been
but
shot.
it would have been
Been
worth it.
shot in the face for my efforts.
What'd you say, Louie?
I said I told you I was the Raven.
You did?
What does the Raven do? I forgot.
You can only
I
kill
was-
when you're in a meeting.
Oh, hey, Crispy.
By the way, I was
Crispy,
completely
look,
justified
Crispy,
in
look,
not
now
voting
you'll have
Gerald
an easier
and
job
voting
finding
for
someone.
Louie.
Y'all have an easier time finding you today.
Ready up,
Why
Tism.
did anybody vote Louis? People said to me. Why didn't you
Yeah,
vote
I'm
Gerald?
gonna-
People said after the meeting, and I was right. I was right.
Hey,
Leon,
I'm
I'm
gonna kill
gonna
Right,
you.
the
hang
whole
out with
time.
Sage and watch the Big Les show with him.
Okay.
You guys have fun. Good night.
Good
And
night.
if you have
Night,
anything to
Tism.
tell him, he is in my earbud right now.
Where's my happy birthday, bitch?
Yeah, where's his happy birthday, bitch?
Sage, do you have a response? Leon said we're. he says in a very sarcastic tone, "Bad birthday, sad birthday, get fucked."
Man, I love your boyfriend.
That was Leon that said that, not Louis.
Why would Louis say that?
He can't tell. He can't tell voices.
Hey,
Now
Tism's
that
boyfriend,
you're
this is
old
Crispy,
as
and
lies cannot be
Gerald,
far.
that trick doesn't work. He doesn't know who Crispy is yet.
oh damn.
Tism's boyfriend.
All right,
This is
I will
Voight.
see you guys around.
Bye.
Good
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye, Tism.
Leon, Sage says, "Why are you so mean to me?"
I bullying is my love language.
All right, there's your answer. Bye. Good night.
Bye.
May the
And then they
candles
say-
on your cake
Y'all ready for
burn
another
like
one?
cities in your
Yes.
wake.
Do you want to do draft or
Happy
regular?
Birthday.
I'm not gonna draft.
Happy birthday.
The Viking birthday song.
Death,
What's favorite?
destruction, and despair. People dying everywhere. Happy birth.
Well, Gerald's number one, I guess.
Someone's
Why would I pick it twice though?
Because you can't
Why would I
resist.
After the first time
Why would I pick
went so
Falcon
well.
twice?
Yeah. Exactly.
Listen, you can't let one bad session ruin your experience for all the rest. You gotta at least try again.
Probably.
Alright. Now to be as suspicious as possible. Hello, Crispy.
Leon,
You smell so good.
why are you breathing in my ear?
You smell so
Are
good,
you trying to
Crispy.
scare me? I'm sorry.
Wait, is that a
Are you trying to
pigeon?
cough
Are you?
on me?
Here's a pigeon.
I don't think we had a.
There's no pigeon. That's fake.
Hello, wait. How about we
Ask
go
her
to
you.
that room with the salt and pepper, and I salt you up for dinner.
I'm stalking you. So I guess I don't need.
You're the stalker, huh?
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, boy gets.
Hi, Louis. I thought.
Louis, you look delicious.
There's someone in the morgue. They haven't moved.
Why are we all sticking?
Can I call you my little chicken?
Everyone here is together.
Hello, Artemis. You throw those tomatoes so well. What a good little goose you are. Mm.
Dust closet?
What? What the fuck?
Oh. Oh, I don't like that.
I have an eyeball in my stomach. Ew. Are we supposed to be
So,
doing
if I
something, or
understand
is this just fine?
correctly- So,
Sure.
if I understand this correctly, everyone who is not one of the killers turns into one of those.
Well,
But
that
there's
would
no
just give away
names.
the killers.
Yes.
I don't think that's right. That would just give away the killers way too easily. Come here, Louie. I'm not done with you, my little chicken.
Are you a killer, Leon?
Oh, come on.
I got it.
Thank you.
Where's
It
Gerald?
didn't come up.
Read dark.
Gerald.
We're here. Is no one dead yet?
I don't think so. I think we're all still alive.
Good.
Oh, you son of a whore.
Oh, god dang it. How do I get... Leon?
Now somebody's dead.
Really gonna have another task, Victor?
You walked right over his feet and you didn't even say anything. Louie's dead. Gerald gave him a bomb, or gave me a bomb, and then Louie and I passed it back and forth. Damn.
Yeah.
Gerald, you
Gerald,
were
why would
so
you do a
bad
bomb?
at doing your killing. I didn't even have
What
a
the fuck
chance
was I
to
gonna do, man?
pass
I
the
was sus from the
bomb.
start.
You're the one who picked demolitionist. Pass the fucking bomb.
So, Gerald, I've got a question. Why didn't
Yeah.
you blow me up when I said, I know you have bombs in your pocket?
Well, it's like you said, it's because I'm nice.
Yeah, you didn't bomb me either. I passed you like twice.
Gerald's too kind-hearted. Every time he's
What are you
he
talking
just, like,
about? The
doesn't kill
second he saw
anyone.
me, he threw a bomb at me.
How do you pass the bomb to someone?
I was pressing
You just
E.
walk past him. Oh, really?
Click on him, I think.
thought
I
you
mean,
just
it
walked
didn't
past him.
tell me what to do, so I didn't know. I just ran for the first person, and unfortunately it was Louie.
Oh, did Louis die?
Yeah, he blew up.
Oh.
Blown up.
I
Yeah,
think
turns
anyone.
out I wasn't
Sorry, nobody
the,
noticed your cats.
Now we know that
Guys, what
just-
player number are you?
I'm
despite
69.
being
Yeah,
a post-apocalyptic
twice.
badass, he's a
I'm
terrible
afraid
murderer.
Yeah, he's too
Paragon
nice.
for life.
What does the
Paragon for life.
Ooh, a
Little
clown.
squishy, feely guy, jerk, violence.
I hope I get pigeon. God damn it. How many times have I said that I was hoping to get pigeon and somebody took it out from under me? It's my birthday.
It's my birthday. I want it.
It's my birthday for 12 more minutes. For 12 minutes. They couldn't wait for 12 minutes to betray me. Oh. Alright, I'm going this way. Louie, did you do it?
Yes.
Yes? Wait, you're the pigeon?
No, I did. I just heard Louis.
Oh, I said, Louie, did you do it? As in, did you take the pigeon away from me?
Oh, no. No. I can see through walls. Someone.
Wait, you can... Oh, you can see through walls? Hey, Hoyt. Are you a murderer,
No.
Hoyt? I don't even
Nope.
remember what other
This
things
time.
we have.
Well, I know we've got the mortician.
What's
that
mortician
can
do?
check bodies. It investigate the
Sweep,
body to see
sweep,
their
sweep,
role.
Sweep, 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 sweep.
Oh,
sweep,
oh, when
sweep,
they're
sweep,
dead.
Sweep.
Gerald, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
He's sweeping.
I'm sweeping. I was sweeping. I was singing the sweeping song.
I see.
The fuck?
Oh,
Happy
was
birthday,
so
Leon.
easy.
Louis. Or, fuck, it was Leon.
I was probably the first person you sneezed on, too.
Damn.
Artemis, you were the first person I sneezed on.
You know, at least I got to be, I guess, patient one.
Yeah, I
Should have
should have
known.
figured that out.
Leon was being so much chattier than normal, just trying to keep everyone around him and be friendly.
Yup.
I should have shot you when I had the chance.
That would have been great. If you had done it, you would have won.
I forgot that there was a pigeon even in the game. I should have just rung the bell.
Yeah, I forgot that too.
It's funny because Leon was going on about, oh, I got pigeon stolen from me.
Well, I mean, I
It was
said
all
I
red
really want the
herring.
pigeon just as the option to become the pigeon came up on the page. What was I supposed to do? Oh, we got a serial killer.
Oh. What does a serial killer
What's a
do?
serial killer?
They have a
Serial
specific
killer.
target.
Killing
And they
your
will-
target
if
reduces
they-
your cooldown. Killing others increases it.
Oh.
Your tasks are fake.
Quillivan, welcome to the stream. Oh,
Wow.
what's up,
we have.
Quill?
I think there's only one person who can't kill or destroy a body. I think everybody in this game right now, except the medium, can kill.
You wish.
Crispy.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure that the only person who can't kill in this game is the medium.
Is who?
The medium. And the medium
Is the
knows
medium?
just how many ghosts there are.
Oh.
I think everybody, literally everybody, is a serial killer, vigilante, a sheriff. What just happened?
What?
Huh?
Literally, what just happened?
Did they kill each other?
Did Louis DC?
Did Louis
What
kill me?
happened?
No, I
Did
got
Louis
killed
kill
by
Crispy
Artemis.
and kill himself?
No, I.
Oh, that's
What?
funny.
No, Artemis was my target.
Did Artemis
Oh,
random
Artemis
kill?
was the sheriff. Artemis was the
That's
sheriff.
fucking funny.
No,
I
I was
wasn't-
the
I was the
vigilante. I had
sheriff.
the chance to kill one person, and I was just like, this
Why
is
me?
suspicious.
Didn't hear
I'm
what you
gonna
said. Yeah,
risk
what
it.
are you playing, Quill? Also, Hoyt says
I'm like-
hi as well.
I was like,
Why
oh,
me?
Louis trying to get real close to me. Fuck it.
I didn't even see you in the room, Artemis.
That's so funny. I
Actually,
didn't
Quillivan,
either.
do you
I didn't see
want to
you
play Whiskey
either.
Stuff?
Well, it was me and Crispy and then
Oh, I guess we
Louis.
know who what number Gerald was again.
God damn it. I could be faking, though. I could be faking saying, God damn it. You don't know for sure.
Worked for me.
Well, it looks like there is no pigeon, so group.
Okay, do I get to choose or is it going to pick for me? Hi, Louis.
Good at tasks.
Thank you, me.
Gerald, where are you? I heard you, Gerald. I want eyes on you. Where are you? Hi, Artemis.
Everyone's
you
going
are.
to be leaving me alone because they think I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, you are the bad guy. Where's the bell? What bell is this always talking about? It's not on the map. I don't know what bell we're... Oh, this bell? Found it. Oh, Artemis. That was really short. Artemis is not the one who started with that. Did Hoyt just eat my feet? Did Hoyt just eat my feet? I didn't know you could eat the feet. Ah.
You were a little bit better.
The vigilante. It wasn't even him.
Is this store brand Amogus? Yeah, this is
What do you mean
it's
store
Amogus
brand?
but free, so that's
This is
an
better
upside.
than Among Us.
It's been too long and I was getting skeeved out, so I... Leon's dead.
We don't have a pigeon, do we?
Leon.
When did Leon get
Did
killed? I
that to the
just saw
birthday
it.
boy.
We have no pigeon, do we?
I
No.
don't think so.
Good.
No.
Gerald, did you put a bomb on Leon?
Maybe. No, I didn't.
Has anyone seen anything suspicious?
It's interesting. It's
No,
I haven't
interesting.
seen Leon
Nothing.
or Gerald in a long time.
I saw
Who
Leon
got the
very
bell?
briefly.
Let me see.
I just saw
was
Louis and then ran up for the
doing
bell.
a bunch of stuff.
Artemis,
in
you
a
know
conflict.
damn well
Where
you
was the
gave me the
bell?
bomb.
I saw Louis a bunch. but
Bell's in the
I don't
middle of the
know.
map,
It's
dude.
kind of rare.
I was trying to find the bell.
Oh, is
Apparently
that
I missed it in the
is
middle
it
of
the
Yeah.
It's in the chapel.
the little
the
loud
little
I
spot?
saw
horn.
Oh,
Louis
okay.
just standing in the corner.
Yeah, if you want to call a meeting, you hit the...
Right, that bell. Same bell as ever.
Or do we just sus
No,
Gerald
bye.
because there's
Bye,
a bomber
everyone.
in it?
Oh, I would love it if you guys sus Gerald.
Who voted me?
But it's Louis.
What the fuck?
Whoever voted
Louis, I
Louis,
guess.
good for you.
That
No,
doesn't
You
count,
get a gold
right?
star.
It is.
I don't
It
think
is
so.
nice.
No.
Oh, okay, good. It is nice to not be the guy getting booted for once. Naomi. I wonder who killed Leon. Guess I'll find out. Okay.
Artemis, how dare you? How dare you? Give me a bomb and then act like you don't know. I thought we were friends. Wait. You ate my feet.
Artemis,
Yes.
you going to bomb me? Crispy?
No, you know, the one time I had the bomber one, I figured out how to do it.
Who was that?
That's kind of suspicious.
Who was
What the heck was that? Why am
That's
I...
a, like, monster that you can turn into. Is that you,
But I
Gerald?
can't move.
Oh, you turned into a
What?
monster?
I can't move. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I can
That's 'cause
move
the
now. What the
monster
hell?
made you freeze.
A monster
I
came in
think
and
that's
spooked
part of the
me and I-
monster.
That was
So,
crazy.
who was the
It's
monster?
Pick up the bell. He ate her.
Sucker, thanks for killing so close to me.
You ate my feet.
Yeah, I
Artemis,
did.
you
Yummy,
gave
yum,
me the
yum,
bomb.
yum.
How dare you act like you didn't know?
I was not
I put a
even.
bomb on Artemis. Artemis walks off. I'm thinking, I'm fucked. Then the next thing I know, Artemis
I
doesn't
was the
even
Canadian.
mention it.
That Artemis, did you not even know Louis put a bomb on you? And when you passed me,
No,
you
I
gave
had-
me the bomb.
I had no idea.
It says in huge black text on the bottom of your screen, you have the bomb. You have this much time to get rid of it before it explodes.
My task. I was very tunnel vision.
Damn.
Obvious.
I hate the
Just
demolitionist.
pointing out that I was not the demolitionist. I kind of do too, honestly.
It was
I'm
Louis.
surprised y'all didn't suss me out for saying, "Oh, Gerald's the demolitionist again."
Yo, King of the Plant Phoenix for the follow! What up, King of the Plant? What a good name. We just did a plant task.
A what?
I did a
Plant
plant
task.
task.
Plant task. Okay. I thought you said plant ask, and I'm like, were you like, feed me, Seymour? You know, like talking to a plant?
Yes, yes, yes.
No.
I
Ask
was
plant.
asking the plant question.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that movie? Because if you haven't, we should watch it.
Oh, okay. I've seen 2 versions of that movie. I fucking love both of them.
Investigate, see if they've killed that round. Hello, Hoyt. Please don't kill me. Who's that? Crispy? Hi, Crispy.
You have nothing to.
What'd you say, Artemis? You have nothing.
Gerald was unnecessarily afraid.
That's just Gerald.
All right, the body was up to the entrance to Crime Alley. I am the sheriff. Y'all best stay away from me.
Well, the only person I know that was near Gerald was Artemis, because Artemis was saying something like, I don't even have a way to kill you, and said that Gerald was unnecessarily afraid.
Gerald just like immediately saw me and like, stay away from me, and I'm like, you have
Hey
nothing to
guys, new
fear.
viewer
I am
here. I
just
really like the
doing my
stream.
best."
I just have to ask one question though. When's the gay
I was
sex
on my
start?
way to make a bed.
Thank you for the follow, King of the Plant. You must come over
Just
here
where
from
you saw
Crispy's.
me
Anybody else
making
see
that
I
Gerald?
appreciate
bed.
your follow. Thank you.
Are we skipping?
I'm gonna skip, I guess.
I'll skip.
I mean, we can't vote out Gerald. He's already dead. Oh, Louis! Who killed Louis?
The fuck?
What
Wait,
the
what
hell?
power is that?
I know that
How
there
does that
is a power
even
that can do
happen?
that. I just don't remember which one it is.
What the fuck?
Louis got murked.
And I'm
Mark's
gonna
in the
say that it was
meeting.
probably either Artemis or Hoyt. I wonder if my investigate works when they killed in a meeting. Yeah, I want to investigate you.
I mean, even without the assassin.
You bitch.
Yeah, but without saying I'm the sheriff and telling people you best stay away from me or you're going to die.
I
probably
can't
gonna get
believe
voted
he
out.
killed me.
Yep.
I mean, that just makes him kill you quietly in some place where you're not gonna get found, and
Unless
take
I
you
shoot
out
him
first.
I'm so confused.
So Hoyt killed everyone.
Yeah.
Apparently the assassin can kill someone mid-meeting.
Oh, is that who Artemis is?
No.
Well, that's who Hoyt is.
Hoyt.
Oh.
How do you
Hoyt's
even
the
do
assassin.
that?
Oh, she's
That was
the Raven.
I thought the
That's
Raven
what
could
that
only
last
kill
thing
during
was?
meetings.
Nope. If at a certain point you get the ability to kill everyone.
Oh, that's right. If all of the ducks are dead, right?
Yep.
These
hell?
rounds are nuts.
Damn.
That was crazy. Thank you, Louis, for announcing what role you were in the middle of the meeting. First thing you said.
Well, because last time I did it,
Yeah, because he needs
It
to
made
know.
the decision to kill you really easy.
He needs to know what your what your
if I guess what role
is
you
in
are,
order to kill
then
you.
I can kill you.
okay.
Welcome to the
So
stream,
you
Folly.
first words out of your mouth, I'm the sheriff, y'all better watch out. I'm like, well, that's an easy kill. Thank you, Louis.
Yeah.
No
Would've been
deduction
so
needed
much
on my
funnier if I
part.
was lying.
That'd be a really weird lie. Just saying.
Hey, Folly, you want to join? we can get some more bodies in, if that's
Yeah, we
all
can
right.
always
You
use
know.
more people.
Oh, that reminds
Yeah.
me. Ruby sent me a message saying that their Wi-Fi is out and they are unable to come and play. They had to text me from their cell phone because their computer just has no signal. I paid no attention to what was in our party just now. I only know what I am, and I'm useless. The only thing I can do is task. Where are they? Where am I? Like probably a bush trimming or something over here. Snip, 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 snip. Gerald? Gerald.
What now,
Wait.
dude?
You said that Foley
don't
came into
even-
your... You said that Foley came
yeah,
in?
he's going to bed.
Oh, okay.
So no.
Oh, you guys already got it. Okay.
Dead yet.
Yep, everybody got it.
Oh, am I healing? This bag is not big enough for all these bottles. Ooh, do I get to play Whack-A-Mouse? Whack. Whack. Oh. Interrupted my game of
Alright, the
Whack-A-Mouse.
body was at the top of the cemetery. I had just done the, I was just putting stuff in an
I swear
urn,
I just saw
and I came
Hoyt.
down to the graveyard and saw the body.
I saw a lot of Neko over by Chapel and like Town Park. Where was everyone else?
I think it was at the bottom of Chapel, wasn't it, where I found you?
Where you found me?
Yeah,
Where
and I
were
asked
there?
you.
Yeah,
I asked you about Foley, and then I went up.
I'm
where were
right
you?
with Leon. I'm by the morgue.
Leon, did
Where
you
were
see Crispy?
I saw everybody except you doing the water pump thing, but then nobody came with me to do what I'm doing now.
No, I'm right behind you right now. You're doing the mouses.
Yeah, I am doing the mouse.
I'm gonna hit all the mouses.
I did say I get to
Gonna be
whack a
one of
mouse
those.
now.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Alright.
Who voted for me? What did I do? By just
Why people
existence?
vote for me?
Do I still get to whack a mouse? Yeah. Wait, where am I? Okay, straight up. Straight up, straight up, straight up. Whack a mouse. Smack. 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 Got you. Gotta stir the cold. Oh. Just had to filter. I didn't have to fucking do anything.
Oh.
Every time I go to clean the water pump, there's already like 3 people there. What? I just had to open it? That's weird. I'm at the left side of the chapel. And should oh, it's the stairs again. God damn it. I'm always mid-task. Gerald's dead.
It was either Nico or Crispy. I think it was Nico.
Why do you guys keep saying Nico? It's Neko.
Oh,
It's
what the
not
fuck?
me.
And ran away.
Oh my god.
What?
It was Nico. It was Louis or
It was
yeah, you were
not.
right there. It was Louis or Nico.
I
am
literally
being
just said
brave.
it's
it was
Neko.
Nico.
Oh. Well, then there you go.
So
Fuck
did
you
you
all.
say it's either Neko or Louis?
Yeah, because we were all standing there. Gerald, me, Neko, and Louis.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think who was the closest besides me. I know I was right next to him, but it was not me.
You were right next to him.
I don't know. We vote Louis a lot, and we don't usually vote Artemis.
That's true.
Fuck you all.
What?
God damn it.
Did we win? Oh my god.
Was about to kill you, but I didn't kill you.
You did kill me, though.
Did
what are you
I?
talking about? You didn't kill me. You absolutely killed me. I watched the animation.
So
Well,
which one
like-
of you
Would
killed
you
me?
believe me if I killed?
I kept doing the water poison. I was the
me.
Esper or whatever.
Yeah.
So I
So,
kept
like,
doing
the
the
strat
water
was
poison
to-
to get everybody near me, and then I just choose someone.
Yeah, but it didn't go any. It didn't go so well when nobody went anywhere the second time you did it, and they all just stood there looking
No,
at each
but
other
even-
until someone fell over dead.
Yeah, but then there were so many people around. It's like, who done it?
I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, everybody. Happy birthday,
night.
Leon. Thanks for the.
Thanks for coming twice.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm farming. I'm farming goodbyes.
And then they revive.
I think, how do you guys feel about one more classic game and then we call it?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm done.
Man, I didn't get Killer Lake at all. I did manage to kill everybody with Pigeon, though. That was fun. It was so quick, though. Oh. Thank you for spending some channel points. I don't get that very often. Oh, am I burning a body?
I just want to shovel my ashes.
I love that. And I really wish.
I want to know what Crispy was about to say. Bang, 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 bang. Yes. Do I have more over this way? Okay, I do. What's this? Oh, I see. What happened? Past victory?
Yeah, I did all the tasks. I'm
Wow.
killing it at that task. That's right, I just did it.
Well, that was quick.
It sure was quick.
How about one more good one?
He's saying that wasn't a good one. All right.
That was weird, confusing, and anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I'm still a goose. I haven't gotten to kill anybody. 5 hours almost. I haven't killed anybody.
A task Mac. Nice.
Ooh, I get to throw some tomatoes. Right in the eyeball.
Yeah,
How do I get over
you
there?
good?
Don't do it, Leon.
That was weird. I guess we'll go up.
Hel'leon.
I never done that before. That was
Got
kind of
it.
interesting. I gotta fix this door again. Guess that wasn't really fixing, was it? This? Oh, I gotta feed the monster in the basement. It was such a big set of bones for such a tiny mouse. You know, that laugh came up. I thought for sure that I was gonna have to, that I was gonna get changed into a monster.
Leon?
Yeah. I was just cleaning the steps.
Leon? Leon?
What?
What's happening?
I was cleaning the steps.
Other task victory.
God damn
Another task
it!
victory. I died though.
True.
I was
You got
dead.
just enough to say, "Hey, net," and then I killed you.
And then you
All right, one more good one. One more good one.
One more, one more, one
murdered me. See if I
Like,
can get something
just
fun
mid-friendly
out of
greeting.
Hold on, wait. I wanna do the little crane game. I have enough.
Oh yeah,
Tiny
Oh,
crane.
yeah, the crane game. Oh, I don't.
Crane game. More
I need
dust.
another
I don't need
55.
dust.
Oh, I have enough for the mini claw. And I got dust.
Dust. Boo, dust.
Yeah, dust lame.
Louis got a slice of pizza.
Ooh.
God
I just
damn.
got a pink armband.
Did you win the armband out of the claw game?
What?
Did you win the armband out of the claw game?
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering, because nobody seems to be able to see anything in the shop. I was wondering where you got it from. Right, okay, this light. Okay, and then what am I doing? Like that? What? Oh, I'm breaking it. Okay. Awesome. Oh, I hate this. I hate that one, not because it's hard or anything, but because the first time I did it, I got stuck on a rock right at the end.
Pump.
Oh, someone's got. Everyone's got.
Done. Is that Crispy's? No, it's Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald died again.
I think it was Leon.
No, it wasn't.
Weren't you there?
Yeah, I'm the one that cleaned the tank. And then I walked away to the
It
right.
was you, me, and Louie.
We were all there. Everybody.
Yeah, and then Louie and I walked away.
Yeah, I also walked away. I went to the right to go do a task in the
Then
upper
how
right-hand
did he
corner.
die?
Well, if it wasn't you two, it must have been Artemis for the third time in a
Oh,
row.
heck no. Oh, heck
That'd be
no.
crazy.
Yeah, it had to have been for the third time in a row.
It happens.
I'm voting you just out of spite.
I believe it though.
It's
Sure,
not
that's-
random if things don't bunch up. Ah, shit. Get away from me, Crispy. Oh, no. Shit! It was Louie.
It was Louie.
One more good one. One more good one.
Gerald's mad that he died.
Again.
Okay,
He just
so
wants the
I was
chance to get
I was
revenge.
trying to kill in that big giant group, but then everyone walked away as I hit space, and I'm surprised y'all didn't see me leap over towards Gerald's body.
I missed that entirely.
Finally! Hey, Crispy.
Hi, Leon. Taskmaster.
What? Oh, did you say Taskmaster? Oh my god, I
Yeah,
thought
what
you
did you
said
guys say?
Assmaster, and I'm like, the fuck is your chat
Oh.
talking about? Hey, Gerald. Oh, wait, there's
Hey,
two of you
monster.
here. Who's in there with you? The Louie?
Yeah, you don't wanna kill no one if there's two people here, huh?
I'm sure I could get out of it. Oh, hey, Artemis.
Hey. Ah. Look at that.
Checking the tomatoes? This isn't the
Yeah,
area to chuck
throwing
the
the
tomatoes.
tomatoes.
What are you doing?
What is it called? It's called like dodgeball.
Dodgeball? I definitely haven't done this task.
What? Oh.
Good job, Leon. Leon killed
Oh,
that
God.
everyone else
Leon,
died.
Yeah,
Leon,
man.
was that payback?
Listen, if
Everyone
you
got
had walked
payback
away
with
and
Gerald.
left Gerald, Gerald would have died. But Gerald walked away, and so you had to die. You weren't
Was
the
I
first.
one to die?
I got Crispy the first.
No, I was the first one.
It was Crispy, Louie, and then Artemis. If Gerald had gone straight down, he would have found Crispy's body. And there would have been only one person that could have done it.
God.
Oh,
I
hey,
wish I
guys.
could.
La, la, la.
Oh, no.
What are you guys laughing about?
I said, Neko, if you're the bad guy, just kill me. And she said, I wish I could.
Burning the body is kind of, you know, I forget that you can even do,
Alright.
you know, the, like, the water pump and shit.
Okay, so we're all
Yeah,
here.
we got it. We got it.
Mm.
Got it.
No! God damn it, I got caught on a
Ready,
fucking
my
rock.
boss?
Oh.
You got what?
I said I got caught on a fucking rock right at the exit. No! Why did you have
Okay,
to
I know
ruin?
he told
I
me.
was almost done with
I
the
know
bucket.
Oh.
I know he said to kill for me to kill him. I did not kill him. I just want to go on record for
It
that.
was crispy.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Go ahead, vote me out. But once I'm wrong, y'all better quickly call a meeting and vote Crispy.
What do you mean? I
Oh.
was standing at I was doing the crane
Leon,
bucket
trust me,
situation
for once,
too.
I do not ask of much. Vote Crispy.
Okay. Goodbye, Crispy.
Thank you.
Aw.
Why me though?
I didn't
Of
mean
all
to
the
kill you.
people.
You were
Think
just
that was
there.
Yeah.
I don't know. That seemed like an attempt to frame me again.
How did you think
Wrong
that was
place,
going to
wrong
go,
time.
Crispy?
I don't
Everyone
know.
was right there.
It was just there. I thought everybody else was going to be distracted by doing their task.
I definitely was distracted and saw
If you
nothing.
had waited
I
a
did
couple
hear
more
you all,
seconds,
though.
I would have been.
You know, this was supposed to be one last game. It's like game 5 now. I don't understand why we need to strap the bodies down if they're dead. Wait, is it in here? What is? It's in the corner. Am I supposed to close the book? What am I supposed to do here? Oh, wait. Turning pages. Oh, Gerald? So, Louis.
Okay, I know how this is going to look. I was cleaning the water pump. I finished cleaning the water pump. I see Gerald's body next to me.
It's not Gerald.
someone's
Gerald
body.
walked away after killing Crispy.
Louis?
Okay, thank God.
They, you're not gonna do. Are we voting Louis? 'Cause I feel
No,
like we
no,
could
we're voting
also-
Gerald. We're voting Gerald.
I feel like we could also vote Leon just because we haven't
Nah,
been voting
nah,
Leon.
it's Gerald. I watched Gerald kill
I
her.
swear, Leon, this could be a big brain move.
If it turns out to be you, Louis, I am going to be so angry.
I'm gonna be angry if it's you, Leon.
So close.
Yeah,
So
I deserve
close.
that one though.
The thing is, Gerald, if you had
Right, I'm
stayed at the
satisfied.
pump, if you had stayed at the pump and act like you were working on it too, I wouldn't have sussed you. I wouldn't have known who to go for.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I knew it was bad. I knew it was a bad decision to go shock the patient, but
That's a long
I'm like,
task.
yeah, I'm like,
Thought she was done talking. When she sighed, I didn't realize there was more. Crispy, are you gonna kill me, Crispy?
Hi, Louis.
Hi, Louis. Are you gonna kill me?
I can't do my freaking tasks. Let me select my task.
What?
I'm trying to select my tasks.
I'm hungry. Can I have some pizza? I had pizza for brunch, and I don't want to go to the
If you're
kitchen,
going to kill
so
me, at least let me fix this fence first.
I'm not gonna kill you. I just want your pizza. I'm hungry. Oh. Hey, Gerald. Okay, so this one is blue, red, blue. And this one is red, red, blue. And this one is purple, red. Artemis. Ooh, I get to throw tomatoes. Smack.
Yep.
Smack. Smack. Right in the eyeball. We win by task?
I don't like that one
That's too
either.
quick.
Gerald did not
I was
even
killing those tasks.
kill anybody.
Killing it. That's why, did you see that I had the trophy?
Yeah, you've had a trophy for a while.
Killing the task.
I don't even, half the time I don't even check my map for where they are. Why do I always get the sweeping ones? Sweep, sweep, sweep. Sweep. Oh, I missed over here. Okay. And back up here. Oh, hi, Louie.
Yeah.
Bottles. I like the bottle one. Blue, blue, red, 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 blue, red, red, red. You whore. Do it all over again. Gerald, find my body. Gerald!
Let me finish my task.
Gerald, how dare you walk right past my body?
Crispy's so rude.
She kill you in your task? Because she killed me in my task.
Yes.
And then
said, "Don't
Gerald
kill me in my
walked right
task."
past my body and didn't even report it. Artemis, see it and report it. Come on. It's right fucking here. It's right fucking here. Oh my god. How did all of you walk past my body and not report it?
Where was your body? I did not even notice you.
You died right next to my body. Gerald walked
Where was
past
your
it,
body?
and then you walked past it twice. Going up into the potion room and back out
Was
of the
it
potion
because
room.
I set off the alarm and y'all got distracted?
I have no idea,
Could
but
be.
all I know is that I was passed 3 times and nobody reported it.
It's crazy that you both set off and then instantly, like, no, did you fix the alarm or what?
No, someone else did.
They were
Or
on
maybe I
that
didn't
shit.
set it off right. I don't know.
No, you set it off right. Someone was just, like, standing next to it.
Apparently, yeah.
Wow. Eat the fish. That's a new one. Oh, wait. Is that pond where it looks like you're throwing rocks into the... Oh, I'm up here? Hey, Nico. What is that laugh?
That was
Ew.
fast.
Something happened.
Yeah, that's
I got frozen in
Crispy.
place. Someone scared me. There we go. I farted to
This is feed the fish, huh? Okay. I neither see fish nor did I see food. Oh, my cat's hungry now. She heard the word food and now she's hungry. Oh, it's this one. It is dinner time for both of us. Oh, actually, what time is it? Oh my god. So it's almost been 12. 12 hours since the both of us ate. Not quite. Okay, maybe like 11 hours. I think the pizza was delivered at like 1:15.
Man, are you gonna murder me?
No.
Watching all of you. So I'm gonna fix
Don't
it?
group up. What are you doing?
Ridiculous.
I'm not wanting to be
Far,
framed
y'all,
again.
how many
Hold on.
tasks have y'all done?
I've done several. I just did the charcoal one with the tombstone.
Wait, why is our bar empty? Our task bar is empty. Like nobody's done tasks.
Mine's not empty.
Mine's empty.
I got throw to bait.
No.
Task.
Oh, good.
Damn it.
Damn. All right.
Who was?
I
Oh, Louis was the
died.
bad guy.
Maybe I need to up the number of tasks we get.
That's a good
Something.
idea.
Yeah, it's.
Task
Well,
victories
I'm gonna
are
be
so.
like 2 seconds. I gotta pee. I've had to pee for like 10 rounds. I'll be right back.
So like 2 minutes?
Let's see. Yeah, right. Proximity cat, number of ducks, number of neutral rolls, blind ducks. Ducks do not know and may kill each other. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, murder each other. Let's
Cooldown.
murder.
Hide, eject. Roll reveal when you
I wish I
die.
had a
Task.
wearable.
Here we go. Task list size. Oh,
Wait,
I thought we were on
those, it's just
normal.
hearts.
Hey, Kimmy.
Are we on hard?
We were on normal, and I'm changing us to extra large.
Extra hard?
Extra large.
What does that mean?
The number
An
of
extra
tasks.
large list of tasks.
Oh.
Thank you for stopping by, Kimmy.
I see.
Do we want to stay on this map or go to another map?
I do think
try
it might
another
take
map.
longer if we went to another map.
Oh, that's
Because at this point, we all know this map really well.
Do we? Okay, let's look at the.
What are
other
the other options for games? What do they look like? Wait, can I look at it myself?
Yeah, you can look at it.
Oh, probably.
Where is it? Is it the map that
It's this table down here.
classic?
What's the one with the sniper
It
stone?
won't let me. Yeah, what's the one with the glowy stone? What's the sniper one?
All right, hold on. There are
It won't
descriptions
let me
in
click
here.
on anything else.
You click on
It
it,
won't let
and
me
it
click
tells
on
you.
them.
Okay, so the sniper
click
one is
on
called Hoot and Seek. The owl must blend in with the NPCs to complete tasks and win the game. Spotters and snipers work together to identify and kill the owl to win.
Okay. What's
And
the glowy stone one?
Glowy Stone is Corruption Mode, an advanced variant of the classic game mode recommended only for experienced players. This introduces a new corruption mechanic as well as several new roles. More information can be found in the help menu.
Okay.
What?
That's not very informative, but okay. That makes me curious about that one.
And then what's the is draft mode? What's the bottom one on the far left?
That is Dine and Dash. The red team of morphing ducks are trying to kill the blue team before the timer runs out. The blue team is a vulture that reduces the timer by eating corpses and is partnered with a falcon who kills faster than the ducks in the games with more than 6 players. Recommended for private games with 10 players or more in proximity chat.
I feel like we should try the corrupted one.
Yeah.
I'm curious about it. I'm willing to give it a shot, even though I am not an experienced player.
Okay,
We're experienced
corruption mode.
Mission be-
Okay, we're in corruption mode. Is this? No. Where is the help menu? Is that this? Oh, okay.
Is it?
No, wait. Sabotage is... Oh, here we
Is
go.
that the eye?
Corruption. Wait, no. It says exactly the same thing here.
Oh yeah, it does.
Can be found in the help menu. Okay, wait.
I guess.
I think we should just try it and see what happens.
Yeah, I think that is intended to be vague and misleading.
That if something's broken.
What
they don't have to
menu?
fix it.
Where is the help menu?
I don't know.
Are we going to stay
I
on
don't
this
see
map, or are we
anything
going to go
labeled
to
help.
another map?
Avoid picking up corruption if you can.
I think we should stay on this map.
Your role icon
Oh.
If you become corrupted, you stay as Naya identity.
I can't hear.
I don't know if you guys can hear Louis, so I'm going to read this again.
No.
You just picked up corruption. This map has a new mechanic where ducks can pick up this green corruption to lower sabotage cooldowns or to power up their abilities. If you are a goose, avoid picking up corruption if you can, but it will be invisible during the day. Your role icon will show how corrupted you are. If you become corrupted, you will see day as night, and everyone's identity will be hidden. Complete tasks to cure your corruption.
Oh, this sounds fun.
Yeah, it'll slow us down with the task.
I also upped the number of tasks, so you can't hear me. Survivalist. If the Pelican and Falcon are dead, and you are in the final 3 players. No, my role. Tell me about my role. Pelican and Falcon are dead. Countdown begins, and if you are in the final 3 players, Geese win at the end of the countdown. Okay. Oh, is that the countdown? Hey, Crispy. These are not the proper shears for outdoor gardening. Oh, it's green. Which one is it? It's Crispy. I just saw Crispy by the chapel. I said hi, Crispy, and she did not respond.
Yeah, I saw her not long ago too.
So she went to the right. Where was she found?
Right above the cemetery.
So she didn't make it very far because she was
over in the hospital.
She was on the outside of the fence at the bottom of the chapel and went right, so she must have died pretty quickly after I saw her. Damn, you guys are voting already?
Not vote me.
I'm skipping.
Yeah.
Somebody lied about skipping.
Yeah.
Next to more tasks. My voice is starting to be like, hey, maybe you don't want to do this anymore. I'm a survivalist, so all I need to do is survive. I win! Yay! I won!
I just wanted to be voted
Dude,
out.
that was crazy. I didn't know the sniper worked like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
want
was
to be a
fucking
sniper.
weird.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it just assigned like powers.
Yeah, I was
Well,
the
now we
survivalist,
know-
so...
Now we know if people are standing still that they're probably sniping someone.
That is kind of a tell.
Scientist. I can scan for dead bodies.
Oh.
Maybe I'll actually figure out how that works this time. I got task in here already. Ooh, I gotta feed the creature in the basement. Just an apple? I don't know, is an apple better or worse? Man, he didn't even eat the core or anything. If I was locked in the basement, I might even eat the core. Oh. What happened? Am I corrupted? I think I'm corrupted. Either that or we had just all turned into monsters right now. Did anybody else turn into a monster?
Well, Louis was right next to me. Louis didn't do it.
So
Leon, you turned into a monster?
Yeah, I was in the middle of
Okay, then that
doing
means
whack-a-mouse.
Gerald is it.
up the corruption.
Then Gerald's the guy. Then Gerald's the
I
murderer.
I literally, I just found the freaking body, Crispy.
Look, everyone kills me when I find the body.
You're right.
You know?
Bye, Gerald.
All right, where? Fuck.
That's the I'm guilty.
Whatever. I can't have any fun.
He was just waiting to kill. You were just waiting to kill me.
Why does it always make Gerald die for pearls?
Oh, it told me he was no longer
Crow?
wanted.
I've never heard of the crow.
Yeah, that was another weird one.
How's it work?
I'm not sure. Apparently, I can corrupt people.
Is that why I turned into a monster?
Yeah, I corrupted you. It didn't seem to do anything at the time.
Ah.
I
Crow's
just,
not
like,
even
pressed
on
the
here.
button and it's like, huh.
The demon
No, it's
sabotage.
literally the first thing.
What? Oh, it's up here. Corrupt all living players. Your tasks are fake.
Sin Eater, that's a hell of a name.
Ooh, there's a Sin Eater? Collect corruption to gain the
Inquisitor.
ability to kill in an area at the cost of your life. If you kill enough players, you will survive.
Who wants to be alive?
I'm a celebrity. Again.
I'm still in info mode.
Hey. What are you?
What are you?
I'm
You
a
tell me. You tell me first.
I'm a celebrity. If I die, it'll broadcast it to the whole map.
I don't believe that.
What do you mean you don't believe? Tell me and find out. Kill me and find out.
If we're a celebrity, you wouldn't be chasing me.
That is
acid.
Oh, you were the celebrity.
Hi.
Uh-huh. What happened? Why did we all die?
I got acid thrown on me.
I was the sheriff.
Oh, well, you died because you were
I
you
died because
killed-
you were chasing me all sus-like.
I told you I was a celebrity.
Yeah, well, that's what someone who wasn't the celebrity would say.
Man, where did our
What
nemesis
happened to
ghost just
Neko?
go?
I don't know.
How was I supposed to avoid that?
I have no
I should
fucking
have turned
idea.
invisible. Damn it.
Listen, all three of us died at the same time. Like, in the same
I
place.
killed Nico.
Yeah, but it wasn't even Louis. Gerald shot me. I told him I was the celebrity, and that if I died, it would broadcast it to the whole map. And he said that's what somebody would say if they weren't the celebrity. And he fucking
Yeah,
shot
and he
me.
kept on chasing me all sussy-like.
Well, because you were running away. How am I
chased
supposed to
me
have a
all over the map?
conversation with you if you run away?
You just leave it be. Whatever.
I see how it is.
Why did you need to have the conversation with me so bad?
Well, are we not friends? Do you not talk to your
Yeah.
friends?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
but
You've
also
like,
chased them to
lured me
kill
my
them,
death with
so...
conversation like 3 times now.
I know. Well, are you gonna have a conversation with me this time? Huh?
Quit chasing
Friend?
me.
Friend, are we gonna have a
Crispy,
conversation this time,
Crispy,
friend?
Leon's picking on me.
Friend, friend. Ooh.
Leon's friend bullying me.
He said I'm
Is he?
friend bullying him?
Yeah. Crispy, you better not kill me either.
I have a feeling
I just
that-
don't want to deal
Are you
with
con-
people killing me all the time.
Alright, fine. Jesus. Hi. Will you talk to me, friend?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I guess kill you.
Hi. I have no idea how you two just died. I'll be honest with you.
I'm the sheriff. So I killed him myself.
You shot him?
Yeah.
I was the fucking Avenger. I was the Avenger, and I could have fucking
I was
waited
the
for
only
someone
one
to kill
that couldn't kill
someone.
people.
Ugh.
I never
I
even
was the
saw
only one
Louis.
that couldn't kill people, and I was the fucking goat
That's
out.
my favorite class. I'm the Paragon for life. I want to avenge.
To be fair, I was the professional and I was trying to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. See? See,
Yeah, I'm onto you
friend,
now.
Mr. Friend.
Well, I got distracted, I guess.
I was just really
I know
trying
you
not
will
to
use
kill
my
you
weakness
first.
against me.
I'm not a very good sheriff. That's why I died. That's why I shot myself, too.
So you
Can I get this one again? I mean, this one can be easy to win with, especially with this small group, but not exactly fun. Whenever that thing drops down to give me points, freaks me out. I think someone's coming to get me. I thought I was gonna have to draw more than that. I was gonna have to do the circle and everything.
I
Hey,
just want to
Gerald.
smack the mice. I just want to smack the mice.
Oh.
I was a monster.
You were.
Where was the body?
Just wanted to
So the body was right outside the apothecary, between the apothecary and the cemetery, which is ironic because that's where I left Artemis's body last game. Gerald
I
was
just saw Gerald.
Gerald was down at the bottom of the chapel, smacking
Yeah,
mice.
with me.
Yeah. That's
So
what I
it
was
seems like
doing.
it's Louis then.
So I guess it's between Crispy and Louis.
I'm at the chapel. Gerald can attest. I threatened to shoot him.
Crispy.
What do you think, Gerald?
Down. You
I was
were
at the
down
bottom of
south
the
of chapel. Then
chapel.
you were headed that way though.
No, then I went to the right. I'm sweeping the steps.
Exactly. You were
Exactly.
headed
You went to
that
the
way.
right.
No, no, at the bottom,
Fuck,
and I went up.
fuck.
I went
Alright, if
up.
it's not Crispy, it's Louis.
Why is it me? What did I do? I was over by the chapel.
Goodbye, Crispy. It wasn't Crispy.
Oh my gosh.
I hear you, baby. We'll end after this one, okay? Okay? And then Daddy will get you some beef. How did I die? Oh, he's an Asper. No matter what I did, I couldn't. I couldn't survive.
No, you weren't gonna
Fucking
survive.
Louis.
I can't believe y'all murdered me when I was nowhere near that other person.
How
I was the
does,
sheriff, just like I said. For a second time in a row.
That's not real. I don't believe that.
All
But how
right,
does the Leon's putting his foot down.
Yeah, Leon's like, it is late.
No, my cat is making very pitiful noises at me, and she wants some beef.
Oh.
So I am going to call it an end after almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it's
That's fair.
It
That's
was
very
really
reasonable.
fun. This is the best birthday stream that I've had, and I really appreciate you guys coming.
Oh,
I'm
shucks.
also. I'm glad I came, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yay.
We should do this again, though. This was really fun.
Agreed.
We need to get the biggest group possible.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Got more bodies.
Yeah.
More fresh, juicy carcasses. Yum yum yum.
Absolutely.
All right. So, our Crispy and Gerald, I know you're streaming. I don't think Louis streaming, and Artemis, I don't think you stream.
Yes, I'm ready
no.
right now. Get raided.
Thank you so
We're
much,
watching gay
Crispy.
sex. Let's go.
You know what we didn't do? Oh God, we should have. Hi XLR. We should have combined our chats this whole time. I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I did
well,
it with
I just
with
combined our
Rachel
chats
while
for
she
us.
was on.
Crispy.
We're watching gay sex. Let's go.
Is there an underline in your name, Crispy? There is.
Yes.
Crispy
Crispy
underscore
cat
cat guy. Shout out. And Gerald, Jesus Christ. We're just gonna do the at and then hope that it shows up. Okay. And shout out to Gerald. There you go.
Gerald, Jesus Christ.
All right. Thank you for coming, guys. I'm gonna switch to my ending screen though.
Yay.
All right. Thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate it. This has been the best birthday for a couple of years. not really worked out the way that I wanted it to the last two. So I'm really happy that all of you came. Some of you just to watch, and some of you in the game. So thank you. Let me find somebody good to raid you to.
I ain't gonna be able to sleep.
I am. Blackout.
Here,
right out.
let me turn them off first. Okay, and following. Who do we have? That person. Oh, I could send you to Envy, or I could send you to Taiga. 4 Years of Invicta, or more Final Fantasy. You know what? I am going to send you over to Envy. I'm going to send you over to Envy. Envy is an Australian VTuber. He is a sheep. And he is currently playing Final Fantasy 14, which, if you know anything about me, I've been playing that game for over 2 years now, and it is one of my favorite games. So I am in his FC, and I play with him in his community. So let's go over there. I do not have a raid message, but maybe I should. Maybe I should. And can I get over here? Let's do where are my... I have a raid. I do have a raid. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Could be birthday demon raid. Hold on, let me copy and paste. Okay. I think if you're subbed, you can use this one. I am not sure if you're not subbed if you can't use it, but if you wouldn't mind for the first time ever using a raid message, that would be great. I opened the wrong window. Okay. And thank you very much for being here. I love you guys. Mwah.